And I thought we needed to be talking about our mission. And Pinellas County Housing Authority is a mission and value-based organization. So our mission is to provide quality, affordable housing and improve the lives of residents. And we finished every meeting with that. And also with the promise that the day is going to come where we're all going to be celebrating and holding shovels in our hand, and the day is here, isn't it? Nobody's going to remember the pictures of us, right? We're going to be faded pictures one day. But what people are going to remember is this was a milestone on the important thing of changing people's lives. Young people are going to grow up here and only know a great place to live. Young families are going to be able to work and not be stressed out all the time. I can't promise that, right? Providing quality, affordable housing means we live with dignity and we have a chance at the American dream. I'm so proud on behalf of the Pinellas County Housing Authority. We're living our mission today. This is how it feels. Thank you so much.
So I learned to drive a forklift on this property years before I learned to drive a car. Probably not legally, but definitely learned a lot. It was a skill in our family, and the way that you earned respect is if you could pick up a quarter off the ground with the front of the forks. That was like, you've made it. You know how to drive these things. And so luckily that was something that I practiced time and time again, was picking up quarters with the front of a forklift truck. I'm excited for our next speaker. Chris Latvala and I have been friends for a long time. We served together in the legislature, and I can think of no one else from the county commission that I would rather hear come talk about than the great work that we're doing in the county and the state to bring more affordable housing. So Chris, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Senator, and I wanted to start by recognizing my colleague and friend in the audience, Commissioner Renee Flowers, whose district we are sitting in and where these great affordable apartments will be in. And I learned a lesson recently. I missed a few meetings late last year due to an illness that I had. And when I came back, I discovered that I was voted vice chair for this year. And part of that is I have the honor of coming to events like this and speaking when our chair is unable to. So it is an honor to be here. A lot of people ask why it's so important for Pinellas County and our cities to back affordable apartment developments like Fairfield Avenue. The County Commission is making a big investment, $12.4 million from our Penny for Pinellas to help these apartments get built. Our residents pushed for a small portion of the penny sales tax to be committed to projects like these, 4.15% of the total funds, but that small portion makes a big impact over a decade. Our county commission continues to hear from our residents that having homes that our workforce can afford near their jobs, as the senator talked about, is critical to the future of our neighborhoods and our local economy. We're glad to see private developers and our local, state, and federal partners step in to make projects like this happen. But a lot of times there's a funding gap, and that's where we as a county commission can step in. We filled the funding gap that makes it economically feasible to build 264 apartments for people at a different range of income levels. What we get in return for this public investment is a guarantee that these homes will remain affordable for our workforce for the long haul. There's a 99-year land use restriction on all these homes to keep them affordable for our residents. We're glad that so many partners around the county committed to the same goals our cities like St. Petersburg, the Pinellas County Housing Authority, and the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and so many others. On behalf of the Pinellas County Commission and all of our residents, thank you for the continued commitment to creating local homes for our local residents. Thank you.
We've been able to, our family has been able to employ so many great members of St. Petersburg here over the years, and it's amazing how many people still to this day come up and talk about the stories of going into my grandfather's office, some of the conversations he had, and walking the halls. It was often you would see him here at 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, walking here. My dad's office was at the very end of the hallway. And so every time I would come in or get in trouble, I knew that, all I had to do was look down the hallway and know whether it was a good day or, I was going to have a conversation at home too. So many things have happened on this property for our family and so many memories over the years. It's just incredible to see how this is going to change and know that this is going to be, again, in our family, not only for the last 5 generations, but for the next many generations as well. I'm excited now to introduce the chair of the County Commission, Lizette Hanowich, who is going to give some brief remarks. City Council. I gave you a demotion, sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Good morning. Well, this is one of those few days in St. Petersburg when you're kind of the last speaker at an event like this and you look at the crowd that's in the sun and they're not melting, which is a good thing because it is a gorgeous day. So thank you to our mayor, my fellow city council members, State Senator Brandis, and the Tibbetts family. What a legacy that you're leaving behind here. This is so fantastic. The Pinellas County Commission, the Pinellas County Housing Authority, the team at HP Capital, Cass Construction, and everyone who helped us get these shovels in the ground here today. Now, as we all know, affordable housing projects are not easy. And lately, when we hear about legislative changes at the state level, many of us brace ourselves, much like we did for that recent cold front. But in 2020, when the state legislature passed House Bill 1339, as our mayor mentioned, it opened the door for affordable housing in places such as this, which were industrially zoned areas. And this community got to work fast. At every step along the way, City Council voted unanimously to support this project. In 2021, we updated our city code to create a clear pathway for developments such as this. And in 2022, we approved Fairfield Avenue Apartments as the first project under that framework, followed by the necessary funding approvals. Those unanimous votes did not happen by accident. They were possible because the city, the county, the housing authority, and the development team did all the hard work. They stayed transparent, aligned, focused on the same goal. That made it easy for council to keep saying yes. Even though the delays and rising costs, no one compromised on affordability or lost units, not because it was simple, but because we knew it was worth it. And when Pinellas County increased its investment, the city stepped up as well. And today we're seeing our $9.7 million investment turn into real progress on the ground. This project has been called a unicorn, and it's for a reason. 264 affordable and workforce units, permanently affordable, built to last, connected to transit, the Pinellas Trail, and everyday services, and managed by the Pinellas County Housing Authority. It's rare to check every box, but every once in a while, the stars do align. I'm proud of this team, proud of the project, and I look forward to coming back when these buildings are complete and to welcome our residents home. Thank you.
As many of you know, I'm a pilot, and so one of my favorite quotes is by Amelia Earhart. Says, "Once you've made up your mind, the rest is just tenacity." And there has been nobody more tenacious about getting this project done than Angelo Capelli with HP Capital. So I'm excited to bring him up here. And over the last 5 years, many phone calls, many late nights, many early mornings, many conversations about this project and many others. But he has been incredibly tenacious in helping us get this across the finish line.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you all. This is a wonderful turnout. On behalf of HP Capital, my partners, Nick Hansen, where are you, Nick? And Fred Hemmer, we are very proud of this project. We were all born and raised here. Fred moved when he was 2, and so we count that. We are incredibly proud to be part of this project. And I'm trying not to get emotional, but when Jeff approached us, we shared the hallway. We were on some other common projects, and my office was down the hall from his. He came to us and said, hey, the lumber company's thinking about selling our old property on Fairfield. And he said, we're thinking about listing it. And I said, no, don't do that. And partly because I had been working ministry work from St. Paul's. Thank you, Pastor Gibbons here for the invocation. And I had been working 6-7 years as a volunteer ministry work, basically making calls in some not so nice motels on 34th Street of people really needing a little bit of help. And because I knew that this would be a good location, I didn't know about the rules, I didn't know about the HB 1339, I just knew that the location itself would make sense. And so we opened up our notebooks, started taking notes, and did the things that we good developers try to do. And we approached the lumber company's board. Fred came with me. He's got silver hair, so he always looks wiser than I do. And we were able to convince the board, and we promised them, just give us 2 years, and we'll get it done. It took us a little bit longer. Rob Kapusta, our attorney, I think there were 82 closing documents when it was all said and done. Rob and I joked, I think that the project died 3 times, but when you have a unicorn, you grab it by its tail and you just don't let go. And I'm very proud of all of our partners. Highland Mortgage out of Alabama really coached us the last 4 years, never gave up on us. Our contractors, certainly the city and county, all of the mayor has been very supportive the entire time. That we worked so long on this project. There's a staff member. Is Mark here? Mark Van Loo, are you over there? Mark and I have a love-hate relationship. He was originally with the county, and we worked so long on this, he finished the project working for the city. That's serious connective tissue. We're very, very proud of being part of this. Cox Lumber donated lumber to me for my Eagle Scout project 40 years ago. I had the honor and pleasure of getting to meet the granddad a couple times. Just a wonderful family. I'll give you one trade secret. I'll give you all one trade secret that really helped the project. Our closing process, I think somebody alluded to it, was over 6 months. A Tuesday conference call, sometimes twice a week, but usually every Tuesday, and it looked like the old Hollywood squares. There was no less than 24 people on that Zoom call trying to keep everybody together. And one of the early calls, I got a little snippy with somebody on the call. And after the call, somebody called and said, Angelo, you got to take it easy on that person. And then 10 minutes later, somebody called and said, Angelo, I'm so glad you gave that person the business. And I decided this is not good. If it's going to be a public-private partnership, we got to keep the team together. So here's the trade secret. I started having breakfast. I ate breakfast on Tuesday morning before the meeting. So I never got hangry again. It was kumbaya from then on. We got all 82 documents done. We put the entire capital stack together, and we're able to close and get ready to start moving dirt. Thank you, everybody who helped us with this project, most especially my partners and our family and our friends and this administration, the City Council and the County Commission. And also, last but not least, we want to thank Pinellas County Housing Authority. We needed one last piece of the puzzle. My partner, Nick Hansen, came up with a clever idea. I'm going to take credit for it. And And Neil Brickfield and Chloe, thank you so much for helping us get the ball over the goal line. God bless you all. God bless St. Petersburg and Pinellas County.
Well, we're in a great state, we're in a great county, we're in a great city, but at the root of everything in this country are families. And so from my family to your family, thank you for being a part of today. And we look forward to welcoming 264 different families here in a couple of years for the ribbon cutting. God bless you, and thanks for joining us.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
Who you are. I promise. The world needs you in it.
All right. Just know I have to. Yes. No. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's 10:30, and we'll call to order the January 22nd, 2026 meeting of City Council's Economic and Workforce Development Committee. Could we have a roll call, please?
Driscoll.
Here.
Vic Sanders.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Gertis.
Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us for today's meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Next, we have the approval of the December 4th, 2025 meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second. Well, we don't need a second. I'm sorry.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have the selection of our committee chair and vice chair for 2026. It's been an honor to serve as the chair of this committee for the last year, and I would be delighted to continue serving this year if the committee so chooses. With that, I'll open up the floor for nominations, and Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I nominate Councilmember Gina Driscoll.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations? All right. Could you go ahead and do that? Could someone do that in the form of a motion?
I move that we elect Councilmember Gina Driscoll as our EWD chair.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next would be the selection of the vice chair for this committee. And for our nominations, we'll go first to Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I nominate Councilmember Mike Harding.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any other nominations? All right. With that, if we could do that, if we could have a motion for that.
I make a motion that we elect Councilmember Mike Harding as the EWD vice chair.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Committee Vice Chair Harding. All right.
I will gladly carry your stuff.
Awesome. Okay. So for our new business today, we have, it is actually my new business item, which is a discussion on a referendum during the 2026 general election to allow for a longer lease term for expansion of the Maritime and Defense Technology Hub as part of the Hub 2 plan. And we have a wonderful group of people who are going to be speaking on this today, including the CEO of the St. Petersburg Downtown Partnership, Jason Mathis, also Allison Barlow, the Executive Director of the St. Pete Innovation District, Dr. Thomas Fraser, the Dean of the USF College of Marine Science and Executive Director of the Florida Flood Hub for Applied Research and Innovation. Also joining us by Zoom is the Director of HRNA Advisors, Christina DeGulio. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to join us today and talk about this, this initiative. We have some great backup material here. Just to preface it before I turn it over to the gang for a presentation, this is something that I have been working with our partners on for a few years now. And it really arose from the fact that now celebrating our fourth year of the hub, we look back and see that it was an instant success. And it didn't take long for us to realize that we had something that was really working and needed to, it gives us an opportunity to expand on something that's working and that's bringing good paying jobs and really important research and other activities to our city and our region. Because the rules state that we can only do 5-year leases for the city's waterfront properties, this holds us back a little bit from being able to expand because we want people to have that confidence to know that they can make a long-term investment and get that long-term return. In order to allow for longer leases, we would have to do a referendum and let the voters decide that yes, in this particular instance, it makes sense to do that. We've had some great conversations with Brett Pettigrew from the City Attorney's Office, and Brett is here today to listen, answer questions as needed, and really take our feedback into consideration as he hopefully moves forward with developing the language for the referendum. Anything else you want to add to that?
I will say that, and we can get back to process more, but given you work backwards in terms of the timing, if this was to be put on the general election November, that information is due to the supervisor in early August, which means that ordinance would be adopted in July. The charter calls for a 35-day notice of the first hearing that's sent to residents and owners within 200 yards of the affected parcel. That would need to go out in June. It takes approximately a month to prepare that, which puts you back to the beginning of May, which means there is really through the end of April to make a decision and come up with a proposed ordinance that could be described in this notice to these residents and owners before going to City Council for ultimate preparation. So in short, there's about 3 months for the committee to decide on a course of action and prepare a proposed ordinance. The schedule could be compressed, but then you start looking into reducing the time between meetings for discussion, having a mayoral no veto notice to allow it to go into effect immediately, or potentially giving the clerk only hours to prepare the materials for the supervisor of election. I feel comfortable speaking on Chan's behalf that he doesn't want that. But the latest prudent schedule would be to complete this sort of work, whether for this referendum or any other, in the next 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you. So in short, it's a process, which is why I wanted to start today. And my goal for this meeting is to get feedback from my colleagues who I've never been able to speak to about this, and really see how we want to move forward with this opportunity. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to our speakers today for the presentation.
Well, thank you. I will say this because I feel like I need to say it every time I talk to you all, either one-on-one or as a group. So grateful for your service, and I mean that sincerely. I think you know that your job is rewarding in so many ways, but also challenging and sometimes thankless, and you deserve to be thanked more for the hard work that you put in steering our city. So I just want to always make sure that you guys know how much we appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very sincere. I wanted to just talk a little bit about this project. We've got, I think, 12 or 13 slides. We will be brief, but we also want to make sure that we're being thorough and answer any questions that you have. 4 areas we're going to cover today. One is a little bit of the project background, how this came to be, the current need, what has changed recently over the last year or two that has put us in this really enviable and awesome position to move forward on this project, what the proposed facility might entail, and then what the next steps will include. And a little bit of the background. How many of you have been to the Maritime and Defense Technology Hub? Okay, excellent. So you know where it's located. I won't go into that. The parcel that we're thinking about expanding to for this is a surface parking lot next to the Maritime Defense Technology Hub. Right now it's just used for some vehicles for Florida Fish and Wildlife, but it's a chain link fence surrounded asphalt parcel that's probably not being put to its highest best use. And so the plan really is to expand the existing facility onto this location. Going way back, 2018, NOAA actually approached the city of St. Pete and said, we're interested in looking at a new facility. Can you all help us figure something out? And this parcel was proposed by the previous administration as a site for a NOAA facility. And we spent about 6 years working with NOAA, trying to convince them that this was the right facility. And not as a result of anything that St. Pete did, but more, I'll just say it, more a result of dysfunction in Washington, D.C., even though it's something that everyone agreed would be a good idea, did not move forward. And so in winter of 2021, the existing Maritime Defense Technology Hub opened in the former SRI building. And I think that you all took a risk when you did that. You weren't sure exactly what was going to happen. It was a risk that paid off with incredible dividends. It has been incredibly successful from the moment that it opened in that asset on the waterfront there. Allison will talk a little bit more about what's happening there currently and some of the big successes, but you should know that you made a good choice when you supported the Maritime Defense Technology Hub. In fall of 2023, we went to Washington. We met with NOAA. We met with congressional leaders. We tried really hard, one last try to get NOAA to move, and we were unsuccessful in that. And I think we decided at that point, why are we holding our breath for NOAA? We think that this facility makes sense. We think that this is the right thing to do. We have clear need. We think that there's demand. Let's just move forward with or without NOAA and see if we can get this thing built. So that's when we changed to focus on the Center for Coastal Resilience. And George F. Young did some preliminary site work for us just to say, what can you build there? It's next to the airport. It's on the port. We're concerned about coastal high hazard. But we did all the engineering work to say what's even possible there so that we know what could be built there. And we can provide a copy of that report for you if you're curious about that. Spring of last year, we re-engaged with the Florida Ports Council, and I'm so grateful to see David Worth here, who is with the Port of St. Pete. We met with them in Tallahassee. We talked about what a grant from the Ports Council might look like. We also began work with the Economic Development Agency and Pinellas County employment sites. So we have put together a funding package for this that will not require any funds from the city of St. Pete, but it is on city-owned land. So the city's contribution will really be staff time. My colleague now in the COC Homeless Leadership Alliance Board, Councilmember Fig Sanders, always reminds me, just because we're not asking for money doesn't mean it doesn't cost the city something. And so there will be some staff time associated with this, but we're not asking for money out of the general fund. We're not asking for money out of a CRA. We're not asking the city for a penny. We found some other funding sources for this. And then fall and where we are right now, we've developed some conceptual drawings, and we're in the midst of a market assessment with HRNA. We're grateful to have Christine joining us today. We'll give her the floor in a few minutes to talk about what that assessment is looking like. Allison and Tom and I are great friends. Allison and I talk almost every day. We're good at patting each other on the back and saying what a great job we're doing and how smart we are. But we wanted an outside entity to actually look at what we're doing and say, yeah, this does make sense. And so we're grateful to have brought HRNA, a renowned expert who does this stuff all the time around the country to really validate some of the assumptions and look at what we're doing. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Allison.
Thanks, Jason. I'll also say we also bicker a lot. It's a very familiar relationship. We thought it would be useful just to recap a little bit about the hub, and I know many of you and all of you are very familiar, so I won't take too much time, but also to provide sort of the contextual information of why we thought a couple of years ago started to really refocus to work independently of NOAA, though keeping them in mind in the future. So the hub is the old SRI building, built in 2009, 32,000 square feet, a little over that, a two-story building with then a mechanical level and what we call fondly the shed, a building out in the parking lot. We converted it in November of 2021 to the hub, did all the improvements to the facility, and launched it in January of 2022. So we are in our fifth year of operation. There currently are 20 tenants. We like in the building to leverage what's called the triple helix of innovation. So though we're predominantly oriented around growing our private industry partners, our small businesses, both ones that have been here, but also ones that we've been bringing into the community to hire local folks. We also like the combination of academic and government. So we do have the Florida Flood Hub for Applied Research and Innovation, which Tom will speak about. Florida Fish and Wildlife's harmful algae bloom team, which I just think is amazing to have in there, who are leveraging both biological, so they're collecting samples and are leveraging our bench labs, but they're also working with artificial intelligence. So imagine having scientists next to technologists and all the interesting hallway conversations that happen, and some of the partnerships that have come from that. Currently, actually, we just updated this number. We submitted the slides before we finished our report for this year. We're now at 91 full-time jobs and a little over 132 secondary and occasional work locations. Those are folks that maybe their businesses allow them to work from home, so we consider them a secondary worker. Or some of our partners do actually bring in teams for special projects, such as a sail drone deployment, and we refer to them as occasional work location people. We also took seriously, and we actually have it in the lease of all of the tenants, that they must participate in our community. That was a downside potentially of the previous tenant, that nobody really knew what was happening and didn't feel the connectivity. So one of the areas in which our tenants can be connected is through providing exposure to young people about jobs. So many of the jobs that are happening in that building are not necessarily jobs you would ever hear about in your normal everyday life. And so we host a lot of school tours, youth tours, summer tours. We also do, so I gave you a couple examples. Shirley Proctor Puller Foundation does some amazing job prep work. So we not only leverage the hub, but then we leverage our partners around. So we actually took students through the hub, met with stuff, then they went over to the Coast Guard, then they went to USF, and then they went to Johns Hopkins. So they got a real good cross-section, and that's what we're able to do with the hub being kind of the epicenter. Working with local high schools, we also work with all the colleges and universities in the area. We also host tech exchanges monthly. This was an opportunity to share what's happening in the technology area in the building and also convey that to our community members. We actually, this last year, did some partnerships with the ARC Innovation Center. Some of you may know we took a step in helping to manage that for 3 months during the transition there. So we actually did some reciprocals because we wanted to cross-pollinate the work that was happening there with the work at the hub. One of the most interesting parts, kind of the cool part of our job, is the fact that we are in a secure deep water port and had the opportunity this year to host a number of maritime tests and evaluation and demonstrations. So some of the pictures are on the right there for you. Sail drone is a fantastic tenant of our building and something that we learned a lot about, and you'll hear in the discussion about the expansion, the need for that water operational access. So workshops on the first floor that lead you into the secure deep water area, not only for our private industry, but I think Tom will talk about it for our academic partners as well. You also see that we were able to bring in on the right there in the middle another industry partner, not currently in the hub, but we're able to host them for test and evaluation, which then they provided some access to our partners so they can learn about it. So it was a really good kind of information exchange. The bottom right is a story with that ship that I'm really proud of. Last year, USF, College of Marine Science, had 2 spar buoys that needed to get out into the Gulf. And a spar buoy is very large. I'm just going to huge, and needs a specialized ship to deploy those with a crane on it. They, at the last minute, had a ship that would normally be working up in the north part of the Gulf become available. But that ship needed a place to stage, do a crew change, and operate while they were helping to deploy the spar buoy. And called David, and we coordinated with David in the port, and we were able to host it. And Tom's team was able to get those spar buoys out over last year's Christmas. The other piece of it was that one of our tenants in the building is Digital Twin Marine, and they do full digital twins of commercial shipping vessels for maintenance and repair and such. They looked out the window and they said, oh, that parent company of that ship is one of our clients. They picked up the phone, they called them, and they said, hey, your ship is in our backyard. We haven't scanned this ship. If we go and do that, we won't charge you travel. And so they got a job out of it. So that Saturday, that picture is actually from a Saturday, they went in and scanned the ship while it was there. So those are the kinds of serendipitous kind of connections that happen at the hub that we want to lean into. Another one that I will highlight is the NOAA Ocean Enterprise Accelerator. This is a $13.9 million grant that, because we have the hub, we were able to be a strong partner with 6 other partners around the country. And we are actively engaged with bringing companies that NOAA's looking to expand the number of data and technology companies solving ocean-based problems. So you think about weather, you think about climate and tides and shipping. I mean, it's a wide range of things that we're sort of incubating right now. But that is partially because we have the hub. I don't think we would have had the same ability to be at the table. And I've already mentioned Sail Drone. They have deployed from the hub, both for tracking of hurricanes in partnership with NOAA. That's been covered quite a bit in the news. They also are working currently on coastal mapping. And so if you come behind the hub, and you're welcome, there are 3 today sail drones on the back deck. And unfortunately, this size sail drone can't fit in the building. And that's part of the problem too. We can take the smaller hurricane hunters, you actually take them apart out on the deck, I've helped, and then roll them into the building. But the bigger ones can't. And a lot of the companies that we've talked to who are interested in that kind of capability, our little one bay workshop isn't enough. So it's a real opportunity for future. And we have a pretty robust pipeline of folks interested. So I'm going to turn over to Tom a little bit to share more.
Okay. Well, thanks, Allison. And again, I appreciate being here as well. You guys are great. And for the record, I've never heard Allison and Jason bicker. But anyways, I do want to talk a little bit about the Flood Hub before I get to this slide, because we're very fortunate to be housed in the Maritime Defense Technology Hub. The Flood Hub was established by the legislature about the same time that the Defense and Technology Hub was getting started, and it was really founded or established to provide the best information possible with arguably what is one of the greatest challenges of our time, flooding. And that flooding due to changes in sea level, storm surge, extreme rainfall events, and all of those things together. And so the goal really is to inform effective science-based policy management and planning. And our audience is bigger than St. Pete, obviously. We have a statewide mandate, and so that includes all 67 counties. 411 municipalities, and over 1,800 special districts. So there's a lot of people to please in this space. Flooding affects everybody in Florida, and I think nobody is more aware of that than us here, right? So in specific language, so what are we really trying to do? What the Flood Hub wants to do is provide reliable estimates for the future risk of flooding that are based on expert analysis and interpretation of the best available data. And I think we're doing a really good job on that front, and I think St. Pete's going to be a beneficiary of that information. So that last slide really was talking about successes and opportunities, and I'll highlight 2 successes for the Flood Hub. The first one is that we've already provided statewide sea level rise estimates that are tailored specifically for Florida, right? And those are different than the national estimates that have been provided. They're slightly more conservative, but we have higher confidence in those, and that allows us to better invest our dollars, right? So we can make good decisions. Resources are limited. We don't have billions and billions of dollars to spend, so we want to make good choices. That helps. And we also recently completed the future rainfall projections, so we know, for example, in the year 2040 or 2070 or 2080, what the percentage of rainfall is going to look like for these extreme rainfall events, and whether it's going to be 10% more, 15% more, et cetera. And the reason that that's important, right, because that informs all of the design planning that you do, all your stormwater systems and things of that nature. Again, so those types of information help provide the information you need to make good investments with the limited dollars that you have. So those are the successes. I think with regard to the opportunities, we've taken that information, right, and we were able to leverage other investments by the federal government to densify the tide gauge network, not only in St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay area, but all around the state. That allows us to validate water level information to get better water level forecasts during storm surge. That, again, helps us inform our emergency management actions and things of that nature. So that's an opportunity that we've taken advantage of. And we've also leveraged some of the dollars with the Flood Hub to create a visualization center so we can make some of these data products available to decision makers like yourself, right, moving forward. And so it's not just a scientific endeavor. That visualization center is really tailored to the community and all of our stakeholders. So with that, I think I will go to that next slide. But one of the reasons that the Flood Hub is really excited to be in the Defense and Maritime Defense and Technology Hub is because water side or space is a premium, particularly for the science and technology space. And the type of work that we do is really dependent on a broad suite of collaborators. There are federal scientists, state scientists, academics at other institutions, not just USF. We work with the University of Miami, University of Florida, Florida State, all of them. And we bring these people in. And as Allison pointed out, it's access to the water allows us to put out instrumentation, moored buoys that have sensors and things of that nature that allow us to have better forecast that with related to storms. And so, again, we need that access, and we need space for a wide range of scientists and other entrepreneurs, people in the private sector that are developing things like, again, advanced sensors, battery technologies, all of these things that we depend on moving forward. So that deep water access is key, as Allison said. And, again, the work that we're doing is certainly thematically aligned. So those are a lot of words. I think the next slide really is to kind of give you an idea of what that means visually. I mean, this is a pretty compact area of the Innovation District, but it's arguably one of the most densely concentrated clusters or constellation of marine-oriented programs in the nation. And so a lot of people want to be here. There's a lot of potential partners, a lot of potential for technological development and scientific advancements. And so you can see them all here. We've got the NOAA Regional Office to the left, Arc Innovation Center you guys are very well aware of, the Florida Institute of Oceanography, the College of Marine Science, the Poynter Institute, the USGS. We do a lot of work. It's not just about floods and natural hazards. We work a lot with the health side of things, looking at, for example, things like red tide and toxins and how those environmentally kind of mediated impacts can have effects on our community. And so we could just keep going around. I don't need to point out every one of them. The point is, it's a very concentrated cluster of activity in this space, and that water space is a premium, and we could use more of it. So.
And if I could interrupt for just a moment, if you all are familiar with the Research Triangle in North Carolina, this is, if you look at this map, this is our version of that. And because of our coastal location, because of the unique layout and geography of this area, this is something, you can't do this in Des Moines. You can't do this in Atlanta. You can't do this in Orlando. We have these entities here, and as Allison mentioned, it is a combination of academics, government, and private industry, and they're all collaborating together. They're all working with each other. And, one of the reasons I wanted Tom to be here is because USF and the USF College of Marine Science is such an integral part of all of that. It's where the people are learning, and they've got the jobs all around them. Most people know what the Research Triangle is in North Carolina. I want us to be known I want people to know exactly what this is, the way that people know what the Research Triangle is, because we've got it. It's just the marine science version of that.
Yeah. And I would, again, say the College of Marine Science is certainly a focal point, but what makes this place really special is that it's geographically unique, right? And it's, we're not building an empire in the College of Marine Science. It's the synergies that are enabled by all of the partners, whether they're state or federal agencies, or partners in the city, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really, really an incredible environment, and one that's, envied by a lot of people.
So one of the things, and building off of that part of the conversation, is some of the numbers for contextual. So within the Innovation District, just in that picture that you saw, we have almost 2,000 what we would term marine science employees. And this is a few years old, but about $540 million in economic contribution. In the last year, we've actually taken what was historically called the St. Pete Ocean Team, which was created in 2009 as a consortium. At that time, really focused on the partnership of academic, government, and nonprofit. And over the years, particularly with the hub, we've added a lot of more for-profit folks. But in the last year, we actually expanded it to 3 counties. So we now refer to it as the Tampa Bay Ocean Team. And looking at Hillsborough, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee counties, we have a combined population you'll see of 2 million plus. The economic impact of what we're now calling the ocean economy, a little broader than marine science, just to make sure that we capture all the components, you can see is 3.2 billion in wages earned by businesses working in that field. That could be everything from commercial shipping to habitat protection to some of the innovation technology that we're talking about, and about 6.1 billion in GDP contribution. Included in the packet was a one-pager that we are collectively working on, and it's called, we're referring to it as the Tampa Bay Ocean Strategy. And it's an opportunity using St. Pete and the Innovation District as the, for lack of a better term, hub of this conversation, the epicenter, because we have such a concentration, but really getting everybody on the same page, showing, demonstrating to everyone what the impact is. On the one page or the back has 8 focus areas, and they range from transformational research to expanding our existing businesses in this space and recruiting and building more, all the way to infrastructure and our partnership not only with the St. Pete Port, but also Tampa and Seaport Manatee. Where we are on this is that this one-pager will actually be distributed starting with Ocean Day up in Tallahassee in February. And the supporting strategy is in development by a writing team made up of all those individuals of the organizations, both in the Innovation District and around the region. And for each topic area, we're identifying assets, we're linking to existing processes, plans, websites. We're not trying to replicate. I just want a document I can put on the table and go, that's the scope. Did you realize the scope is so tremendous? And then also a list of opportunities, how we can all work together and candidly help elevate even more in the St. Pete area, our role in the opportunities, not only in jobs, but grant funding and research, all the different components. So that's a companion part of what we're trying to do. It also, for us, gives us a chance to really look out there across the region and see more connectivity opportunities for individuals and folks in the Innovation District and in the hub.
So with that, we want to expand the Maritime Defense Technology Hub. We've given you a ton of context and background about the neighborhood, the regional economy, all the impacts it's having. We think it's a great idea. We really like it a lot, but we wanted to make sure that all of our analysis and thoughts were being looked at and reviewed by some professionals. And so back in the fall, the Downtown Partnership hired HRNA to do a feasibility study for the Center for Coastal Resilience to see if this bears out. And there are 2 elements: looking at the market demand. Is there a demand for additional space? Will this make sense? Will it pencil? Will this provide the same sort of jobs and things that we looked at? And then what do we have existing? What's the market supply? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christine DiGiulio. Christine has been working on this study. We hope to have it completed in the next few weeks. But Christine, we'll turn it over to you and let you take it from here. I think you're muted.
I just unmuted myself.
There you go. You're perfect. Yep, you're great.
Okay. It might have just been a little lag. All right, I apologize. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to join you today. I'm happy to come and talk about the work that we've been doing with Jason and Allison. I think it might be important just to share, before I dive in the actual work itself, a little bit about HRNA and maybe why we were chosen to lead this third-party market analysis and feasibility study. And I think as I explain that, you will start to see the connection between the information that's already been shared and where HRNA comes in. I am a director, as Jason mentioned, in the Atlanta office at HRNA. I've been with the firm for 5 years now. I largely support what we call our knowledge economy practice and economic development advisory work more broadly. The knowledge economy practice itself is particularly considered to be our leading practice in thinking about innovation and innovation districts, and kind of really caught that momentum based on the team's experience working with Research Triangle Park. The leader of our practice area, Bob Julis, who is the partner in charge on this project and supports this work, was actually the former CEO of the Research Triangle Park Foundation. And Bob has over, I would say, 30 years experience now, both leading innovation districts and advising both nascent and established innovation districts on how to continue to grow innovation within the specific focus areas that make sense for their economy, for their talent base, and for their economic competitiveness. So Bob has been doing this work for a long time. I've been working for 5 years now with Bob and engaging in this work. And I think the things that make this project interesting for HRNA, when I listen to Allison and Jason and others speak, it sounds like you could be quoting from the HRNA playbook of how to create a resilient innovation district. We talked about serendipitous interactions, talked about connectivity of not just assets, but partnerships. And you really talked about, the place itself. And in this instance, through our work and analysis, we really see that the physical place means just as much as those current partnerships that are in place. So kind of moving on from that, HRNA's scope for this work was really pretty simple, but it requires, I think, some very nuanced analysis of market data. Because the proposed space that Allison's talking about and Jason has shared for the Hub 2 expansion is not quite Class A space. It's not quite industrial space. It's innovation and collaboration space, which is difficult to track through third-party market sources such as CoStar, which everyone I think is probably familiar with. And on top of that, there is a very specific niche need for the types of partners and tenants that Allison is looking to attract to the expansion, as well as the very real asset that you have at your disposal, which is the waterfront access. I mean, I think through the work that we've done, it's just become more and more clear just how not only is there a premium for true office and innovation and collaboration space within downtown St. Pete, but even more importantly for these particular tenants that are doing this work and for which you are continuing to grow and expand, there's a really real need for them to have easy, accessible access not only to each other, but also to that waterfront. That can't easily be replicated elsewhere throughout the region even, let alone in Atlanta where I am, or Miami, or other port communities or coastal communities throughout the country. So I do think those are strong levers and advantages that you have in continuing to grow the ocean and blue economy in St. Pete and specifically in the SPIT. I think, in terms of the work that we've done today, so HRNA started to work with a market analysis. So that's looking at historical development trends, largely using third-party data services, CoStar, as I mentioned, being the primary data source there to really get a handle on what's happening in the office market, also a little bit in the industrial or flex market too, because the type of high base space that would be included in the SPID the Hub 2 expansion is kind of a combination of the two, if you will. We also looked at projected growth in aligned industries. So we used the same sector and industry definition that NOAA uses for their ocean and Great Lakes economy sector. And Allison shared information just prior to this that really demonstrates the economic impact of that sector. We also assessed that ourselves to see if the industry is growing at that rate and what's projected in the next 5 years. And then we also looked at current and prospective tenant demand, and that included both talking with stakeholders who were engaged and maybe already had space within the current hub facility, but were looking for additional space and having difficulty finding it, to be frank, or prospective tenants, folks that the team has actually had to turn away or locate and assist in locating in other spaces throughout St. Pete to accommodate their needs because there just isn't current space in the current hub facility. We also talked with a number of stakeholders. So talking about the market data and really trying to assess market demand the third-party data is great, and it gets us to a certain point, but we really need to understand what's happening on the ground. HRNA has some exposure already to what's happening on the ground in St. Pete because we were part of the St. Pete Innovation District master planning effort, so our team had already been engaged and been on the ground in St. Pete prior to this work. But Jason, Allison, and others connected us with key stakeholders who could both inform some of the larger industry and economic trends that are happening in St. Pete, but also those market trends. And specifically, Wendy Giffen, a director at Cushman & Wakefield, has been really helpful in helping us think through both not only the premium for office space, but in this very kind of niche type of office and collaboration space for a very particular tenant, what are those tenants realistically willing to pay? And what does that availability for similar comparable space in the market and in the region look like? So we've also spoke with Dr. Fraser, who you heard from earlier, Dr. Leanne Llewellyn from the Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, Becca Brown from Spark Labs by ARK Invest, Brooke Beeler at Thrive, and Mike Swayze at the St. Petersburg Economic Development Corporation. So we did a lot of stakeholder engagement to assess that what we were seeing in the data was accurate with what you were experiencing on the ground and to put a finer point on that analysis. And I would say overwhelmingly what we saw was continued growth forecasted in the ocean and blue economy sector. There's community support and a desire and need for additional collaboration space specific to maritime and defense, but also just broadly for entrepreneurs and innovators in St. Pete. And every partner that we talked to recognized the importance of utilizing the waterfront for its highest and best use, which I think we all agree the existing parking lot is not the highest and best use, and that this particular expansion has an opportunity to continue to build on the success of the prior hub facility.
Hey, Christina.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to stop you for a moment. We do have one of our committee members, Vice Chair Harding, who has to leave in a few minutes. And I wanted to, before you continue, this is wonderful, by the way, but I wanted to give Vice Chair Harding an opportunity to ask questions or make any kind of remarks or provide feedback before he has to exit.
Absolutely. No problem.
So, Councilmember Harding, did you?
Yes, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity, and I apologize. And my daughter has a doctor's appointment to look at an MRI, so I'm going to scoot out in just a couple minutes. She, of course, is 17 and will recover by tomorrow anyway, but we're still going to go. And thank you for letting me interrupt. And Allison, I am beyond impressed with what you all have been able to do, and I am fully supportive of moving forward. My questions, Rob, are more background questions on the city. I have three, and just so I understand, the city owns the property and the building. We own it in its entirety. James, thank you.
There.
Morning, James Corporate City Development Administrator. Yes, Vice Chair Harding, the city owns the property where this is located, as well as the hub, where the hub building is right now.
Okay, and it's treated as an enterprise entity?
Correct.
And does the city subsidize it in any way, or does revenue from rents cover the cost of it currently?
I would consider it a subsidy in the sense that we charge approximately $5 a square foot for the building.
Right.
With the hub having the opportunity to capture the difference, and that goes to help fund the innovation district. I don't know if you want to share anything.
And again, I'm supportive. I want to get the picture of the level of participation financially from the city beyond the enterprise part of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, for a number of years, that's been our concern. My main concern is to kind of decrease or eliminate that subsidy altogether. Before, I can say safely, before the hub, it was significantly larger of a subsidy. So it's a very nice boost to the revenue. The cruise ships that we have now and then future kind of plans in our new master plan have components that will ultimately eradicate that subsidy altogether and put the port on a standalone basis, not only with the revenues, but also then to contribute to its own capital fund.
Okay. And as we look at building another building, we'll use that same pattern of kind of splitting the money with the hub, which again I'm great with. But we'll look at least an initial business model of the city subsidizing a part of.
The idea for Hub 2, what we'd like to get to is that it would be a long-term lease at a nominal rate, but then the innovation district would be responsible for all maintenance.
Okay,
and
all right,
insurance.
that's what I was getting at.
It would basically cover all costs related to the building.
Okay, yeah, I just want to understand the business model better.
Yeah, if I may add, so we pay $5 a square foot on a monthly lease rate or license agreement rate. We also do rent from the airport the visitor parking, access to the visitor parking lot across the street. We're responsible for all maintenance and repairs to the building. There was, when we first took on the hub, a facility assessment that had been conducted and revealed some large-scale issues with the building. And there had been a $250,000 fund set up that allowed us to get reimbursed for some of the more capital expenses related to that. There's still money in that fund, and we work in coordination if there's an expense that makes sense to draw against that fund, but we have not exhausted that fund.
Perfect, that's what I was wondering about. Thank you, Allison. Thanks, Susan. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you letting me interrupt. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, and if I could add to that, the previous tenant of that building did not keep up with the maintenance the way that we would have
Allison.
liked, which.
We got to hear about the HVAC.
Oh, yeah. The chiller story is one for the ages. But that was so that, because why would you want to put that on the new tenant?
Yeah.
To correct all the mistakes of the old one, you know? So that was set up, but what we have is a subsidy in the form of reduced rent that turns out to be a win for everyone. I also wanted to bring up quickly David Worth, in case you hadn't mentioned, introduced, so I want to make sure everyone knew who you were. And he mentioned the Port Master Plan. That is something that we'll be discussing, I think, in PSNI in March.
March 12th, PSNI.
Yeah, so with that on the horizon, this conversation today can help give us a nice frame of reference, a nice foundation to look at how this will fit into the Port Master Plan can really guide what our decisions are with that. And seeing how important this is, I thought it would be a great idea to talk about this first, so we have this smaller picture, then look at the big picture, and then bring it home with some real concrete plans.
I like it.
Did you have additional comments or
that was it. Thank you for the
questions?
opportunity.
All right, thank you, and good luck to
Thank
you
you,
and your
guys.
daughter.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care, sir.
All right, and then before we go back to Christina, Councilmember Gertis.
Vice Chair Harding, I just wanted to make a clarification.
Yes, sir.
The hub is not its own enterprise. It's in the Port Enterprise Fund. I just wanted to.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That is correct.
There was some
The size we should do, elevations related to access to the water, what some of the attributes are, and then Allison's going to actually walk really briefly, floor by floor, what we're contemplating in terms of what that would look like, just to give you a sense of what would be included in this facility.
Go one more, if you don't mind. So really quick, this is a ground floor view of a schematic. The right side with the big box is the current hub. The left side is this new building. The first floor would actually be bays, roughly 3 bays with rolling door access to the wharf. There may be a small communal area leading into that. And then if you go to the next floor, you would actually have loft offices over those bays. So if you've been in the current hub, you know that where we have our workshops today, there's a center hallway. That was a strategic error, in my opinion, because their contemplation of things rolling across that hallway in a workshop, it just doesn't work in practicality. So this would have an offset hallway running along the front of the building. So we'd have the full depth of the building and then the loft offices above. Next slide. The second and third floor would then revert to a center hallway with offices. And we've contemplated a couple different configurations and talking with prospective tenants. I think a lot of what we're seeing right now is small offices in small clusters that then could be leased by multiple entities sharing a space or by a single entity. So maximum flexibility, and we've actually looked at facilities up in Gainesville that are configured that way and a couple other locations. So we have lots to do on sorting out what makes sense on these levels and talking with prospective tenants. Next slide. Then on the roof, similar to what the current hub is, there's a mechanical area. One thing that we've envisioned as a revenue generator potentially would be a rooftop area that you could lease or use by the tenants. One of the critical issues we have right now is there's no bathrooms and a really odd access point for that today because that was never envisioned. So this conceptualizes that idea. Go ahead.
So we just want to give you a sense of the funding. I promised we're not asking for direct funds from city coffers. The capital stack that we're looking at, U.S. Economic Development Administration, we're requesting $18 million. The city is the lead entity in that grant request, and we're working with the city's grant team to move forward on that with your blessing and support, hopefully. Florida Ports Council, this was going to be the original funding mechanism for the NOAA project that we contemplated back in 2018. At the time, we were awarded $8 million. We ended up having to give the money back because we had no project to move forward on, but we're hopeful that we can pursue those funds again. And I've had some great conversations with Dave and then with the team up in Tallahassee about that during the last legislative session. And then the Pinellas County Employment Sites Program, that's a $2 million request. We're, again, working with them. This fits all the criteria that they have looked at. I will mention, interestingly, we'd talked with the EDA originally about this, and they were the main funding source for the Spark Labs Arc Innovation Center. And they at the time told us, well, we can probably help you out with maybe $4 million, $3 million. And I said, well, you gave Spark like $15 million. Like, what's the deal? And they said, well, there was a hurricane, and if there's a hurricane that comes, a lot of funds may be available, but don't hope for a hurricane just to get the money. So we did not hope for a hurricane just to get the money, but we are in a unique situation in the next 3 months, 4 months, where these funds are available because of having had our community impacted, where they will go away and they will no longer be available. So time is a little bit of the essence on this project. We hope to capture that $18 million fund from the EDA. The Downtown Partnership is committed as a partner. And then we've also had great conversations with several other private entities, some who might be interested in naming rights, some who are interested in office space, some who are interested in lab space. But we're confident that there will be some additional private sector financing available that we're continuing to work through. The last thing I wanted to mention is that we have not been negligent in terms of thinking about parking. We are working through concepts for what parking might look like. This is one conceptual design that would be a parking structure. This facility will require 150 stalls. We know that with a new port terminal, there may be additional parking requirements. We think there may be some requirements with Albert Whitted. There may be some additional requirements with USF. So what we're pursuing would be some sort of a shared parking structure close to the site that could provide the parking that we would need for this project. And then with that, next steps. Today we're asking you to support a referendum on the fall 2026 ballot. As I understand it, this is just referring this to the City Council. You're not deciding today to do that, but just taking it back to City Council for a further conversation with them. And then the city's commitment to continue to pursue this Economic Development Agency grant with support from the Innovation District and the Downtown Partnership. There is a way that we could go after this grant as nonprofit entities, but it's much simpler because the city is the landowner to have the city as the grantee. So we're providing the legwork, doing as much work as we can to help support that, but the city would be the entity that would actually go after that grant. So that's really the request for you today. And I think that probably concludes it. One thing that would be helpful, and Allison, I'll let you speak to this, is the length of term that we would request for a long-term lease. And this is similar, I think, in a lot of ways to the conversation that you have had with the Dali Museum. We're looking for a very inexpensive lease on the city-owned land for a period of at least 50 years. Part of the reason for that is that if we do have to use some private financing, it's very difficult to get private sector financing for something that only has a 5-year shelf life. People won't finance a project at that level. The other is that there are some tenants that we'd like to go after who would like to sign 10-year leases. And right now, because it's on the waterfront, the city's charter limits that to a 5-year lease. And so we would be looking at a 50-year lease just to ensure the economic viability of this project.
All right. Allison or Tom, do you have anything else to add before we go to questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to all of you, including you, Christina, for giving such a robust presentation. I am really deep into this, and so it's hard for me to anticipate what might have been left out because I just know so much about this project. So I'm excited to hear from my colleagues on what your thoughts are and what questions that you have. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Well, good morning and thank you. And hey, Jason, you know you're my favorite.
Don't tell any other counselor.
Okay, I won't. So thank you for this presentation, and I too am in support, but I do have some questions and a comment. So as I listen to the presentation, I understand, about the need for pork and dot, and I also always like to include all of the city of St. Petersburg, and I know that this is in the Innovation District, but have you entertained any conversation with Eckerd College? You mentioned USF, you mentioned...
Yes, ma'am.
Have you...
I met with the president last week.
Okay.
And talked quite a bit. They have a tremendous marine science program, as you might know. Yes. And so they have traditionally been involved with our ocean team, and we talked about engaging at a higher level with that. But we also talked about their computer science program, which is a niche program, but very well respected. And so looking at opportunities. They've actually just made, and I don't even know, Jason and Tom know this yet, but they've asked to join our board to be more closely aligned. We have St. Pete College, even though they're not in the district, we certainly welcome them because of the connectivity. So yeah.
Okay, I am so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'm glad that you talked about the parking, because that was one of the things that I had. It's like parking is already a premium down there, so how is that going to expand? So I really do appreciate you taking the parking into consideration and the partnerships with that. Now, the 50-year lease, I'm going to see what administration thinks about the 50-year lease, especially if it's something that's designated in the charter with a limit on that. So I think that's a long period of time, but I'm going to follow the advice or the feedback from administration on 50 years. That's kind of long for me. Another thing, Jason, and thank you for pointing out the fact that you are not asking for dollars, but you are asking us to facilitate and be basically the custodians of this grant. Administration, how much effort is that going to take on our behalf? And that's a question for you, I guess, Mr. Corbin.
So I will say, Jason, Allison, and team have done the bulk of the work. One of the things that's required for the EDA grant is the market feasibility that was discussed earlier. So we're looking to get eyes on that, and our grant team will work with them. I would say it's no larger of a lift than any other grant of this nature. And I think that once we are all moving forward, it's something that we can take on.
Okay.
And I will credit Allison and Jason and team for really doing the bulk of the work to advance this along.
Okay. Well, yeah, you can tell that they did. I just wanted to know because I always am concerned with the level of impact that it's going to take on our staff. I just want to make sure that we're cognizant with that. Another question, and Jason made the statement that we don't, as a committee, and this is for you, Chair, have to vote on this to move forward to present it to council. Is that correct?
We have different options. I mean, your hunch is correct. It's business as usual. We decide today what we want to do.
I thought so.
Do we want to give Brett direction on what he wants, what we want to see in a draft resolution, and have him bring that back to us here in this committee? If we feel super confident about it, we could say, Brett, here's what we want to see in it. Let's send it to council.
Right.
That doesn't happen as often. Right. Usually it comes back, but like I said, I'm already, so that just depends on this committee and what we decide to do. As Brett mentioned, there is a timeline, and we want to make sure that we're efficient about it. But yeah, today it can be whatever we want it to be.
Okay. All right. I'll listen to others, but that's what I thought, that we could take action today, whatever. I didn't know what that looked like. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. And Dean Fraser, did you want to add anything about the Eckerd thing? Because I know you work with them too.
I did, but Allison did such a great job. I didn't want to spoil things. But, so the College of Marine Science right now is we're in the process of developing an MOU with Eckerd, right? Because we have a graduate student program only. And so every year, we recruit a number of Eckerd students to work with our faculty. And a number of those faculty are also involved in the activities associated with the Flood Hub. And so they're getting experience in internships by that mechanism.
Thank you for that. I just didn't hear their name mentioned in your presentation. So I would definitely ask that you include
They're quality students.
Thank you so much.
So
doing over there. I know that the RISE organization has been over there. There's a lot of groups that have benefited from exposure, and I'm still sending folks over there today, so I hope they don't keep you too busy. But our blue economy is important. And when you think about the jobs that are created, I think I heard 91 full-time jobs and approximately 132 secondary jobs. St. Petersburg's coastal community has an opportunity to bring industry-leading jobs here to St. Pete. Not just minimum wage paying jobs, but living wage paying jobs. Not just jobs, but careers. And I think that is important to note, because just right down the road from my alma mater, USF, you want to be able to not just train in your backyard, but hopefully be able to get a job right here in your hometown. And I think knowing now that you have corporations that are willing to invest in St. Pete and provide those jobs and opportunities, that's amazing. So thank you all for putting in the hard work. I think what we're doing is just expanding that footprint. And I'm excited to do so because, again, when you think about those jobs that you've created, almost 235 jobs we're talking about, imagine what we can do with more. And so I think a 50-year lease is okay, mainly because when you think about the risk that corporations take to move their business to a different community, it's a big risk, a big financial risk. And so when you think about that lease agreement, it has to be beneficial to not just the landlord, but the tenant as well. So I am thinking about how we can work to ensure that there's consistency as well as uninterrupted vacancy, low turnover. That is important because the last thing we want to do is, take a chance, put $35 million into this project, and then we got this big empty concrete building sitting there on the waterfront, right? No. But I believe that you all know what to do because I've seen the tenants that are there and I've had conversations with them. I've had the opportunity to come over there to your think tanks, and I know that people want to come to St. Pete. Who wouldn't want to live here where folks vacation, right? So I'm excited to see this move forward. I'll be brief. I only have really one question. Jason, you mentioned that there was I believe a preliminary site analysis that you could share with us. Could we get a copy of that? I would love to see that.
Absolutely.
But that wouldn't change my mind on deciding, to your point, Councilmember Fick Sanders, of whether we can make a decision today. I feel comfortable enough with moving forward today with deciding what we want to see. I think administration's made it clear, legal's made it clear with what needs to be done and what they're asking for, and now we just got to make our ask clear. You talked about private sector financing. I know you can't really disclose names, but have we had conversations with the hospitals here in St. Petersburg? Because I think there's some great opportunity. When you mentioned healthcare and environmental studies and hazards, where are we there?
I'll let Allison speak to this more, but we're fortunate that both Orlando Health and Johns Hopkins are active members of the Innovation District and Innovation District Board, and
Baycare not on the board.
Not on the board, but yeah. I don't know that we've had conversations with them about investing in this facility, but they're certainly aware of it. You can answer that.
Yeah, so it's a really good question because if you even look back to the origin video of the Innovation District, there's a lot of reference to the unique interconnection or interplay of ocean health and human health. And Tom's team at the College of Marine Science has worked closely with folks at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital doing work around harmful algae blooms and also forever chemicals, PFAS, that are showing up in our waters. And those projects have been smaller in nature. Candidly, I think COVID threw a wrench in some of the plans that we had. But we actually are kicking off a renewed effort this year, and I think that creates some impetus for a conversation, even as simple as shared lab equipment. We have, when I first came to the Innovation District, I didn't realize we have 3 mass spectrometers, which are expensive to manage. And each grant that goes after those has to then take a chunk of that grant to buy that equipment. Well, we don't need another one. We just need to work out relationships to share those and financial means in which to do that make sense with each respective grant. So I think that, yes, there's opportunities. We haven't quite got there, trying to build the case back up and make it stronger. But actually, I'll foreshadow next week is our State of Science and Innovation. And one of our speakers is Dr. Steve Morawski, who's talking about the Tampa Bay Surveillance Project, where they are gathering information about the health of Tampa Bay with forever chemicals and the linkage to Johns Hopkins and some of their longitudinal studies with young people and looking at the same chemical composition that are showing up in the blood of our young kids. So there's just some great connectivity, and we're going to learn more next week.
Good surveillance, not bad surveillance.
Yeah, no, it's just the title.
Well, you're reading my mind because that's what I was thinking about, the state of science, and I was thinking about how there's so much cross-sector intersectionality, right? And there's so much overlap in these roles and relationships, they matter so much. And so again, just making sure that we drop that nugget. I figured you were already having those conversations, but manufacturing, I'm thinking about logistics, Amazon. There's some great opportunities there. I just wanted to make sure we're thinking about that too.
Yeah, so another interesting thing is, I don't know how much you all are familiar with Maritime Prosperity Zones, which is an effort by the federal government. Many of you are shaking your heads, so I'm glad you know about it. It's an effort by the federal government to create tax incentives or tax areas that could enhance the ability to create specialized manufacturing and other support services that enhance our shipbuilding and submarine construction in the U.S. There's an effort across the region, and we've been working in collaboration with our partners, and that is part of this Tampa Bay Ocean Strategy work, to look at specifically Bayboro Harbor and the hub and everything adjacent to that as an opportunity to enhance those specialized manufacturing, specialized capabilities that support that infrastructure. We're not necessarily the greatest place for sub construction, candidly. We don't have the depth in the water and we don't have the expertise, but we are good at shipbuilding here. But even the next generation of shipbuilding. So if you all are familiar with Hattie, and I checked with Jay, I could say this. Jay Rogers leads Hattie, and as you know, Hattie started as a 3D printing company, predominantly focused on furniture construction. They have gotten into really interesting ship construction using 3D printed machines. And actually, Hattie is one of the partners we've been talking about. What would it look like for them to be part of the new expansion, bringing that kind of capability waterside? Because right now we help them with test and evaluation, candidly in the test pool that's at USF College of Marine Science, but also we've put their boat in the pool at USF because we needed a place to float it and make sure it floated. So those kinds of things are part of what we're thinking about too.
Testing the waters. I love
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
So that makes me think, or have we had conversations with St. Petersburg College and Pinellas Technical College as well?
Yes, for sure. St. Petersburg College and been working. They are participating deeply in the Innovation District. My main point of contact is Balinthia Berry, and I work closely with Balinthia on these. Less so with Pinellas Technical. We've touched base on different programs, but I think the opportunity exists and this is actually part of the ocean strategy work that we've been working on. One of the gaps in our workforce development are the certificate programs that particularly like in the ports operations or ship operations and things like that, where you need underwater welders, you need people who are longshoremen or folks that are equipped to manage these research vessels. And so that is an opportunity that I think we collectively have identified in the ocean strategy. We actually send a lot of students up to the Maritime Academy in the New England area for those kinds of training, and we're one of the biggest draws for that that program. So there's some opportunities, I think, to either look at collaboration through Pinellas Technical or through that program.
Yeah, big opportunities. Missing. And when you talk about those gaps, this is a great opportunity for us to help fill those gaps. So I look forward to connecting with Dr. Shedrick over at Pinellas Technical College, because I'm thinking about you have these specialized jobs that are going to require specialized training. Why not work with an education institution that can create the curriculum that's designed to meet your needs?
Yeah.
And so I love that. And then I'm just thinking about us as a city not really capitalizing on being a coastal community. You have so many training opportunities that we are missing. And like you said, not everybody's going to go to college, but we need to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have upward mobility. And these certificates, that's a pathway to get there. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to try to be brief. It's always good to see all of you also. Allison, thanks for bringing up maritime prosperity zones. I think a lot of times when people hear about that, they get the headline, which is like, they want to build more subs and ships faster. And then most people go, well, we're not going to build subs and ships. We don't want to build subs and ships. We want to build parts of subs and ships. And so I think it's really important. I think with this conversation, along with the Port Master Plan, I'm very happy that you brought that up. Thank you. I'm just going to take one of the things Councilmember Givens brought just one step further. And I'm sorry if it's in the HRNA backup. Is there an anticipated employment for the new building? How many jobs will be created in the new building?
We don't have a number of anticipated jobs.
Okay.
However, we do have an estimate of the square footage that tenants that are seeking either expansion or new space. And that exceeds the 52,000 square feet that's proposed. Not each one of those tenants would utilize that space the same way. So some of that would be the smaller, like private office clusters, which could maybe hold, it kind of depends, but let's say 4 to 6 offices, depending on how those are proposed, a piece for each suite. And then some of those larger bays, you could have full teams of 20 or 30 folks maybe rotating through there that are doing work. So it's hard for me to know what the exact translation to jobs would be.
Okay.
I don't know, Allison, Jason, if you want to add to that, but
I was just curious. Like,
No, I think it's a valid question, and we're having a lot of lessons learned, both in how bays are utilized and even lab space, how that's utilized, because I had an impression before we had the building, how many people you could get in there, and then the reality hit of, well, you run into each other a lot and things like that. But I think it's good. Also, the evolving nature of our in-office workers and how our tenants are all on different policies. Let me be on a remote work. So that's why we've, throughout the life of the hub, captured those primary, secondary, and occasional work, because that helps us see trends. Okay. And so I think we have some basis to give some estimates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then thank you for the data on current jobs, secondary. Do we have any data on median income?
No, but I can get it.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. And then just quickly on the lease, obviously, I think Jason and Allison, I've spoken to you both about this. I'm a big supporter of this. Any way we continue to work on the water, I think it's good for everybody. There's just so many applications to it. We could be here for days talking about them all, I think. But I did want to just quickly talk about the lease. I can understand Councilmember Fig Sanders' concern, but also this is what the charter called for. If we wanted to go past 5 years, then we go to the people. The people decide. I mean, it's like the largest vote ever. Dolly just got a 99-year lease, and so I think it's a fair question when we're talking about our waterfront. It's already being somewhat utilized. It's a parking lot, but it's really, this area is meant for economic development, and this is just bolstering it. And so I'm certainly supportive of that, and I'm ready to make a motion. I'll go ahead and request that legal draft a resolution for a 50-year lease for Hub 2.0 for the next November election. Do we need any other?
Sir, just to clarify, is that something you would want brought back to the committee?
Brought back here.
Or send it on up?
Brought back here, I think, is probably
Okay.
the process. I'm happy to hear others on that, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and say a couple things, and then we'll do another round.
Go ahead.
Quickly, because although, yes, we could talk about this for days, but we're out of time. So just quickly, Jason, I know the Downtown Partnership has really stepped up with time, energy, and funds to help get us to this point. And I do believe, and I want to recognize that it was the Downtown Partnership that funded the HRNA study, right?
We did, and this is consistent. You know, we're the entity that manages most people don't know this, but we actually manage where the U.S. Geologic Survey's offices are. I mean, we've had a long history, going back to the 80s, where our organization has been involved in these types of real estate transactions. So I don't know any about the science stuff, but I'm super interested in the real estate component of it.
Yeah. And you know, these are the kinds of things that the city funds for itself sometimes to do different kinds of studies. And so I wanted to recognize that you didn't have to do this. You could have asked James and his team or Rob and, for the money to do this, but you went ahead and just got it done. And it shows what a great partner you are. You put the partnership in Downtown Partnership. I wanted to just publicly thank you. And also, do you have an idea, maybe Christina can answer, but when everything will be done, and can we please have a copy?
Of course, yeah. Christine, I'm thinking within the next week or two, right? I mean, you're putting final touches on it. We were hoping to have it by today, but I want to make sure it's also done correctly and thoroughly. So can you give us a sense of timeline?
Yeah, we're drafting the feasibility study now. I'm targeting early February to get that to Jason and Allison. I think that's a realistic target. We're kind of just doing some sensitivity analysis at this point. And then Jason and Allison will all need some time to review. So I think the next 2 weeks sounds appropriate. I would anticipate something, where does that put us? The second week of February? Knowing that time is of the essence though too. I heard very clearly at the beginning of the conversation kind of where you're walking back to and when things need to be put in place. So you let me know if we need to speed that up, but I think that would be 2 weeks at the latest would work for HRNA's schedule.
Okay.
It will be a
thank you.
Valentine's Day gift on February 14th, and we will
Ah,
deliver to the city.
I feel loved already. Thank you. And then Allison with the median income info and any other information that's been requested.
Yes.
Or will be requested. If you guys can send that to us as you can. The next EWD meeting will be on February 26th. So I would like everyone to check to see if that works on your calendars. I would very much like, since we're bringing the draft, well, if it's voted, if we're bringing it back here, I want it at the next meeting, and that's the next one. And that is, it's at 8:30, so we're going to start it off with something great.
I want to give James some credit too. James has asked us for a pro forma to make sure the city really understands what y'all are getting into.
Right.
So you didn't ask for that. James asked for that, but we'll make sure you have a copy of that before the next meeting as well.
And we're
Okay.
cross-checking that on a couple sources right now.
Okay, great. And anyone who hasn't had a chance to tour the current hub and wants to see it, I'm sure Allison is open to that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was it. Really just that study. I'm very interested to see, like really the nice details about that. It's always good. Thank you all so much for everything. And so with that, Councilmember Vic Sanders.
Thank you, and I know we need to leave, and so I'm hearing everything, and again, I'm in support. Again, administration, are we okay? Because I'm not real versed in lease agreements. Are we okay with the 50-year lease as far as you're concerned?
I mean, generally, obviously, it would have to go through the referendum, and if the voters were to approve it, we understand that this type of deal requires a longer-term lease. I think part of why I wanted to see the pro forma is we want to understand and be able to be comfortable that they would be financially solvent for 50 years. And
Okay.
that the market would support it, but based on getting that information, generally, yes, we would be supportive.
Okay, sounds good, because I was going to make the motion, but I wanted to talk to you first, but the motion has already been on the floor, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay, excellent. Councilmember Gertis.
And just real quickly, even when it goes to referendum, assuming it passes, that lease is then negotiated and still comes back in front of us.
Right.
So there's still an opportunity
Okay.
for us to review it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The referendum would just be the opportunity to enter into that.
It gives us the okay to talk more than 5 years.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
So,
all right.
so I wanted to point that out, Councilman, because
Right.
that sounds like your concern is that, okay, we say we can go longer, let's make sure that pro forma is good. The economics could be different a year from now, and so I just wanted to make sure that we have this extra talking point too.
Just to clarify to your point as well on your motion, is that, are you focusing it just on where Hub 2 would go, or would you encompass the entire port property? So my only point on that is the port is only about 4 acres, and with the master plan coming forward, there's going to be opportunities for longer term leases all over the place too. So consider maybe taking the entire port to a longer term lease term for the entire property, or just the specific lot 3 where the Hub 2 would go. And I leave it all up to you. I'm just making that point.
If I may, this referendum is specifically for a lease with the Innovation District. It's very specific, which I think voters appreciate. And although that makes sense, and I would like to, at some point, have a larger conversation about our waterfront leases and the port, that might be part of the Port Master Plan thing. But Allison, do you have an interest in a lease for the entire port area?
I don't want to operate the port. But I know what David's saying. I mean, we're in concert. We've been talking
Because
about
you know, you're so great at everything else.
Well, the joke is I don't want to run a crane. That's the thing. So that's an example. We both know that we need a crane potentially for a lot of uses.
Even
and that's the
Allison
future.
Barlow knows her
I
limits.
do not want to run a
All right,
crane.
well, thank you. And let's talk about that bigger picture at some point. Okay, but for now, Councilmember Gertis, did you have, oh, I'm sorry.
No, he has
This
a
is with you.
Yeah, but no, I'm
You're done?
done. I'm done. I'm just
All
ready
right.
to vote, yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Excuse me.
Sir?
What's required to put this on the ballot is an ordinance, not a referendum.
Okay.
So I'm not going to bring you back a resolution that can do this.
Thank you.
Ordinance.
So I'll amend my motion for an ordinance rather than a resolution.
Okay. And then the other question I have is normally referendum ordinances of this type contain various conditions that are critical to the deal. Harborage was one, the neighbor that went to a referendum question. recently, and it talked about the scope, the duration, what had to be built. There was approval from the Coast Guard as to the plans. There was a deadline to execute, things like that. I'm assuming, based on the discussion, you'd like me to, in this ordinance that would come back, add some things, potentially placeholders based on what has presented here today? Is that the goal?
Yeah, I mean, this is my take on it, is that based on this presentation, I would then make, like, if we're going to talk about square footage and things like that, I'd make it a little smaller than the presentation, hoping that they would go above the minimum and give them some room. Because if something happened with height in the FAA, I wouldn't want that to be, then it be moot. And so I guess a little bit lower restrictions, so then this, at its best case scenario, could be built.
You mean lower minimums?
Correct.
We always try to build in flexibility whenever we draft anything, and that would be the advantage of coming back to something to committee, is you would see that, and it would give you an opportunity if you want.
That's
more
the discussion at the
flexibility.
next meeting.
That's the
Yeah.
discussion at the next meeting. Add things in, knock things out, tweak things.
I think you hit it on the head.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, like, because if you wanted me to come back with a lease for 50 years for that, like, it could be as simple as that, but I'm usually there.
No, there needs to be some triggers. Yeah, absolutely. Need to be some
Yeah.
triggers. You know,
We don't, because we don't want Allison to turn around and say, now I have a parking lot.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll mention real quick is the base for the port. This is actually on the chart, in the 1984 Charter Park and Waterfront map. This is actually a 10-year leasing referendum. So this is 5 would normally be the case for everything around it, but the default right now is at 10.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And just to be clear, yeah, I just learned that yesterday too. Just to be clear, this is, what this does encompass is the current hub building and the lot next to it. So that all of it goes to that lease terms, just for consistency. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
everyone.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. We are running over, and I was going to go over the referral list. If someone has a burning question or comment about the referral list, speak now. Otherwise, our next meeting is February 26th. We'll go over it then, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Christina. Thank you, Christina.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620, and I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's like, this makes complete sense.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz at downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
So, Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved. PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
We are here at a groundbreaking that's going to provide over 40 units for our residents to be able to provide shelter and a safe place for their families. We're adding to the housing stock. We're actually trying to uphold the commitment that the mayor has set for the city of St. Petersburg to provide more affordable housing units, and this is one of the great steps toward that accomplishment.
It's the second project with Habitat for Home Ownership and Multifamily here in the city of St. Petersburg, and it's at the southern end of the Deuces. So I think it's important as we see that transformation happening in the Deuces and in South St. Pete, that we have a project that folks that live here can afford, that 80% AMI and less, some as low as 30%, will be able to get into home ownership through the Great Habitat program right here on the Deuces.
Projects like this are important to the city because when you are creating housing and the opportunity to own the housing at 0% down with 0% interest, that is a tool in the financial universe that we call the unicorn. It doesn't exist. And so when we're able to create this with partners like Habitat for Humanity, you gotta celebrate it and you gotta let people know.
This moment represents more than just the start of construction. It's the beginning of new opportunities, stronger communities, and brighter futures. St. Petersburg is a city that thrives on diversity, resilience, and community spirit. Pelican Place will reflect those values. It will be a neighborhood where children can play safely, where families can grow, and where neighbors support one another.
Everything that we see being built will not be unaffordable. We will have an affordable base, and that's what the Housing Opportunities for All is focused on. This will remain a priority for our administration, and we know how important it is, and we're dedicated to it.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging, I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you decide. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it! When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
All right, so bringing to order the January 26, 2026 Community Benefits Advisory Council Standing Committee meeting. Want to welcome everyone and also move forward with introductions.
I'm Andrea Falvey, Economic Development Manager for the city.
James Corbett, City Development Administrator.
Anthony Chan, Economic Development Specialist.
Christina Bucia, City Attorney's Office.
McCall Dyer, City Attorney's Office.
Bruce Nissen.
Member.
Member.
Ruth Whitney, member.
Jason Mathis, member.
Esther Sani, member. Welcome, everybody. Moving to approve the December 17th meeting minutes. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you so much,
I
Jason.
have a change.
Okay.
Can I still do a change?
Yeah.
On the second page, underneath all the black print about CBA process, it says committee member Whitney asked for clarification to, and so forth. But I also requested that we have a speaker from the League of Women Voters. At that time, we were discussing possible
So you'd like to have that added?
I just add that I requested a speaker from the League of Women Voters on changing the process.
We can certainly make that change.
No, do you all approve?
I move approval with that noted change.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right, so it does move forward with that adjustment and change to reflect what committee member Ruth Whitney stated.
Chair, you just have to take a voice vote on that, so you just.
We
say
do need to take a
all in
voice vote.
favor.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I will
That
point
was
out,
unanimous.
Dr. Whitney, that there is a reference to that on the last page of the minutes. Not specifically the language that you referenced, but there is a mention of the proposal by the representative League of Women Voters. But we're happy to make the change that you requested.
It can be in
the
both
second
places.
page.
Maybe I didn't read far enough.
All righty, thank you so much. It has passed and moved forward. Now we have the CBA program proposed changes.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to just step through the packet that we sent out on Thursday. Had a memo kind of overviewing the changes that we proposed based on the feedback that we got from you all at our last meeting in December, and then the correspondence that we received from Vice Chair Mathis over the holiday season. So everything is included in the packet. I will note, I had mentioned it before Mr. Nissen stepped in, that as we step through the red line version of the city code dealing with the community benefit program, we had neglected to put some page numbers on there in the packet that got emailed. So if the packet that Mr. Chan left at your desk, if you could reference that, that'll help us as we step through it. So, and again, we'll walk through everything here with the PowerPoint. So the first feedback that we'd received from you all last year and from Vice Chair Mathis is the composition, or changing the composition of the CBA standing and project committees. So we'll go ahead and go forward. So again, based on your feedback, this is what we are proposing. So as you all know, the standing committee right now consists of 4 members, the ones here in this room, 2 appointed by the mayor, then 2 appointed by city council. And all members must be from separate city council districts and complete financial form 1. So the proposal and proposed changes in front is we would increase that to 6 members, 3 members appointed by the mayor and 3 members appointed by city council. And that we would add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals with expertise in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency. And then stepping forward to the proposed changes for the project committee. So again, different from the standing committee, the members of the project committee must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius, and they also too must complete financial form 1. So right now, as you all are aware, the project committee consists of the 4 standing committee members, 2 ad hoc members appointed by the mayor, 2 ad hoc members appointed by city council, and 1 city council member appointed by city council. So the proposed changes to the project committee, we would still be keeping it at 9 members, but of course it would include the 6 standing committee members that we explored on the previous slide. 1 of the ad hoc members would be appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then the 1 city council member would remain, and they would still be appointed by city council. I'm going to pause here before we step through the changes to the city code, just to get any feedback from the committee, and if this is capturing what you all requested, or just to take a pause before we step through the process changes.
So I'll mention my rationale for that. It seemed like a pretty arduous process to have half the committee step on for every different project that we have. And so there's a lot of information that we have, the 4 of us have, because we've been through this once already. And replacing half the committee with brand new people every time is pretty tricky. I also think it's helpful to have, so Bruce is a great example. I don't know a lot about unions or union laws or apprenticeship programs. Having Bruce's expertise is really helpful. So I would like to suggest that professional expertise gets considered as one of the things when we're contemplating who's on the committee. It doesn't have to be the only requirement, obviously, but people who have some expertise in sustainability. Affordable housing is something we spend a lot of time talking about, and I don't know if anyone on the committee now is an affordable housing expert. But if you had somebody like Scott McDonald from Blue Sky, or Sean King from Habitat for Humanity, or somebody like that on the committee, they'd help us know sort of, yeah, that's reasonable, or this is the way that it works, or this is why you could ask this for a developer, or we're not asking enough. This is a much more appropriate ask. So those are the changes that I had suggested, is beefing up the standing committee a little bit so that half the committee isn't brand new. And then adding some professional expertise to the list of criteria that the mayor and city council would look to as they're making their recommendations. And it's really just a suggestion. They can appoint whoever they want, but that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Any other feedback before we step through the process changes?
Are we going to vote on this? Is this?
We can.
So I was going to wait for all the feedback, but I do think that we should vote on each one separately as opposed to grouping them together.
This is one we would recommend, but the city council would be the ones that would approve this. So we could say, yeah, we think this is a good idea, or.
Well, we should make a recommendation.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and I did want to take a pause, and I'm gonna ask legal to step in and correct me if I misspeak. So, changes to the standing and project committee would necessitate a change to the resolution. However, what we're about to step through would be a full ordinance change. So I don't know if Attorney Dyer or Attorney Busias can just provide a little bit of guidance on the timeline for that change.
Sure. So the resolution to change the makeup of the committee, that could go to city council more quickly than the ordinance change would happen. The ordinance requires a first reading and a public hearing to change the city code. And you're correct, your motion would be in the form of a recommendation to city council.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, so we are talking about this. Could I ask the question? Somebody told me that we change in March on this committee.
Correct. So the terms of you, Dr. Whitney, and Mr. Nissen are expiring in March. So that would be, if we made no changes, your terms would still expire. So city council will be opening up, it's my understanding they'll be opening up a new application portal to take applications for the 2 new members. But depending on how, again, how quickly all of this changes, we may be changing the composition of the standing committee, period. But your terms are expired. So will be expiring, sorry.
Yeah, but could you send out some things on timeline and when applications should be in for people? And
Absolutely. So our colleagues at the city council's office are handling that process, because you 2 were both appointed by city council. You weren't mayoral appointments. So they will be sending out communication on when the application portal will open and what will be required when folks come into it.
And these 2 are longer because the mayor appointed them for 1 year?
Correct. So I'd have to go back and look. I believe that they just got reappointed, and so their terms won't expire until 2028.
Oh, you all got reappointed? Great.
Congratulations. I don't know if it's a quibble or if it really matters too much, but it says here, add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee. I'd feel a little better if that said add member expertise preference.
Recommendations or something?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Or included in the consideration, that's something.
Yeah, something like that, because an absolute requirement, you cut out an awful lot of people there might be people who follow this very closely, but nothing in their resume shows that they should have special expertise or things of that sort. So that's my only little quibble.
Well, and we're called the Community Benefits Advisory. We want community people to do that advising.
Of course.
So they may not, have any of these, and they might be an excellent person who can contact a lot of the community and get a lot of feedback from all different types of groups.
So we can absolutely, you could have the recommendation reflect that it would be part of the consideration, or we could ask as part of the application process for them just to provide some elucidation on what their expertise might be, but it wouldn't necessarily be disqualifying for them if they didn't have it.
I like that.
But you got to be sure how you state it, because once it's stated expertise, they may think, oh, I really don't have that. And it's community benefits. It's being able to, we're supposed to represent, as I understand it, the community and what they want and need.
Absolutely. We can strike the word expertise and we can say background, or we can just ask them to provide a narrative that maybe touches on their experience with one of those topic areas, just so we know and we can make a best effort in filling out a committee where folks do have some knowledge on these different things. And so we'd be happy to do it that way if that's a committee's wish.
I would support that. I also think that really this is our recommendation, so that, they can appoint whoever they want, but we can just say it'd be helpful to have people who have some area of expertise or some background, in addition to representing the community, that can speak about some of the very complex issues that we're talking about.
Well, there's no reason they can't apply.
Yeah, of course.
I'm worried about the people who don't have the expertise, but who really care about this city and, want to be part of this. And in fact, is a notice going to go out when, to the community about that there's 2 seats coming up? Could be open.
Well, so for the 2 posts that are expiring next month, unless this got changed before then, which it could be, then we would have to operate under the old process. But if this, if you all voted to make the recommendation and we took it to City Council and they approved it, then we could change what the application looked like. We can change the consideration. But right now, your 2 seats, as it stands right now, would be filled, under the old requirement. It wouldn't be reflective unless City Council voted to make the change.
Well, I really think it needs to be rephrased, and could it come back to us at, I don't know how soon our next meeting would be, so that we see the real words, or mailed out to us?
Or we could just decide on what we want the words to be right now.
That would make more sense. I think
Okay.
ensure it goes before City Council.
So, Bruce, you had suggested striking requirement to something that was like recommendation or consideration?
Or preference, or something like that,
I have trouble with the word expertise. If you said something after you...
Maybe an interest in?
Expertise, welcome but not required, or something, in these issues.
Okay.
How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So just another sentence that says expertise.
Welcome but not required. And if do you want to list, do we want to
Expertise
think the list
preference,
should be there?
welcome but not required.
Yeah, that's good. Preference.
Expertise preference, welcome but not required. To ensure that the standing committee is represented by a mission aligned, etc. ...
Yeah.
So I've captured that language, and if you'd like to make.
What do you think?
What are you asking me?
Well, how do you think it should say, what it should say?
Well, I just don't like, I just think the word requirement should not be there, and it should be something like a preference for people who, have knowledge of or.
Well, I like the welcome expertise welcome but not required.
Not required. I like that too.
So I would move that we make that change to say add member expertise preference to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals. Let's say, and maybe instead of expertise, is that word too strong also, Bruce? Do you want to water that down
Member
a bit?
expertise, preference,
with interest
welcome. Welcome but not required.
Yeah, involvement or interest is, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I'm very embedded in the labor movement and I try to play a role representing the labor movement, and I think the labor movement needs to be represented in issues like this very, very definitely. And I can just tell you, I think almost everybody in the labor movement would look at this saying, I don't have any expertise in real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce or sustainability, or I don't have those things. So therefore, I'm kind of cut out here. And yet I think they should very definitely be part of this. So that's where I'm coming
So
Mm-hmm.
from.
would you want it added, or is it being too specific to try and spell it all out?
I think that was where, I'm assuming that's where the workforce equity was trying to get to.
Yeah, but that's very, very foreign word to Central Labor Council, I'll tell you that. It's not a word that I ever hear in a CLC meeting, ever.
You know, it's, and legal, please correct me, I mean, we do not necessarily have to codify this information in a resolution, right? It could just be that we ask it as part of the application process, and then so we don't necessarily have to codify this language in the resolution at the same time that we, again, committee's preference. I mean, if we go forward to recommend these changes to the standing and project committee, this topic of adding in standing committee members that have expertise, we don't necessarily have to codify that. We could just have that reflective in the application.
That works.
And then we can, when it goes before council, as part of the backup, we can say these folks that are being nominated, we can share a little bit about their experience.
That's great. I think that's better.
Again, that's an option. I'm not.
Yeah.
Can I reread it a different way, and because I think that it does need to be listed, or we're going to find ourselves back in a space of the why it isn't. So, add member expertise preference welcomed but not required to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
And Bruce, if we change workforce equity to something like...
You could leave that in there, but maybe add labor.
Yeah, labor.
Just add labor.
Just the word labor
Instead of workforce equity?
is more familiar. I think leave it in also.
Okay, so add, affordable housing, business, labor,
Yeah.
workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Yeah, that
How
works.
about adding community involvement, or some other phrase? Because that's, I mean, again, I'm going to say it, that.
Well, I think that the
this is-
mission-aligned advocates might encapsulate the folks that you're speaking to, Dr.
Who?
Whitney. So in the language, it says mission-aligned advocates, so that would be folks who are aligned with the mission of the community benefit program.
That does say that, but you're spelling out these other things.
Okay, so
fine.
here's another maybe suggestion. Add member expertise, preference welcomed but not required to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, labor, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
I move that we adopt what Esther said as a recommendation.
So, and also, Madam Chair, would you like to vote on changes to the composition and the number of the committee members? Is that going to be a separate motion, or are we trying to encapsulate it all in one motion?
I think we can encapsulate it all for the standing committee and then do a capsulation on the project
Okay,
committee
great.
separate.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Do we need a second?
Oh,
Yeah, we need second.
Bruce? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Move forward. All right, So next up, we have the project committee. So moving from, still remaining at 9 members, but moving from 4 standing to the 6, which we just, no, sorry.
So this would be, just to reorientate you, so since we just made that recommendation
Yes.
to change the standing committee, so that would mean that the project committee would stay at 9, we'd have the 6 standing, and then the rest of the flow would be very similar. It'd be 1 ad hoc member appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then 1 city council member appointed by city council itself. And then currently, as it stands, these ad hoc project committee members must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius. So we are not proposing to change that. So these ad hoc members would still have to meet that criteria.
All right, entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moves forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so now we'll go ahead and step through changes that, again, it would require an ordinance change. So this is based on the feedback from that the standing committee gave us at the end of last year, that the CBA program would benefit from incorporating an earlier activation timeframe to facilitate collaboration and engagement among the CBAC, the broader St. Petersburg community, and the development team. So I will draw your attention to our colleagues over in legal were so kind to provide us a red line version of the portion of the city code that deals with the community benefit program. You'll find that in your packet, and you'll see page 1 here highlighted at the bottom. So we'll just step through some of the main points that it addresses, and then again, of course, we'll have some time at the end to make for discussion. So when we were exploring this idea of activating the CBAC a little bit earlier, what we wrestled with is that the issuance of the Community Benefit Impact Report was the trigger for the program. And that Community Benefit Impact Report was the result of negotiation between the developer of a project and the city. So we really wanted to explore, okay, what would then be the trigger? You know, what could we then identify, because in order for it to be subject to this program, there has to be a city participation value that's determined. So with the assistance of the attorneys, and I want to thank them for their creative thinking in approaching this, this concept of a proposed covered project. So a proposed covered project means a project for which the city has selected a developer. So there's been an RFP or a request for alternative proposals, and the city participation in the development is proposed by the developer and under evaluation by the city, so still under negotiation. But the city reasonably anticipates that the city participation value will meet or exceed the minimum threshold for a covered project, even though the actual city participation value and tier designation has not been determined. So you can see that language towards the bottom of page 2 in the city code. So you'll see that the definition for community benefit impact report has been struck out, and then you can see this new language inserted there on page 2.
Thank you, staff and city attorneys, for creatively finding a solution.
So then we'll go ahead and keep stepping through. So then, of course, we've identified now what this new trigger will be, and we've defined it, this possibility of a proposed covered project. And then that would mean that there are modifications to, you'll see that the streamlined process, very much remains the same if the developer elects to go through it. That's formulated here, but then it does necessitate changes to the standard process. So you'll see that highlighted at the bottom of page 5, the red line version. So if you look at on page 5. So, and I'll step you through it here. You'll see it up on.
Andrea, I apologize. Do you want to talk about any of the other red line changes on 3 or 4 before going to 5? I think they're probably just technical changes, like making things simpler, but I just wanted to make sure.
Sure. So I believe they are technical changes. I don't know if.
Like using the word which instead of in its sole and absolute discretion prior to commencing action pursuant to this article.
I don't know if Attorney Busias maybe can provide some guidance on
Sure,
some of
yes,
this
that
language.
one, the total construction cost language was not a substantive change. At the end of page 3, at the bottom of page 3, we struck through the language there that said, that had the triggering event as the community benefit impact report. So now it starts with, upon selection of a developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, now this process begins, so.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Wait, going back to the first page 2, you're eliminating, why is that being eliminated?
I'm sorry, what, Dr. Whitney?
Community benefits impact report.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead? Or
No, you can please.
Okay, so the triggering event originally, after the submission of the community benefit impact report, that was originally the triggering event, as Andrea explained.
Triggering for what? For
triggering the process.
To start the CBA process.
Start the CBA process, yeah. Now, instead of the report being the triggering event, we've added in this concept of the proposed covered project. And upon selection of the developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, at that point then does the process begin. So there was no need anymore for the community impact report.
So we're starting, we're starting a lot sooner in the process.
Yeah, oh, that's better.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and just walk through kind of, again, we wanted to change, the spirit of the conversation from December was to change the standard process so that we would get involvement from the CBAC and from the community a little bit earlier. So you'll see that those changes redlined here starting at the bottom of page 5. So we will establish the Community Benefit Advisory Council, again, this project committee for a covered project or the proposed covered project. And after the developer's selection and prior to determination of the city participation value, the developer must meet with the CBAC. And the purpose of this meeting is for the developer to present the proposed project concept, the developer's request for city participation, and the developer's proposed community benefits, and to receive input from the CBAC regarding community priorities, concerns, and desired community benefits.
Now, are they going to present, the other was a report. This sounds like they're just going to present it at a meeting. That's a big difference.
Correct.
Which I think
That's what we
think
wanted.
is better because that allows us to inform as opposed to them telling us what they're going to do. So the way I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they're meeting with us, and in essence, their question is, what does the community need? And we then, with feedback from the community, will say, well, these are the pieces that we need to see. Then they will then come back with what they now are saying is their proposal.
Correct.
Or their
And it'll help inform the negotiations between the city and the developer. So we wanted, and I think that was the spirit of the conversation we had in December, is involving the CBAC earlier to get, again, this feedback of the project committee. And then you'll see that in the next step is to conduct a public meeting. So these are things that in the process we currently have happened after the negotiations that the city did with the developer. So we're proposing that they meet with the CBAC and the community to help inform those negotiations so that the city knows what the community wants and they can include that.
Will there ever be a report to us of what those, having a piece of paper and studying it over time, of what the changes that what they're going to do to give us benefits is different than hearing it twice at 2 different meetings.
Okay, let's.
The report got eliminated. So all I'm hearing is that then we're going to talk to the developer. One, they come to us, and then 2, they come to the city. To the community. And that's it?
So we'll go and step through the rest of the process, and I think what the issue that you're bringing up, Dr. Whitney, will be resolved as we step through it. But
okay.
we'll just keep kind of stepping through these changes. So then, like I said, the next step would be to conduct a public meeting to seek input from the surrounding neighborhoods and community on the community benefits being proposed for the covered project or proposed covered project. And then the next step, the city participation value.
Where are you now? 6?
Okay, so I'm at 6 towards the top. The city participation value will be determined. If the city participation value does not meet the minimum threshold for a covered project, the city will terminate the standard process for the proposed covered project, and no community benefit agreement is required. So again, if that city participation value is determined to not meet one of the tiers, then the process would terminate. The city and developer shall negotiate and generate a non-binding term sheet that at a minimum must include a description of the covered project and the community benefits from those benefits for the applicable project tier set forth in the guidance document or alternative community benefits. And then again, the city shall seek input on the term sheet from the CBAC at a public meeting. So again, that term sheet will come back to the CBAC.
So that's the term sheet in writing and.
Correct.
And there'll be time to discuss it?
Correct, absolutely.
I mean,
So that will come back to you.
Where they're coming back at least 3 to 4.
I think they're coming back.
I think they're coming back to us at least 5 different times. I mean, 2 initially, and then an additional, what looks like 3 more times to go back and forth to make sure all of the thresholds that we've stated that we want to see are being met.
Correct. So,
But what's important to me is the written statement, because if they just talk to us.
right, so that, and you'll see that will be coming back to you with the term sheet, and then again, back to you with the community benefit agreement. So all of the engagement that you all had under the current process, none of that is going away. We're simply adding to it and, having you all come in a little bit earlier to help inform those negotiations and what the developer might offer in terms of community benefits.
Well, I think one of the complaints that I had about the last process we went through is you all had done a lot of work with the Heinz Ray's team and presented us with a document that was pretty heavily negotiated already, and that was the way the process said to do it. But then I think it was frustrating for the public to come in and say, we want to see this and this and this and this, and we would say, well, what about this, what about this? And it's like, well, this is what we negotiated. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk in advance and say, hey, here's what we'd like to see as you're going into your negotiations. You still come back to us, but we have a chance at the start. That's the only change, is we get a chance at the start to say, we think these are the important elements to include.
But if you have no idea what they're planning to include.
Well, I think the initial thing is priorities. Like we say, these are the things that we think are the most important. This is what the community cares about on this site. And the developer might be planning to include stuff that nobody cares about. So don't worry about that. And they might be planning to, or not planning to do some stuff that people really care about that they don't know. So I think it's really just facilitating the communication to make sure we say, these are the values we have, these are the priorities we want to see, and then they don't have to worry about stuff that nobody cares about.
And Dr. Whitney, if you do go to the bottom of page 5, at that first meeting, the developer will present the proposed project concept, their request for city participation, and their proposed community benefits. So those community benefits that they are already envisioning, they'll present that. And then, again, they'll look for input from the committee on, what else could they do? Could they do something different? Does the community request something different? So they'll already come with some of that conceptualized to that meeting.
Well, I'm sure they tried to send me an email, but I never got it. So I didn't have a chance to read this in advance.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm sorry about that, but I would have read it in advance.
It's no problem at all. That's why we're here.
Printed paper is where you can really evaluate something. What people say is often quite different than what ends up on the paper.
So that, and I'll let the attorneys weigh in. Did I miss anything, ladies, or anything you'd like to add? Could you just provide a little bit of guidance on the ordinance change and what the timeline for that is? That would be helpful.
Sure. So an ordinance, I think as was mentioned, requires a first reading and a public hearing, and there's advertising requirements pursuant to state law that the city has to comply with. So this, you could, if you're satisfied with, the draft, you could, move a recommendation that these changes be considered. And then obviously, it would ultimately be administration moving this forward on your behalf to city council at a future meeting.
So for me, right, I'm always curious about timelines, right? So theoretically, and I know that I'm saying theoretically because nothing is in concrete. If this committee says, yes, we like this, what is a theoretical time frame of moving this from recommendation of a yes to now an ordinance that we will govern all new activated projects through?
So the city council meets, their substantive business meetings are usually the first and the third Thursdays of every month. There's, unfortunately, like March is a month where they have a unique meeting schedule with spring break and other events on the council calendar. But the agenda for the March 5th has already been, distributed. So ultimately, it's the administration receiving feedback. Sometimes council wants to have a discussion of ordinance changes in a committee meeting, which is another step before they can go to council. So that's something that, council may want to do, is have a discussion of these changes before it actually is presented to them at a formal meeting. So that could be an extra step in the process. But from our perspective, we would have to get direction. You provide your recommendation, we get direction from administration. We just have to put this in ordinance format that's not an ordinance format, and then, ultimately work with administration on the timeline. So I think, Andrea, y'all are going to have to be, kind of like, what's your best case scenario and worst case scenario?
Administration is in support of these changes. So if we got a recommendation from you all tonight, we would start working on implementing these changes. And we would also, obviously, of course, with the projects that we have in front of us, we would work to change the ordinance and change the process before any new projects came forward. But then we could, of course, articulate to any kind of projects in the immediate future that we are changing this and there is an ordinance before city council. And if you could please make a good faith effort to step through this new process, that's always an option for us as well. But again, administration is in support. Administrator Corbett's here with me, so if we get the recommendation, we can start moving on getting the ordinance changed.
Right. For me, I feel this conversation and these pieces that we've talked about was triggered by the current project that's coming before us. And I think for me, just speaking for me, this is the most important in this moment, not future projects. It's very important for future projects, but for me, it's this project. And so I would like to formally just go on the record to say that I think that there needs to be an urgency behind moving this forward. I appreciate the intention of bringing a developer to this body before anything is negotiated with city. I appreciate there being a piece where after the community speaks, after this body speaks, there will be negotiation, but it's non-binding. I appreciate that verbiage, so thank you for that. And then I appreciate that you're then going to come back before this body 3 times after that. To me, that's important. That's a real intentional, intentional steps to make sure that the community has a voice. And then it's on us as community members to ensure that in that initial meeting and subsequent meetings that the community shows up, because that's who is going to inform the process. So with that, I guess we move for a motion. Any other questions,
If there's
thoughts?
other comments? If there's no other comments, I would move approval.
Okay. Do we have a second?
You got a second?
I'll second. It's a small committee.
Thank you.
You get to get a lot of action.
It's real tight.
So I'll be the second.
It was real tight. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, it does move forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
There was one no.
Sorry?
Oh, you're abstaining?
Yeah.
Are you saying no?
I'll abstain, because I didn't get time to read it properly.
All right, so,
I mean,
with one abstain.
I don't know how much, where they're really going to tell us what they're going to do in writing. They can tell us all the words they want in a presentation, and that's a whole different couple. And I just can't support until I see it, where that comes in.
I respect that.
So are you a no or an abstain? You're an abstain?
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
All right, one abstain.
We'll let the record reflect that.
Okay. All righty.
Madam Chair, I do believe we have a public.
Yes.
Yes. I have one public comment, unless someone else would like to do a public comment.
So, and public comment is available at all city council meetings. So, obviously, if you're interested in the timeline for this, you can, keep in touch with Andrea and she can let you know. But there is public comment at every city council meeting, including for ordinance changes.
I think
that everybody at this particular table is quite familiar with the 3 minutes that we are given. So yes, and I will utilize those 3 minutes in particular to express the urgent need for this to move forward. All right, so we do have one public comment. Ms. Robin DeVito? Davido.
Right here. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll keep time.
Yeah.
You got it, Tony.
And I know I said your name is Robin, but can you
Davido.
please say your name again?
Davido. Thank you. Madam Chair and committee, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to comment briefly on Mr. Mathis's comment tonight, which was he would like you to have a chance at the start, and I couldn't agree more. I'm also here on the behalf of the League of Women Voters of the St. Petersburg area. However, we believe that the start is not after a developer is selected. We believe the start is a master plan. We believe that there is a master plan. It was written in 2018, and it is a foundation for what should be done on this property. It needs to be updated, but there's had lots of community input, and we think this is the way to go. And the reason we think this is because we've studied many other cities that have developed CRA properties. And in order to control what's built there, how it's built, how long the affordable housing stays affordable, how much renewable energy is built in, what kind of sustainability is put there. There's only one way to accomplish that, and that is through controlling the land. And many of these projects have kept ownership of the land and then leased some or all of it. So we believe that a master plan should come first for the gas plant property. We believe that after that, the city council should adopt zoning and other building standards. And then, and only then, should a developer be brought in. In that way, the benefit is 100% to the community. And that is the successful way to develop CRA property. We also believe that the I-175 study should be part of this plan. We believe that that was a terrible barrier that was put up to divide our community, and we think that should be examined. I've given you a handout on community land trust, which you can read at your leisure. But we believe that community land trust can be used for not only residential land, but businesses. And it helps small businesses compete, and it keeps affordable housing affordable, not for 15 years, not for 30 years, but forever, or as long as the city deems that it's needed. We think that employers are going to benefit because community land trust allows the houses to be more affordable, therefore allowing workforce employees to live near their work. And we know that there's a concern about developing the gas plant will result in gentrification. Community land trusts are the best way to prevent that. We believe that after the master plan is completed and after the zoning is adopted, then the city can make the decision to subdivide the property and sell or lease different parts. Why is that important? It's important because the value of this land will go up every year for the next 30 years. If we sell this land to a developer now, we lose that value.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Roberts.
much. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Can we ask that her time be extended for a couple more minutes to hear the rest of what she had to say?
Or could we talk to her informally afterwards? It's a small enough group. Rob and I
Yes,
had a
that's
great.
fine.
Rob and I had a great conversation already. I like a lot of what Robin has to say.
Thank you. I'll stay after if you like.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. New business? None? All right. And so with that, we move to adjourn.
So moved.
Agreed. Everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay warm.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. Information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's what is really cool. It feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working for the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those roaring 20s, and part of the roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted
to tax themselves to save sunken gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. At this time, we will stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the CPAC members. From my right, I'm David Russell, the chairman.
Deirdre Crudup. Terry Valier.
Ray Petty.
Greg Baumgartner.
Nicolette Love. Kelly Hustedy.
Okay, open remarks. This is some house cleaning we got to do, or just some house rules. Welcome to the St. Petersburg Police Department Civilian Policy Advisory Committee meeting held quarterly, excluding holidays and other changes to the schedule at 6 p.m. These meetings are held to review, discuss, and make recommendations for the provided St. Petersburg Police Department policies and procedures. The purpose of the Civilian Police Advisory Committee is to review and analyze the St. Petersburg Police Department policies and procedures from a civilian perspective. Through its review, the committee will determine if there would be any recommendation provided to the Chief of Police for consideration. In order to facilitate this committee in its efforts to conduct its business, we ask that you observe the following rules. Rules 1 to 5. Number 1, if you are speaking under the public comment section of the agenda, please observe the time limits indicated. 2, please do not address committee members or other panelists from your seat. If asked by the chairperson to speak, please do so from the podium. Placards and posters are not permitted at the meeting. Please do not pass notes to CPA members or panelists during the meeting. Please be courteous to other members of the audience by keeping the side of conversation to a minimum. Okay, we'll go down to the public. You must sign the public comment sheet and fill out the yellow cards with the record official prior to the meeting. If you wish to address the Civilian Police Advisory Committee about the subject within the committee area, you are responsible. If you see, there's the cards right there on the table right there, if you got them right there. Speaker will be called to address the chair in order to which they sign the public comment sheet. Comments are limited to the issues under discussion. Citizens will be given only 5 minutes to state their position, make comments, or ask questions. The nature of the speaker comments will be determine the manner of which the response will be provided. The response will be provided by the chair or the CPAC liaison and may be in the form of a letter or a follow-up phone call, depending on the request. At this time, I move to discuss the policy review on less than lethal and lethal and less than lethal policies.
I second that.
All right. All right. 1, okay, were the St. Petersburg Police Department policies General Order 111-43 lethal and less lethal weapon policy outlined in the review material to my left?
Yes, the policy was fully outlined in the review material.
I agree.
I agree as well. I mean, it's just right there. It's right there. It's just like being a law enforcement officer in my time, reading the policy and procedures. It's like reading the Bible. You got to know the word. You know the word, it's going to save you. But you got to read it slow, so you can interpret it. So I agree.
Yep, I agree as well. It was thoroughly written. You can follow line by line that the policies are in place.
I also agree. I think that it defines a clear use of force continuum from verbal commands to deadly force.
Yes. I agree.
I agree, but I have a comment.
Sure.
At the bottom of the policy, there's parts of the policy that have a gray highlight over them.
Yes, sir.
And in the bottom, it says revisions or additions are highlighted. Other policy groups that I've worked on will, have a line through what's being stricken, or it'll indicate what the changes or additions are. And with this, I can't really tell if it's a revision or an addition or what. And then sometimes it'll say the date that it was proposed or changed and why. And I find that helpful in policies, like if changes are being made, like why is the change being made, and who is it being made by? Because the police department's a large place. I don't know who would be responsible. Is that done? Is that kept in the department's computer somehow? Or
good evening. My name is Cody DeLoach. I'm a detective in the Office of Professional Standards, and I'm the advisory committee liaison. Thank you for your comment and question. The revisions that you see, wherever you see that it's highlighted or in gray, that is where the revisions are made. And if you look at your policy, if you have it in front of you, there's a date at the very bottom, like a footer. And it'll give you the date. That's going to be the date that it was amended or there was a revision made to the policy. And as far as archives, I'm not sure. I would have to get back with you on that question. Our accreditation standards supervisor is going to be able to answer that question for you. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to answer that. I don't know if we have the archive somewhere, if the revision's made, if there's a like a retention period for previous policies.
And is there any indication usually why it's being revised or addendum made?
Again, I'm not going to have that answer for you. So I don't know if this is an update to from the accreditation standards, from the national or international accreditation standards from CALIA, or the state commission for accreditation. Okay. But those are cited and referenced in the top of the policy. Again, I'm not going to be able to answer that. I'll have to get back with you on that. Okay?
I have a question. In reading it, I wasn't quite sure. Do you have a procedure for when they put the arm around the neck to cut off the carotid arteries?
Yes, sir, Mr. Petty, there is. It's under the use of force policy. We previously, on our last meeting, that is detailed in our use of force policy, deadly force.
Do you realize how serious that is?
Yes, sir. Again, that's detailed in our use of force policy that we previously reviewed.
I was with the Connecticut State Police, and the sergeant asked me to do that on him just to demonstrate, and in a matter of seconds he was out cold and took a while to recover. It's a very, very, very strong technique.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Specified in what ways the supporting documents did or did not assist your review of the policy, pursuit policy.
It says pursuit, but I think it's
Yeah, that was a cut and paste. The policy from my left.
I appreciate this supporting documentation that is provided because it is very easy when the policy that we're reviewing at the time, and then they have that documentation there to go back and read the use of force, the weapons, things like that. So I think it's very helpful to have that. It really kind of ties everything together and gives you the big picture of kind of all of the policies, but also specific to that one that we're reviewing at the time.
Thank you for the insight.
That was similar to my answer. I mean, because it's not a lot to add, but again, like you said, just to mirror that, everything was packaged together, and it gives you the, not only the information that you need to support it, but while you're out in the fields, but it gives you something, like you said, like a Bible to refer back to, and everything just pretty much goes in line with the supplements as well as the general order. So I have no problems with it.
I agree 100%.
Yep, I agree as well.
Yes, supporting documentation did assist.
It's very, very well written.
Yeah, I agree. Just with the point that I made before, like looking at the civil disturbances policy, and I just wonder, I'm sure legal looks at it, but it talks about that if there's a civil disturbance, there's no gun sales, there's no ammunition sales, that open carry is prohibited. But then, from what I understand, open carry is legal and a right of citizens. So can the city suspend state legislation? I'm just wondering.
So for the policy you're referring to, and just for the record, the civil disturbances policy is cross-referenced in the lethal and less lethal weapons policy as a cross-reference because it's cited in the policy that you reviewed. But what that's referring to is going to be like state of emergency that's declared through the state.
Oh, I thought, well, it also says that it can be declared by the mayor or the chief.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
And then there was another point in it where it said, or a commissioner. And I just saw somebody on Facebook a few days ago saying, you can call me commissioner or whatever. And it's just because they're on one of the city's commissions. So it might need to be defined what commissioner means. Just because somebody's on a city commission doesn't make them a commissioner.
Yeah, I see your perspective. But as far as the policy for lethal and less lethal weapons, the other materials that were provided, the cross-reference general orders, is just to help as you're reading through the policy that's being reviewed at hand, when it references or cites things in the policy, so you're not left guessing what that means. Give you more clarity.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. Were you able to thoroughly investigate the policy in light of the material provided? Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
Yes, I was.
Yes, and again, I think it goes to the way that the policy is presented. It's very clear, it's very well organized, and again, having them reference, different Florida statutes or supporting documentation, it makes it very easy to review.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very good. Are there any additional comments anyone wish to make regarding this policy review?
I don't have any additional comments.
I don't have any.
No comments.
No additional comments.
I think that it's been very well revised, and it's not the first draft that we've seen. It's many, many years of changes and inputs from various parts of your department. I think it's very well done.
Thank you, sir.
And of course, I've got to make a comment.
No, go ahead. That's what it's for.
I just feel like I'm talking too much, but
That's what it's for.
I didn't see anything in here about drones. And, I've seen FBI reports, everything, that drones are an oncoming threat. Obviously they're used in other countries. But the use of force against drones, there's FAA regulations, like you can't shoot drones down. I mean, we've got the taller buildings, so if there was a drone in downtown St. Pete, if somebody deployed a shotgun to shoot that, I mean, the shot's gonna go somewhere. So is there a policy against drones, or say in a civil disturbance, are drones outlawed because you don't know if it's a good drone or a bad drone?
We have a drone policy for the police department, and the drones that are utilized are not classified as a weapon, so that's why it was not revised or included with the oncoming drones that are utilized, and the lethal and less lethal weapons policy.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
I mean, it's use of force, and I agree it's been against people, force against people or to, in that circumstance. But what about the use of force against a drone? Is there a policy about that?
So if there was anything, that would be on state statute, on a statutory level, but for the police department. What you're asking is, are you, just to clarify, are you asking, is there anything in our policy that prohibits us from using force on a drone?
Or like provides officers with guidance, like do you hit it with a shotgun, or like does a SWAT team need to deploy, or like what do you do?
We haven't encountered that, sir, to my recollection, Mr. Baumgartner. And again, we do have a drone policy, but that's for the drones that we utilize at the police department.
Okay, I just wondered if that's going to be looked at. Like, unfortunately, it's an increasing threat.
But you're using a drone for surveillance. You're not using it specifically as a weapon, but just for surveillance, to oversee something, to look at something.
Yeah, the drones are utilized in many different capacities, but obtaining surveillance, yes, sir, and to map out crime scenes as well.
Right. My point is, though, if you have a drone that's attacking, do we have a policy like what you do about disabling that drone?
Again, I don't have that. I don't have that answer for you, Mr. Baumgartner. Unfortunately, again, I can get back with you on that, but to my knowledge, there's not a policy for that.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But with the drone, I'm gonna hit this one more time. With the drone, they're not really loud. You a lot of times you wouldn't even know if they're there. They're real quiet.
Right.
They're real quiet. You will know if they're even there.
Right.
When they're there. And as stated, it is mainly used for surveillance or whatnot, when they survey an area or whatnot. So, and I would make one more comment. When it comes down to policies, I always would say they are there to help you and they are there to convict you.
No.
If you're doing what you need to do and you're following the policy, you are safe. When you're doing something you don't need to do, they're gonna hit you with the policy. So when I was doing mine, I always followed the policies, always. That's why I never worried about anything of such.
Well, St. Pete, they lay it out here in the policy too, that, any assigned when they're on duty, they get a copy of the use of force.
Yes.
Which hopefully officers take heed to that and read that daily.
I think what they usually get, I think the biggest thing they use, they want to make sure you know the statute. Am I correct? As an officer, the statute, the use of force statute. As a police officer, there's a hammer in you. There's bead in you for us knowing when to use deadly force, less than lethal force, or whatnot. That's the way we train.
Yes, sir. We have annual training.
We train.
When it comes to use of force as well. Yes, sir.
I mean, that's stuff you just never forget. That's stuff you don't forget. On there, right there. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay. Are there any recommendation the committee wish to make regarding the St. Petersburg Police Department policy under review? Are there any?
I don't have any recommendations.
None at this time.
Neither do I.
None at this time.
None at this time.
No, I don't.
No.
At this time, I move to open the floor for public comments. No public comments. Policy Review Committee for members. No more members. No comments. Okay, at this time, the meeting is adjourned.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Pass-a-Grille to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assist, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour. Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regata del Sol al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. Thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed, and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high-water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record-predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and we'll start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve you, your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? But we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But amid that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Navaline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, But the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. Yeah. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it.
How deep of water can they travel through?
Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA in the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year? Or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Okay, thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely. I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but all right. Thank y'all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you.
Commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk prior to speaking. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will be allowed only 3 minutes. The pooling of time is not permitted. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the Commission by a representative of the city administration, staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes for their presentation. Following the presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located on the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you will be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium on each side of the room to ensure all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the Commission, please begin with your name and address and state whether you have been sworn in. Once members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During the cross-examination phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of any witness. Questions should be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. Following cross-examination, rebuttal, and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide a rebuttal and closing statements. If there is no registered opponent, any person who wishes to be a registered opponent may register as a registered opponent with the DRC clerk prior to the beginning of the initial presentation of the case and may participate in the limited purposes of cross-examination and rebuttal closing statement phases of the hearing. If more than one person wishes to utilize the time for the opponent, the opposition must select one representative to present their case. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the Commission will go into executive session. The Commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions of the Commission are made in an affirmative manner with a quorum of 5 or more commissioners. It takes 4 concurring votes of the Commission for any motion to pass. Once the Commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue any conversations outside if weather permits. This will allow us to move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizens' DRC matters. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation. Finally, I ask if you turn off all cell phones and similar devices during these proceedings. At this time, please rise so that we may begin the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, if you're going to be giving any testimony or statements today before the board, please rise to be sworn in.
Do you swear that the evidence will be the truth, the whole truth? In my life.
That was one of the questions. Yeah, thank you for
We'll go through roll call.
And roll call, please.
Yally. Flint.
Here.
Kiernan.
Here.
Lemons. Griner.
Here.
Blatt.
Here.
Conroy.
Here.
Badalow. Hugglestone. Gonzalez. We have a quorum.
We have a quorum, thank you. At this time, since we only have 5 members of the board, do the applicants have the option of deferring for having 6 members, or?
Yes, all applicants that have not already chosen to elect, who thought we might have 6 today, we had unexpected absence, so now we're down to 5. This will be the 5 voting members. All applications to be approved require 4 votes, no matter the number. So if you haven't already spoken with your planner and you would like to defer to the next meeting or future meeting, please let them know now, and we will, when we come up and call your item, if you haven't already let us know, then Chair will ask you again if you're electing to go forward with the 5 that we have here.
Thank you. All right. Do we have an approval of the minutes from the January 7th, 2026 hearing?
Move approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Greiner? And roll call.
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Platt,
Yes.
Conroy. Yes. Griner.
Yes.
The minutes pass unanimously.
Thank you. We do have one public comment card. That is Mr. Peter Belmont. If you could approach either podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Peter Belmont, 103 Wildwood Lane Southeast. I can smile and say I'm not used to speaking to you so early in your meeting. So thank you. What I want to do, in some ways maybe it's not necessary, but just speak about the importance of Central Avenue. And it's such, a backbone of our city, a backbone of our economy, a backbone of what attracts people. And I say that to the context that later today you have the start of some discussions about what to do in terms of increasing densities in what we are referring to as the Sunrunner or Bus Rapid Transit Corridor, which obviously includes smack in the middle of it, Central Avenue. And so I did want to note, I hope you're aware of it, but about a year and a half ago, Preserve the Burg, with financial support from the city, published a study about the importance of Central Avenue. Appropriately, it's titled Keeping the Vibe Alive, the Impact of Historic Preservation in St. Petersburg, and part of the focus of that report is Central Avenue. It notes that Central Avenue has a disproportionate economic impact to the city as a whole, and even though it takes up a very small portion of the city when you look at the area of the city, it has a disproportionate number of businesses, disproportionate number of local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. It's also had, between 2010 and 2020, a disproportionate impact on the economy in the sense of a 67% increase in the retail trade jobs compared to less than 1% in the rest of the city, a 300% plus increase in accommodation and food service jobs compared to 20+% in the rest of the city. So again, the numbers are all in the report, the facts are there, and what I suggest you need to be concerned about is putting in place incentives that are going to take away what keeps Central Avenue alive and so important to our city. And that's the mix of the old and new, the buildings that provide the location for local businesses. And so if we go about as a city increasing densities in combination with incentivizing that increase in density, like saying if you build in that corridor you won't have to provide parking, may be a great idea on the one hand, but what happens if we start losing some of those small buildings, historic buildings, block by block, that provide the robust economy to our city? And so it's important, and I can again say I don't know that I really need to tell you that, but I hope that you will keep that in mind as you have your discussions about what happens along Central Avenue in the midst of that corridor. Thank you.
Will you be providing that report during the workshop?
I would be happy to. I did not bring copies with me today. I can bring copies. I can provide the link. It's all online, etc. So thank you
very much. And since it's public comment, there's no for or against. Thank you. And we have no other blue cards at this time. Okay, we have a few deferred cases. So if you are here, it's been posted on the doors both downstairs and on the entry doors here. I'm going to list the following cases that are deferred. Case number 25-54-000057 regarding 2901 38th Street South, deferred to a future meeting date. So if you're here for that, that one is not being heard today. The second is 25-54-000112 1008 Montrose Boulevard North, deferred to March 4th, 2026. Last one is case number 25-54-000091 2716 2nd Street North. That's been deferred to March 4th, 2026. So again, if anybody is here for those three cases, they will not be heard today. They will be heard at a future date. We're going to go on to the public hearing section. The first case number is going to be case 25-33-000019 regarding property at 1013 Dr. MLK Jr. Street South. And if we could have staff presentation, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cheryl Brigalo with the Zoning Division. So the case before you is a request for a right-of-way vacation at 1013 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street South. The request is to vacate the dead-end 20-foot wide alley located behind the subject property, which is outlined in a pink color in the presentation. The applicant owns at least 51% of the linear frontage of the right-of-way. The alley does not contain public utilities, however, does contain utility poles with private utilities. Per the application, the purpose of the vacation is to improve neighborhood safety and allow for future operation of the subject property, the applicant's property, as a community food garden. The applicant provided information about that project in the application submission and is here today. This is a sketch of the area to be vacated. These are photos taken from 10th Ave South toward the alley. The alley has a brick surface for a portion of it. And these are photos taken of the alley by the applicant. In terms of other vacations in the area, there are very few on the west side of Dr. MLK South. There are a few on to the east. The application was routed to city departments and private utilities for comment. So Water Resources and Engineering do not object to the vacation. There are no city facilities in the right-of-way and no plans to use it in the future. They did have recommendations in their review memos. Water Resources recommends that the applicant's lots be replatted into one parcel so they have complete access to the sewer line, which is located in alleys to the west of the property. And Engineering requests that the brick in the alley be returned to the city and that the applicant ensure that the street light is given a private account number instead of the city's account. Transportation and parking management, police, fire, and sanitation have no objections. Duke Energy and Charter Spectrum have facilities in the alley, and granting easements to them is a recommended condition of approval. In terms of public comments, there have been no comments or objections from the public. Letters of support were received from the Campbell Park, 13th Street Heights, and Historic Roser Park neighborhood associations, and those were included in the application submission. No comments were received from Bartlett Park Neighborhood Association or Kona. Staff recommends approval of the right-of-way vacation subject to the recommended conditions of approval, which include a replat of the applicant's properties, compliance with the Water Resources and Engineering review memos, and provision of an easement to Duke Energy and Charter Spectrum to cover their facilities. And conditions 4 and 5 are standard conditions. 5 is about the expiration of the vacation ordinance. The application meets the criteria for vacation of right-of-way as outlined in the staff report. It is not needed for future use by the city and does not conflict with or impair the objectives or policies of the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. The applicant will be required to address the needs of Duke and Charter Spectrum and their facilities that are in the alley. And DRC's role in this application is to recommend approval or denial to City Council. City Council ultimately adopts the vacation ordinance. That's it for my presentation. I'll wait for questions.
Any questions of staff member Burgett?
I just have one question. Is there any opportunity short of replat for the applicant? It's such a expensive and time-consuming process that I wasn't sure if there were any other mechanisms available to conduct the vacation without the replat.
Well, we are recommending that only the applicant's properties be replatted. So the property to the west of the alley in the NT zoning district does not have to be replatted. That's about all we can offer.
Now, is half of the alley going to the property owner to the west and half to the east? Okay.
So the property is divided by the county property appraiser manages that under, I guess, county law. So the city doesn't get involved in that, but it is our understanding that if it's within the same plat, half goes between the abutting property owners.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And do we have applicant?
Yes, sir.
Name, address, and have you been sworn, sir?
John Barquette with Looking Glass Initiative. For the purposes of today, the address is 1013 Dr. MLK South, and I have been sworn in.
Okay.
Thank you all for your time today. What I'm going to be showing you is part of a larger project that we're working on in conjunction with two of our hospitals and a lot of our neighborhood associations and the city of St. Pete. It's called Looking Glass Initiative. It encompasses 3+ city block fronts on both the east and west sides of MLK South. Do I have control of the slides, or can you?
You have a control there.
Oh, thank you so much. So that's the basic area. The east side of MLK South between Greenwood Cemetery and 9th Avenue South is basically right now a derelict retail building, 100-year-old retail and parking. And the west side is the lower portion that you see is the former Twigs and Leaves Nursery, which we intend to basically, we're actually in the process right now of converting it into a teaching garden. And then you'll also notice a rectangle to the north of 10th Avenue South, that's 927. MLK South, that's a former American Legion built in 1950. And we're actually working with two of our hospitals to turn that into a community center with a food as medicine, food prescription program, little tech area, clinical spaces, in order to really prove positive ROI to the healthcare system. So that's a whole nother topic, and I won't get down that rabbit hole. But this is the retail across the street. The reason I'm showing you this is we've also been working in conjunction. The crosswalk that you see there is not there right now, but I've been working through the South St. Pete mobility study, and we are getting a push-button crosswalk put in there. Right now we've got 5 lanes of traffic and people doing 55 miles an hour, and there's a school bus stop right next to us by Big C's Barbecue. This is what we're going to be doing to that retail that's been sitting derelict for 30 years. In dovetailing what Peter Belmont just said, this is not a gentrification project. I also sit on the board for the MLK Business District. We have an active call out to black-owned businesses, not just locally owned businesses. We have 4 solid businesses right now, half of which are local and black-owned, which we're really excited about, and that will continue. One of the reasons for the alley vacation is, and that's the dotted line to the left, we're trying to line up the alleys between the community center and the garden so that we can get produce easily there without having to go up the sidewalk on MLK. The other is, quite candidly, it's safety. This is what the alley looks like right now. These are current pictures. So we've got illegal dumping. I'll let you guys go, sorry.
Thank you.
Sit down and answer any questions that you may have. Do you need me here?
I think we're good at this moment. Thank you.
Very much.
All right. Since this is a legislative, we don't have cross-examination and closing on that. So we're going to move into executive session at this point. Any? Oh, that's Peter Belmont still. Nope. We do have blue card. Thank you. All right, we have a blue card from Stephen Morrison. Stephen, name and address and whether you've been sworn.
Sure. Stephen Morrison, address is 708 12th Street South in St. Pete, Campbell Park neighborhood, and I have been sworn. I'm also the president of the Campbell Park Neighborhood Association, and you're in receipt in your packet of a letter of support from our neighborhood association for this alley vacation. And I'm here physically in support because this is important to our neighborhood. Really, this alley in particular, other than the utility presence that may be in there, from a day-to-day neighborhood perspective, is a nuisance problem. As you see, there's no walk-through. It doesn't connect anything. There's no city services provided. Frankly, I wish there was a way for the city to administratively vacate some of these things with property owner permission so we wouldn't have to wait years for an enlightened person like Mr. Barquette to come forward to do it for us, but we appreciate that. But the primary reason I'm here is not only is this alley important to our neighborhood to get rid of this and put it to a productive use that we can all be proud of, but John Barquette and Julie Barquette and what they're doing with the Looking Glass Initiative is hopeful, inspirational, and it's going to bring very positive change to our neighborhood and the surrounding areas, and it's worth our time to be here to speak out in support of that. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And for the record, you've marked for the alley vacation on your card. Thank you. All right, no further blue cards. Executive session. Any comments or motions?
I don't know how anybody could be against this, candidly, and strongly in support of it. And I just think Mr. Barquette and folks like that are all I gotta say is wow. The stuff that's taken on a project like this, and best of luck, and glad we can help them out.
Yeah, I echo, and I hope the plating process goes smoothly and efficiently, and this is exactly the kind of work we'd love to see. So, thanks.
Motion.
All right.
I will make a motion of approval to vacate a dead-end 20-foot alley abutting lots 3, 4, and 5 in the Alma Heights revised subdivision, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
And roll call, please.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Blatt?
Yes.
Lund?
Yes.
Reiner?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Looking like a good project. Wasn't that a Dick Martin property on the east side? Yeah.
10-year process we've been trying to buy those properties.
Good to see it cleaned up. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next case. It's a request for a rehearing. Case number 25-54-000099. It's 7218 Park Street South, and this was deferred from...
I don't even know. How long ago was this?
I remember this being deferred.
It was. The request for rehearing was deferred from last meeting because we didn't have a full 7, so I believe the applicant is electing to go, but.
Sounds good. If we could have...
I think he changed his mind with knowing there was 5.
Yeah, I'm elected to defer.
You want to defer? Okay, thank you.
Are we deferring to
We're gonna
a certain?
Do we want to... April?
Yeah.
You want to defer to April, sir?
That's the next one, right? Or no, March.
March, sorry. March is the next one.
Oh, okay.
I was jumping ahead.
All right, that one's being deferred to March. Thank you.
Need a motion, right?
No.
No.
No, that's their option to defer, so we don't need to vote on that. All right, that one's deferred. Okay, next case is case number 3, which is 25-54-000113. Address is 255 39th Street North. And if we could have staff report, please.
Chair, I believe we should ask if the applicant wishes to defer due to commission attendance.
Oh, yes. Is the applicant here? Okay.
Should we come back to?
Why don't we go to the next one and we'll come back so we can keep maneuvering. Okay, we're going to skip that one for a moment, go on to case number 25-32000010, address of 3501 34th Street South. Staff report, please, when they show up here. Again, we're shorthanded, so we're trying to fit as many in today, so appreciate you working with us.
We're waiting on the staff planner to show. But the applicant has not been asked if they would want to proceed or not.
Okay. And do we have the applicant for 25-32000010, 3501 34th Street South? Do we have that applicant here? Okay, would you like to defer or continue today with the hearing? You would like to continue today? Okay, then if you could stand by, we're going to get staff presentation in a moment.
She just arrived, so she'll.
We'll let staff catch their breath.
All right.
I'll swear her too. I figured that. You swear the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. I do. This is good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Adriana Puente-Shaw with the Zoning Division. We're here to discuss today a project located at 3501 34th Street South. The property is approximately 26 acres and located within the Skyway Marina District. Sorry. Currently developed with a Walmart Supercenter and includes indoor retail as well as a garden. I got my voice. I'm sorry.
Stairs get me every time, too.
No, I'm so sorry. I just booked it from the city. The applicant seeks approval of special exception to construct a 1,600 square foot fuel station with convenience store. The principal structure was originally approved in '03 and is along the west portion of the site, with parking located between the existing structure and the east property line. The proposed is there's minimal increase to the floor area ratio and no significant change to both the impervious surface ratio available on site. It's existing site plan. City records show that the property has received various approvals over the years, including traffic change patterns and vehicular access, as well as adding the expansion for a garden center. It also received approvals to allow for maximum height of a perimeter wall fence. The most recent approval was a variance to parking to construct a fuel station, and that was in 2014. The approval was for a 4,000 square foot fuel station and has since expired. The applicant's current proposal is similar to this previously approved request, but proposes a smaller fuel station and is requesting a more de minimis variance to parking count that was already previously approved. The applicant is proposing to demolish existing parking area to construct a new fuel station with 12 fuel pumps. The proposed building is located to the east portion of the site, creating more of a frontage along 34th Street South. And the vehicular access on site will remain in existing curb cuts along 34th Street South and also from the existing Walmart site. City's Transportation and Parking Management Department provided an analysis and memorandum for this fuel station. It's attached to this report and concludes that the Transportation Department concurs with the consultant's projections as far as total trips, external trips, as well as the primary trips to the site. The applicant is also providing new pedestrian access from the sidewalk along 34th Street South across the entire site to the retail center. There's a dumpster area that will be located on the fuel station site, and the vent stacks are proposed along the southern property line. There's a special condition that states that the vent stack shall not be located in the front yard of the building setback and shall be shielded from view with landscaping. The code also requires that a 3-foot decorative wall be constructed in the exterior green yard along 34th Street South to shield the parking lot from the street. The proposed convenience store and fuel canopy shall match the existing style of architecture of the proposed Walmart structure, and the proposed store shall have the same stucco EIFS finish as the principal Walmart structure, and any other visible ancillary equipment shall be screened from the right-of-way, including any rooftop systems. The fuel canopy will be similar to the existing Walmart and will be flat and made of metal. The flat roof line of the canopy will be similar in materials as well to the convenience store. The branding will also match the principal Walmart structure. The sublet application is requesting a variance to standard or required number of parking spaces in order to construct the convenience store and fuel pump. The required 1,111 spaces may be reduced by code by 10% due to the development's proximity to a high-frequency transit route. By utilizing this reduction, the required parking spaces would only be 1,000 parking spaces. The request is being approved by the city, would allow the development to remove 6 parking spaces in total, thus providing 994 spaces, which is a 1% decrease. The city's transportation department also agrees with this analysis. Sorry. The city code does not address parking requirements based on the subcategories of retail uses, for example, like big box versus a drugstore, or the size of the retail development of standalone buildings versus, again, a big box. Typically, larger retail buildings, the fewer number of parking spaces are needed. Having significantly more parking already on site, the 1% reduction is being subjected to be approved. No comments or concerns were expressed to us before this report was published, and the applicable neighborhood associations, as well as the Skyway Marina District, and property owners within 300 feet of the subject property were notified. Staff had a total of 5 memos from city staff, which are included in the staff report. Based on the criteria, staff's analysis, staff recommends approval of the special exception and related site plan, including the requested parking variance, subject to the special conditions of approval. Thank you, and I apologize.
You did good, thank you. All right, any questions of staff at this time? I do have a question. I have never seen so many bicycle racks for such a small building, and I'm sure it came up. Since this is on the overall Walmart site, could they put those bicycle racks anywhere on the Walmart property to meet bike rack parking?
It was not required for them to install. They're choosing to install the bike racks. When the project was originally developed, it did not require the bike racks. They're putting it there and also providing the pedestrian connection from 34th Street, be it for associates or just pedestrians that are coming through. So they've connected where the bike racks are proposed. There's a 300-foot pedestrian connection as well. We can ask them to move some towards the building, but again, it wasn't something required. They're just proposing them out of their own goodwill.
Okay, so city's not requiring it.
Right.
They're doing it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no other questions, staff, we can move on to the applicant.
Do you want her to bring up your presentation?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Ross Lemoyne with CPH, address 5601 Mariner Street, Tampa, Florida.
And have you been sworn today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And please proceed.
Okay. So, like we just saw, we're proposing a Walmart fuel station. The project consists of a fuel station within the existing parking lot. Like you saw before, here's our plan. So we are requesting a parking variance, as previously stated, but I just wanted to touch on the point that the parking area furthest from the store is usually underutilized on a day-to-day basis. So this project will improve the overall site functionality and bring more business to the area. In our trip generations, we foresee no issues with site circulation or intersections in the area. As most trips will be internal or pass-by trips, there's no need for a traffic impact analysis. And the site lighting for the development will not encroach on adjacent properties, and existing stormwater system will be utilized, and there'll be no increase in runoff from the from current conditions. And any questions?
Do we have any questions of the applicant? Okay. I'm just going to ask a question about those bike racks. When I was at the property just checking the other night, there's 8 bicycle racks on the Walmart property that I noticed, and they're between the liquor store tucked into a back corner. Wouldn't it make sense to have more of those bicycle racks in a usable location up towards the main building? Because the overall goal here has always been, you know, how do we make it so people can ride their bikes to the grocery store? And that Walmart has a grocery store and all the other items that Walmart services. You're basically a football field away from the main structure. So if they're going to get some groceries on a bike, which we're trying to encourage, would it be better to put a majority of those bike racks up towards the main building?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay. I just see this, you know, being not used there because it's a 1,600 square foot building and it's too far of a walk at that point. So,
Yeah, I understand.
is that something that Walmart would be willing to move to somewhere that's readily visible on the property adjacent to the main structure?
Yeah, so Walmart will definitely be, accept that if it's what you want.
Just trying to keep in tune with the connectivity for people, pedestrians, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, have them lock their bike 100 yards away from the main building.
Yeah, they would understand your request.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, we're going to move into cross-examination. Staff, please. Wait,
Any blue cards?
any blue cards on this one? No blue cards. Staff, please. Wave. And applicant, any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Okay. And this is cross-examination of any testimony given. There will be a closing statement in a moment.
I'll make a closing statement.
There we go. Okay. That's usually what happens here.
Staff waves.
Okay, staff waves closing statement and closing statement.
I'm Matt D'Angelo. I'll be the engineer of record on the project. 5601 Mariner Street, that's our address. You know, I'd just like to say, you know, the bike rack question. I've been sworn in. Regarding the bike rack question, well, I mean, we'll have to take it back to Walmart to review if it'll be available up there. You know, they're pretty particular about the front of store, you know, walkways and relationship it has with their customers. But I think the bike rack in its current location, you know, provides an intermediary between, you know, people coming from the right of way going to the store. So if you're getting groceries, you got to come from the right of way. You pass right by that bike rack area. It's large. You know, if we were going to hold that many bike racks adjacent to the store, it really would disrupt the pedestrian traffic in the front. So we'll consider that. And again, you know, that's something that I think the variance hearing is not related to. Just the parking is in question here, and we can work with staff to find the best location for that rack. That's all I have, if there's any questions.
Okay. We're going to move into executive session, and if we do not have any questions for the applicant. Okay, we're moving into executive session here. Any questions?
I have a comment that, I mean, you raised a good point about the bike racks. They put it on the plan. And it's a bit perplexing to me that we're putting so many bike racks on a gas station. Just saying. And if our goal is to get people from 34th Street on a bike to purchase their groceries, as you so aptly put it, a football field away, I know that Walmart's a good corporate neighbor, and I'm sure that would not be a problem. I understand you can't represent what they want to say today, but you're here today as their representative, with all due respect. So I wouldn't mind seeing that being a condition of approval if we could, but personally.
that idea.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, when I was there, the bike racks were tucked around the corner. It was dark. There was one bicycle there with a flat tire. One way to encourage pedestrian access to a property is give a open, obvious, safe location. And my initial thoughts, seeing where it's at, is I wouldn't put a bicycle there, especially when you're trying to get people to come buy bags of items that might be of limited mobility, and a bicycle helps them, that you don't have appropriate, readily accessible. You know, dragging bags of groceries 100+ yards across a parking lot. And my guess is, Corey, are these bicycle racks, those are what helps count to the parking space counts, right?
Not in this instance, but you can use a substitution. The code allows you to substitute up to 20% of the required parking towards additional for bike parking. But it's not required to be used to substitute. We do have minimum standards for short-term and long-term. And again, that's going to depend on the size of the commercial building. So, you know, since a building of this size may require 4 short-term bike spots, which are typically 2 inverted U racks. And then you can provide more than that if you want to eliminate parking.
Yeah.
That's required by code.
The convenience store would require parking for 4.
So the convenience store, again, that one's probably, depending on the size, I think it's less than 2,500 square feet, so it's gonna not require anything.
Not require anything? And the main building would only require?
So if the main building, I think, is like, it's probably 100-some thousand square feet, it's like, probably gonna be, might be more than that, might be 6 or 8 short-term spaces.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, motions, recommendations for condition of approval?
Yeah,
So you're,
I'm sorry, go on.
so your issue is that they are putting like 100 bicycle parking spots on this by the fuel station?
Right, 100 yards away from where the majority of those folks would go to.
Yeah.
It just seems not workable to get the use of those bicycle racks, which encourage that pedestrian.
Yeah.
It's just a very odd,
does seem
unusual
odd.
space.
Does seem odd.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, though, 34th Street is not exactly a bicycle road, and we're going to, you know, I'm sure we'll hear a lot of that later. So I'd caution us not to put, you know, form over function in terms of the practical implications, you know, and I think if there's if a condition of approval would be that they take reasonable steps to relocate those to a more efficient location, I think that would be just fine for me.
When we look at the overall marina district that they're trying to do, they're trying to make it much more pedestrian friendly down there. And with the additional apartment complexes within 1, 2, maybe 3 blocks, that becomes very walkable distance-wise for density of 8-story apartment buildings, 5-story, whatever, that you will start getting more people that instead of driving 3 blocks, they're like, geez, I can get on my bicycle and do it. But if you don't have safe, reasonable bicycle parking spaces, they won't use it. So now you're requiring more of the vehicles to come there because I'm not going to park my bike 100 yards away and carry my groceries to it. And that's my thought on this. We're trying to get more apartments and make it a more walkable district. It's not going to be in downtown St. Pete, don't get me wrong.
Well, I mean, and you mentioned form over function, but like 108 bicycle parking spots, you know, why do we need that many then?
I just want to do a clarification real quick. So for the short term, the code requires 1 per 5,000 square feet. So it's roughly 220,000 square feet, so that'd be 44 spaces for the big box existing store. The smaller convenience exempt because of the square footage. And then long term is 1 per every 12,000 square feet, and that's typically for the employees that would park there on site. And that would, require roughly 19 spaces, so 19 plus 44 is 63. typically code. If this was required at the time.
Yeah, my thoughts were, I'd be fine if 2 or 3 parking spaces up near the ADA spaces were converted to bike rack area. That way, they're closer to the building that would meet the pedestrian connection instead of putting 100 bike racks there that will never get used. I can tell you right now, those are never going to get used in their current location. Now you start bringing additional issues of junk, clutter, you name it, because you have this dead zone.
So I apologize, maybe I misunderstood at the beginning. So I think moving a limited amount of bike spaces closer to the building is certainly doable, but relocating 120, closer to the building would not be. So that is something we would be amenable to.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to take 30 of them at least and put them up near the building so that you have that pedestrian.
Right.
And again, I'd be fine if they swapped out a couple parking spaces, whatever it takes to safely fit them in there to meet engineering design code. It's a win-win at that point.
Right, and we can take that back to Walmart and most likely make it happen, and we'll work with staff to, accomplish that.
Okay, so my question for you. Would we motion to related site plan, we're going to approve it, but do we modify, do we add a special condition to relocate 30 bike racks closer to the building, adjacent to the building?
Bike racks or 30 spaces?
30,
Well, you've got
30 bike
bike rack holds 2 because these are the inverted loops. So if you did 30 racks, you're looking 60 bikes.
Commissioners and Chair, if I may, maybe a condition could be something like the applicant shall take reasonable steps to reallocate bicycle parking between the primary use and the special exception use, subject to approval by zoning and transportation. That'll give you the flexibility. It's hard to kind of plan that now because we don't know what transportation would recommend. We don't know what the applicant can do based on ingress and egress requirements that they may have, and they may be able, then that would allow staff to work with them on this parking space.
You do have an underutilized southeast corner of that property. This will make use of, I've never seen cars there, except for mine when I'm sitting in the middle of the parking lot checking it out. So that gives them flexibility. I agree. If somebody would like to ditto that as a condition of approval.
Yes, exactly.
You can make a motion to that, someone.
One more time?
Yeah, one more time.
Please. Add a condition of approval that the applicant shall take reasonable steps to reallocate bicycle parking between the primary use and the special exception use, subject to approval by zoning and transportation departments.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Yeah.
And
So who moved in?
Yeah,
Conroy and Griner.
and then Griner.
thank you. Kiernan,
Yes.
Blatt,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Griner,
Yes.
Conroy.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, I got one.
Wait. We have to, that's just adding a condition. So now we have to
Sorry, we're
approve
almost
the
there. We're almost
application
there.
with the amended condition.
Chair, make a motion, approval of a special exception and related site plan to construct a fuel station. The applicant is requesting a variance to parking, subject to the conditions of approval.
The amended conditions of
The amended conditions of approval.
Second.
second. And overall roll call.
Kiernan,
Yes.
Blatt,
Yes.
Flint,
Yes.
Griner,
Yes.
Conroy.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now do we want
Thank
to
you.
go back?
I gotta go
Thanks,
back.
Heather.
And Chair, are we going to go back to item H3?
Yes, let's go back to item 2255 39th Street North, I believe we're skipping back to. So right now, we're going to hear case number 25-54000113. That's 255 39th Street North. And is the applicant here? And are you good with proceeding forward with 5 members of the board? You're fine with that? Okay, we'll proceed. And staff report, please. Thank you.
Siobhan Chambliss of the Zoning Division. The subject property is a corner lot located at the intersection of 3rd Avenue North and 39th Street North in the Central Oak Park neighborhood. As a bit of background, the subject property is zoned in T2, Neighborhood Traditional Single Family. It was developed in 1945 with the existing single family residence. In 2024, the subject property was cited by Codes Enforcement. The Codes Enforcement citation included the installation of a shed without permits in the front yard and an additional shed in the rear yard. Permits were applied in response to the citation for several additional structures that were noted to be constructed without permits. And after the fact, permitting was applied for 2 patio covers, 2 detached storage sheds, and a hot tub. It was determined during plan review that variances for one of the patio covers and both sheds would be required to maintain the structures in their as-built conditions. The shed located in the northern portion of the lot is located in the required front yard per section 16.60.010.8.1. The shed measures approximately 9.5 feet in height, 10 feet in length, and 8 feet in width. Its front yard setback is approximately 10.1 feet, where the shed would be required to maintain a minimum front yard setback of 25.4 feet in compliance with the NT2 district's accessory structure placement criteria. The criteria requires accessory structures such as sheds and ancillary equipment to be located behind the front facades of buildings. The structure, as seen in the image, would be requesting variance approval for an after-the-fact design variance to retain the accessory structure in front of the principal structure. And an additional request would be for the after-the-fact approval of the front yard setback from 25.4 feet to 10.1 feet. One of the 3 patio covers on the property was constructed in the eastern interior side yard. The patio cover encroaches into the interior side yard setback at a setback of approximately 1.3 feet to the patio cover posts and approximately 0.2 feet or what is 3 inches to the leading edge, where 5 feet is typically required. This structure has no allowable encroachment that would permit its proximity to the boundary line. Thus, an approval of an after-the-fact variance to the required interior side yard setback from 5 feet to 0.2 feet would be required to retain the patio cover as constructed. A second storage shed was constructed on the southern end of the lot in its rear yard, abutting a 16-foot alley. The storage structure was constructed with a street side yard setback of 7.9 feet or 12 feet is required, and a rear yard setback of 0.8 feet or 10 inches, where a rear yard setback of 6 feet is required. The shed measures approximately 11 feet in height, 12 feet in length, and 10 feet in width. This structure has no allowable encroachments to permit such proximities to the rear and street side yard property lines. The shed's building form, in accordance with review criteria for the design section of the district regulations, is consistent with the residence's minimal traditional architectural form. However, its exterior materials are considered to be inconsistent. The shed has a metal roof where a shingle roof is required, and it has vertical siding panels where horizontal shingle siding would be required to match the residence. This particular structure will require the approval of after-the-fact design variance to allow for the inconsistent architecture between the principal and accessory structure, and also approval of an after-the-fact variance to the required 12-foot and 6-foot setbacks to retain the structure in its current location. Here we have images of surrounding properties that share the same intersection. A review of the subject block and surrounding blocks indicated that there is no predominating presence of accessory storage structures in front yards for corner lots. Pursuant to the review criteria, The special conditions regarding the original development of the residence have found to not be the result of applicant action. The residence's street side yard facing front door is somewhat customary for corner lots as they can face front and street side yards. However, the development of accessory structures seen in the request are the result of applicant action. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the chapter would not result in unnecessary hardship, and strict application of the code would still allow for the applicant to have reasonable means of the property in terms of use. The request is not found to be the minimum necessary to retain reasonable use of the property. In terms of harmony with the purpose and intent of the chapter, the granting of the variance would not align with the general purpose and intent of the code. The intent of the regulations is to maintain the visual prominence of residences from front yards regardless of the orientation of a residence on a corner lot, to reinforce the codified development pattern of corner lots established by the land development regulations for equal application, to visually mitigate the impact of the accessory storage structures where they are permitted, and to discourage the potential proliferation of accessory structures in front yards. The request for the sheds does not appear to be injurious to public welfare or to the neighboring property. However, the granting of the patio cover setback request may result in stormwater runoff displacement to the east abutting property. In terms of public comment, the applicant has notified the association and all property owners within 300 feet of the request. In response to the request, the applicant was able to garner 19 signatures of support, and 9 letters of support were obtained as well. The commission has been provided with copies of the letters of support that were received after the publication of the staff report. Based on the review criteria for the variance applications according to the code section, the applicable code sections, the zoning division does recommend denial for the requested variances, and I remain available for questions.
I had a question. I was a little confused from the written staff report about how the awareness of this non-compliance first came to be. Do you have any information about that?
Yes, sir. So it was the result of a codes enforcement citation that was received in 2024.
Okay. And it was related to the rear storage shed, or the rear storage structure, is that right?
The citation was in reference to both sheds having been built without permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions of staff at this time? So overall, we generally have three issues here: shed in the front yard, encroachment of a shed in the back, and second shed overall, and the canopy over the
east side,
which visually would be the rear of the home.
In terms of function, correct.
Yes. Okay. Would the patio be able to remain, or is it just the canopy is the issue?
The patio cover that's the subject of this application, if the variance request is approved, would be allowed to remain.
Okay. But is there a paved surface under it or a raised deck underneath it?
I believe it's a wooden deck.
Wooden deck. Does that have to meet the same setback?
It's allowed up to the property line because it's less than 12 inches.
Okay, great, thank you. So just the structure over the patio deck. Thank you. Any questions at this point? All right, we will move on to the applicant. If we could have the applicant at either podium. Ma'am, if you have anything that you want to show on the overhead, you'll want to go over to this one here if you need to show something on the overhead.
No, if I am, but we'll see.
Now, are these photos that you have already presented? Because we have a lot of photos that were provided to us.
Okay, so I just wanted you guys to kind of know what I was talking about when I was saying it.
Okay.
So,
First step, if you could please state your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn in.
yeah, Rebecca LeMay and 255 39th Street North, and yeah, I've been sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
So this little shed on the side of the house, which I learned the past year and a half that it's considered the front yard, even though I've been there 16 years, I'm just finding this out. The gentleman that delivered the shed, he actually had a city worker come out. It's been there about 13 to 15 years, and he had a city worker come out at the time that said because it was under 100 square feet or under, and the location was fine, that it didn't have to be permitted and that it was fine. So it's been there for like 13 to 15 years now, and it's used for storage. And then the little back deck on the back of the house, if I can find it. The little rear deck, when I purchased the house, the old homeowners had a deck there. Unfortunately, I have had almost 30 dog rescues in this house since I bought it 16 years ago, come April, and when the dogs ran out, they were like just coming off the 3-foot porch that they had back there. So I extended it. It's probably been there 15, 16 years now. At the time, I had called the city to see if I needed a permit, and they're like, well, is it under 100 square feet? And I said, yeah, but I never thought about the setbacks at that time, and even the roof, it's still like on my property line, but this whole process has been a big learning experience for sure that I've shared with all my neighbors, so I've kind of educated them through the process as I've been educated. And then the little back 120 square foot shed, both the sheds are just like the common shed material. The little red one was just delivered to the property. It wasn't built there. But the little beige shed was built by a gentleman. Unfortunately, he passed away a few weeks ago, but he owned Florida Sheds, Joe Capanilla. And he assisted me in doing this for my brother through the continuation of COVID because my brother could no longer go to his program. So I was trying to think of a fix for him, and this is what I came up with. And then we put a exterior bathroom kind of on the outside, which is covered from rainwater and stuff, because my brother counts. And with him counting, he couldn't make it to the far side of the house to go to the bathroom, so he was going to the bathroom in his pants. So we put a little exterior bathroom on the outside. Unfortunately, the gentleman who built the house for my brother fell ill and needed heart surgery during the project, and he never followed through with permitting it, and I had no knowledge until about a year and a half ago. So that's the little beige shed on the rear of the house. And Adam does his art. That's Adam sitting over there. He's supposed to come up and say hi, but he comes over 5 days a week for 3 to 5 hours to do his art and stuff, so he can have just kind of his time for him during that period. So that's what that shed's used for, is his art time. But that's all I have to say. I just want to kind of explain what everything was.
So you have a shed that's in the front, the legal front.
Yeah.
That does not have the air conditioning, but it's the one that you consider the backyard and is the backyard. That's the one that had the air conditioning, the exterior bathroom, and that your brother utilizes, correct?
Yes, correct. We didn't do the air conditioner at first, but after the first summer, of him being really hot back there. The fan that I had back there wasn't really sufficing. So we added the little split unit in the back.
Now, are you finished with your statement?
I
don't
think
wanna
so.
take your time. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you ever able to obtain permits for any of the plumbing, any of the air conditioning?
Yeah, so I have permits on everything. So even the little red shed that I was told years ago that I didn't need a permit for, I have a permit on that. The little porch that I was told I didn't need a permit for back at the time, you know. I got a permit on that, and then also the little back area. So everything on the property has been permitted.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Wait, I'm confused. So
Yeah.
how do you have permits for things that you're requesting after the fact variances for?
Because everything's been filed with permitting. They just cannot finalize the permits and the inspections until after the variance
Right.
meeting.
You
Yeah.
don't have permits.
Well, they're pending. Yeah.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
I'm hearing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's been no permits on anything issued?
Not issued. No, not until after this. But.
And Corey, or in the city, Shervon, Mr. Chambliss, in the city system, does it show whether or not it's passed plumbing inspection, plumbing plan review, et cetera? Do you have that information?
So all of the permits are still undergoing plan review. They haven't quite gotten that far as of yet.
Okay. So a permit's been applied for, but it appears that none of the plans have been approved, and specifically individual sub-trades have not been approved yet.
Right.
Okay. So clarification, it looks like there is no permit. It's not pending release of zoning. It's just hasn't been approved at all from,
Yes, the
from what it
applicant is
appears
still
to.
working with the departments through plan review.
Thank you. Okay, any additional questions of applicant?
Sorry, when were these built, each of these? Or I guess the little red one was installed? What years were they
The
installed?
little red one was delivered, it was between 13 to 15 years ago. And then the other one was built for Adam 3 years ago.
Okay. Any additional questions this time? All right. We're going to go ahead, thank you very much. We do have a blue card. Thank you, Kayla. All right, do we have Jessica Limbach? And either podium, name and address, and whether you've been sworn, please.
My name is Jessica Lembach. My address is 4410 8th Avenue North. And yes, I've been sworn in.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a few points. I'm a neighbor of Rebecca, and she and I had the privilege of serving on our neighborhood association together. She was our vice president, and I was the secretary. And I only bring that up because I want to display that she is a rule follower, and she is very much a huge part of our community and our neighborhood. She's done a lot of good for the neighborhood. She follows rules. So she would never deliberately not permit something. The confusion lies in how the house is situated. And I don't know if you can tell from the pictures or not, but when they say the legal front yard with her being on a corner lot, when you're facing the house, the front door of her house, which is the front of her house, that front yard is facing her address, which is 39th. But they're saying that the legal front yard is around the corner on 3rd. So that's where anyone looking at that house would not say that that shed is in the front yard. The shed is on the side of the house, as you would put any shed either on the side of the house or behind the house. No one in their right mind is going to plop a shed down in their front yard. It's not the front yard, legal or not. It's just not. So I think that's where the confusion lies. And I just think I'm really in strong support of doing an after-the-fact variance, as so many of our neighbors are, because as you can see from the pictures, her house is in pristine condition, and many of us have written a letter stating that. It looks beautiful. It's a very nice house. Nothing looks out of place. It doesn't look junky. It doesn't look like things are not where they should be. it makes sense. The layout, the flow, everything makes sense. So hopefully you can tell that from the pictures, but I just wanted to come here in person in support of that and kind of as a representative of many people in our neighborhood, because it's been a topic of discussion. As soon as we saw the orange sign in the yard, we were all like, wait a minute, what's going on? So, so everybody that I've spoken to thinks it looks perfectly fine as it is. So thank you so much.
And for the record, you have marked 4. And just to comment on some of what you've said here, this is a very common thing in St. Petersburg, that you do get a lot of these corner properties where what has the front door, looks like the front of the house, is considered the side. So these types of cases typically pop up every couple months before this board. It's usually related to people wanting to put like a swimming pool in what is technically the front yard.
Right.
So this is something, when you talk to your neighborhood association, let them know that, yes, there's a lot of people in a similar situation.
Yeah, none of us knew that when it came up. We were all
Most people don't.
Yeah, we didn't. So
you would look at the front door and assume it's the front. So.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to cross-examination. City, would you like to cross-examine?
Staff waives.
Staff waives. And applicant, would you like to cross-examine any testimony given? Well, we do have closing statements that you get to do.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick remark about a measurement on something, because I know that it's important.
Well, let's come up and we'll see if it's actually a cross-examination question. I can't tell yet.
I forgot to say something, sorry. I'm a sensitive person.
Wait, if this is a comment, we could say that during closing statement in a moment. This is just for you to question somebody on a specific testimony.
Yeah, so just something that Shervon said about the height size of Adam's little art shed. The gentleman who built it had checked off the wrong thing on the plans, and Shervon and I had discussed it at one point. So the shed is not 11 feet tall. It's actually under 10 feet. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, because I think that's important.
Questions? I mean, it's not a question.
Yeah.
Is that a question?
No, I'm just letting you guys know. That's all. Okay.
We're going to move into closing statements. Staff, closing statement.
Staff waives.
Staff waives. And ma'am, would you like to give a closing statement at this point? Or was that pretty much it there, the clarification on the height?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, I hope you guys, see for the variances. I really take pride in my home and my neighborhood, and, I've had the things on the property for many years, except for Adam's little art shed. It's just been a few years, and unfortunately, the gentleman that built it for him becoming ill and never permitting it, and if I would have known that, I would have just addressed that, at that time, but I had no knowledge until I found out about a year and a half ago. But I love my property. I love St. Pete. I've lived here for 40 years now, and being in my home 16 years, we're slowly growing out of it. So I'm just trying to make the most out of what I have.
Thank you.
That's it.
While you're there, question for you. So your brother Adam does not live in the home. He lives elsewhere, group home.
He lives with my mom.
With your
and
mother.
they live
but
2
comes
minutes.
over to
Yeah, they
use
live.
it for his class.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to close out, move into executive session. Any questions, comments?
Okay, I'll lead off. I'd ask the panelists, is there any way of fixing any of these? Can they be moved? I mean, because when I look at this case, I mean, clearly the applicant is a wonderful lady, great neighbor, neighborhood association. I don't question her sincerity at all, or her veracity. But Shervon had no choice at all on this one. I mean, these are just, I'm sorry, but these aren't even close. And I think back to our last meeting, I mean, we're having somebody take down a house because of setbacks, basically. And I feel terrible about it, but I just don't see any way that this can be remedied, or that this board could approve these because of our longstanding rules, which are very well founded. And Commissioner Flynn, you make a great point. I mean, before I served on this commission, I had no idea about corner lots, but I know about corner lots now. They are not always as they appear to be, as we all know. So as much as I'd love to support this for all the right reasons, but I come back to our regulations, and I just don't see a way to yes, personally. So.
I can't remember any case on these corner lots with the front being what looks like the side of the home where we've approved any structure other than maybe a foot or two decking around a swimming pool and the swimming pool itself, because those are items that they sit below the sight line of any fencing. You really don't know it's there. I have a concern mainly about the shed that is in the technical front yard, that I'm not seeing much of a way around for that. Maybe the contents of that shed could be moved to the rear shed that is utilized by the brother. And I hate to do it, but we open the door to everybody having the same thing for a storage shed in the front yard. I'm more open on the rear shed in a way, a little bit of an ADA content here of giving some kind of a allowance on the rear structure. And whether or not it meets an ADA standard, I don't know, but
I was thinking on the rear that there appears to be room to move that off the rear property line by a couple feet, and then and then you're talking about the degree of a variance being much less in magnitude and feels consistent with some of the things that we have done in the past, because I also sort of feel compelled to work to get to yes on this.
Yeah, I think this is a unique set of circumstances here that I think we all recognize compared to a lot of the others. I'm compelled to what could be done, and if it's a shed that's on a wood floor, there is the possibility of moving it. Will it cost several $100s? Yes, but we at least meet that requirement for that setback. And what, if we could ask staff again, what is that existing setback of the structure in the rear yard, Mr. Shamlis?
It's about 10 inches.
10 inches. And what would be the legal setback?
6 feet.
6 feet? From the photos, it looks like there's room there, especially if that exterior bathroom were to go away. I'm thinking about the applicant's comments about the reason for that restroom being there, but there might be additional options for solving that without having something that requires permitting. I'm looking for any feedback anybody's willing to offer on this.
It's a difficult one. I mean, I think we all feel for the personal story, right? And I mean, it kills me to hear that. I'm kind of like you, Commissioner Kieran, and I'm just frustrated that we've gotten to this situation. And I would be sympathetic to allowing the rear yard shed, bringing it more into compliance, I think, though, is appropriate. I don't really see why they can't fix the patio cover or move the front yard shed, though. So I'm willing to, not budge on those two and find an accommodation on the rear yard shed.
Yeah, patio cover appears to be even shedding water towards the neighbor property, and it's so close. You could still utilize the deck, use an umbrella system, something, and not have to have the canopy over it. It's that back structure that's most concerning to me.
I'm kind of concerned about I just went through the city comments. There's a lot of, on the permits in process, and they're not comments that are insignificant. They're comments of, hey, we need a foundation detail, hey, we need a roof framing detail. So these are some pretty significant, issues, and unpermitted buildings that people are living in or using as a dangerous thing, in my opinion. So I'm not too.
I know it, looking at the pictures of that when it was air conditioned, it was not insulated, had exposed Romex, and even though it was air conditioned, they still had vents in the gables. You could see it was venting, so your air conditioning was venting to the exterior. Did it work for its purpose? Yes. Does it meet code? No way does it meet code.
I throw this out, does the applicant want to withdraw this or get a continuance in light of the conversation here? I mean, I'd feel much more comfortable if the applicant would come back and say, okay, I've heard you and I can do this now, these types of things. I don't know, because I don't think it's our job, nor should we engage in trying to engineer this thing for these folks,
Right.
That's kind of what we're heading towards. And
Yeah, we can't engineer this. And
no one feels good about this one. I know
Mr.
that.
Chambliss, do you know if, and I don't know if it would be appropriate for this particular owner, St. Pete End team for assistance in a situation like this for that rear structure, has information regarding St. Pete End team been provided? Do you know?
To my awareness,
Could be provided to them?
we could provide information. It has not up until this point.
Mr. Chambliss' report is spot on. It doesn't meet anything. I would like to see, if possible, provide the information, whether or not they would qualify for in-team assistance, no idea. But it might be something to help with potentially moving that structure to meet the setbacks. But it still goes back to permitting. You might be looking at a non-conditioned space still at that point, without bathrooms and everything else because of building design requirements.
And just to be clear, if we were to grant the variances today, the use of this space would still be subject to compliance with the building department approvals, is that correct? As to the rear shed?
So the permit is for it as a storage structure. So that's essentially how we have seen it and have been reviewing it in plan review. But again, we've been working with the applicant on both the building and the zoning side to make sure that we understand in totality what the actual end goal is. So if it's being used as accessory living space, that's something different. But permit application materials, if I'm not mistaken, don't make reference to it as an accessory living space. So we've been treating it as a storage structure.
But even if it was a storage structure, the issuance of the permit would be conditioned upon the approval of a variance. But the reverse is not necessarily true. If we grant the variance, it could still not pass the permit, the plan review process, in which case the variance is not applicable, right? Or not valid, or, yeah.
I don't believe that they would take effect. I think it's potentially
that's the phrase.
If you were to go through plan review and you were unable to overcome plan review, would the variances take effect? I don't believe so. That might be a question for legal, but
Chair, Chair, if I may, Commissioner, if you grant the variances today for each of the structures, then a structure of that size will be allowed to be in that footprint. Now, whether those are compliant with Florida building code, that isn't going to be affected by your variance today. So they could still fail, since they're all in permitting now, they could fail for permitting. They would just be allowed a structure of this size in that footprint.
in that.
Based on the variances.
That's exactly, thank you for
Now,
interpreting my thoughts.
I know that several years ago, we did approve a variance on something. It was related to a trailer that's improperly parked in a front yard. In hindsight, Michael Dima had said, I really wasn't comfortable in hindsight on that one, where we approved for a lifetime, and then it goes away. But my understanding is that's really not enforceable, that once you give the variance, it runs with the land. So it could be there for the next 200 years for all we know, that you can't put a time limit on that.
Correct, and
That's not even an option.
And that's separate from the reasonable accommodation process with ADA. Now, that's a completely separate process that's not before you, it hasn't been applied for in this case, but that runs with the individual who's requesting the accommodation. So that's the difference between that and a variance.
So that may be an option for them to go that route, potentially under an ADA, which is based upon a lifespan.
That's another option. It's another application process. I don't know if it would be granted in this case because of the degree of the accommodation being requested, and that's a different group of folks that do that one.
And I appreciate the lengths the board is going to try and assist in this situation, but it's kind of looking like there's not a lot of room on this in this case. They have potentially the N team, they have potentially the ADA application, but as it stands, I'm not seeing a lot we can do on this. Would anybody be ready to make a motion?
Would the motion be in three pieces or just
Well,
by way of?
I think the mood of the board is probably all three, just one motion.
I'll make a motion then. Approval of after-the-fact variances to 1, setbacks, 2, accessory structure location, and 3, accessory structure design, subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
And we have a second, and roll call, please.
Reiner? Oops, sorry, Kiernan?
No.
Blatt?
No.
Flint?
No.
Reiner?
No.
Conroy?
No.
Motion fails.
I'm sorry, the application has been denied, but we do recommend check those two options that we've discussed here. They may provide a path for you, okay? Okay, we're going to go on.
I gotta leave at 3, so.
You're leaving at 3. What is our, let's see, our next case here is, which one are we on now?
The last one.
The last one. All right, we're going to see if we can get this one here, because if we don't, we lose a quorum. Case, we're,
And he wouldn't be able to vote.
yeah.
We don't finish.
Elise Batzel for the record. My concern would be that if we get part of the way through and then Commissioner Blatt is not here, and then at the next meeting you have a different group of people, and we've already.
Yeah.
So if it's a cutoff right at 3, can we find out how many opponents would be speaking so we can kind of see if we.
Okay, on 3200 34th Street South, do we have any registered opponents?
There's a registered opponent. Is there anyone else? I'm sorry, I'm taking it.
Several blue cards. So that's going to drag the time. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to drag past 3.
Yeah, we have allotted 10 minutes for staff, 10 minutes for applicant, and 10 minutes for registered opponent. That will get us to the end of the RTM, so.
So we will have to defer this one.
March.
Defer this one to March.
Yes, the applicant.
March 4.
Okay, everybody good with that? Defer of this case until March 4th?
We starting at
Yes.
6 a.m. on March 4th?
Huh?
I said, are we starting at 6 a.m. on March 4th?
We might. Might go to 10, who knows? All right, we're going to go ahead and just, we don't need to vote on it because it's a deferral here. So we'll see you at the next March hearing. And hopefully we'll have a full quorum for that to finish up.
We will have time now to do the workshop, I believe, Chair.
Yes. Okay, any final questions here related to any of the cases? Without, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn, turn TV off here. And DRC is adjourned.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. Information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, "Oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old." So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's when it's really cool. Feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm elucidated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Evan?
Yes, sir. My name is Evan. I graduate from St. Pete.
St. Pete High? All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
From St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
IS Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxin gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Recs, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up our radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of the apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve. We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a fifth grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, to help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, or how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here is called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED, so we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
In St. Pete, when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations. So we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later. From recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist? Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, you know, Bobby, she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, we must stay in our place. And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, we'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino. In writing that, Bill Levengood and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and you know, there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority, women-based businesses. It's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there, so they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Childs Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Childs Park neighborhood, but the greater Childs Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
would you write a love letter to your city? The Sunshine City Mosaic is that love letter. The mosaic celebrates so much of why so many find St. Pete an awesome place to call home.
3, 2, 1.
Today was the unveiling and the grand opening of the Sunshine City Mosaic. The Sunshine City Mosaic is comprised of 9 different unique vignettes that celebrate our native Florida wildlife. It tells the story of the sunrise on Tampa Bay to the sunset out on the beaches.
It's the longest mosaic in Florida, 175 feet long, 750 square feet, 15,000 pieces, 3 artists, 931 days from the signing of the contract to today. There's really no words for today, for finishing it. It is now out in the world. We did what we could, and it is not ours any longer. It is everyone else's.
I had the opportunity to visit this mosaic one late afternoon around 5 p.m. in the middle of the summer. It didn't take long to realize what a true labor of love this project has been. What I remember most is my children running along the tiles, crouching down to examine the tiniest of details, tracing the shapes of the animals, with their fingers laughing and smiling as they explored and discovered. To them, nothing else mattered except the art beneath their feet. To me, that's what public art is all about. Capturing attention, sparking curiosity, and nurturing imagination.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner of the city, not just downtown. And that is our approach to inclusive progress for everyone. Everyone ought to be able to enjoy the best of St. Pete right in your neighborhood.
I hope that, it may not be obvious at first, but after spending some time with it, kind of do notice the underlying story of the east side versus the west side, and the different motifs that really point towards the unique ecological situation that we have here in our county.
What makes Florida so special is our ecology, is our water, is all of these wild and beautiful animals we have just right out in the bay. So I hope each and every person walks along this sidewalk, takes a moment to meditate and reflect on that, and that impacts their future decisions. That to me is really the power of public art.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I
opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community, for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel
good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Gibbons Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call to order today's City Council meeting. Will the clerk please call roll?
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz. Fig Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons. Floyd.
Here. Here. Will everyone please join me in standing while we get an invocation from Abdul K. Ali, Imam Abdul Ali. Please remain standing for the pledge afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Let me say before we do our prayers, I wasn't here when the chair and the vice chair was appointed here, but I'd just like to say that this council is in good hands with the chair and vice chair, and I say congratulations. May we pray. With our Lord, the Creator's name, the merciful benefactor, merciful Redeemer. Our Lord is the Lord of all worlds and the systems of knowledge. And his servants is our one family. The praise belongs to him, our Lord, and we beg for your mercy, we beg for your forgiveness. To our chair, vice chair, members of council, administration, staff, we say, God, peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum. We are very honored to be here as we approach the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting for Muslims throughout the world. It's just a few days before we have this wonderful month that will be bestowed us. We ask our city that we work to make our city a better city. We ask our citizens that we continue to come together to be good citizens, to make this a wonderful place for all to live. We come together and we invite all to come together as we will celebrate on March the 10th, our annual citywide annual iftar dinner. All is invited. And then we work to make our city better. We work for peace, love, justice, and compassion for all of humanity, and make our city a better city for all. We work to support those who are sick, those who are hungry, those who are homeless as well. We ask protection, we ask your blessing and protection for the bold and courageous women and men who serve our country here and abroad. And we ask your blessing, O God, to bless the first responders who work in time of need for a better and a safe city. And we ask you, God, continue to bless us as we move forward and stand firmly for what is just, what is right for all of humanity. These are our prayers. We pray in your holy name. We say, Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, individual, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that lovely invocation, Imam. We're going to We have an agenda before us, council members. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All right. Seeing no request to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, will the clerk please announce the vote?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Thank you. We have open forum next. I see that there are speakers signed up, so clerk, will you please please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed on the open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. Applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do have speakers. We have 2 speakers, and the others are cards, Mr. Chair. First 2 speakers, please go to either podium, state your name, address, or cross street when it's time to speak to council. Dr. Perry G. Washington and Ruth Whitney, please go to either podium. It should be on.
Ruth Whitney.
Ruth Whitney, please go to an open podium, state your address or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, my name is Ruth Whitney. I live at 939 Beach Drive Northeast, and I'm also been on the city appointed to the Community Benefits Association, and I thank you for that. I've been on for 4 years, and I was originally part of the group. There were 2 different groups that wanted to form the Community Benefits Association or Advisory Council, and one was Gypsy Gardo's One Community, and the other one was Brothers John Change for St. Pete. And after working on the idea, they joined together and came and lobbied the city, and it was approved to have this Community Benefits and Advisory Council, and we've had it for 4 years, and I've been on it for 4 years. You all appointed me 4 years ago, and I thank you for that. We had a meeting of the 4. There's a standing committee of 4, and then there's community members added when we deal with an actual project. if you've all forgotten the procedures. So we had our meeting of 4, and someone decided that, and I think it was James Corbett, because that was the report that we were looking at the time, and he suggested instead of 4 standing committees people, there be 6. And so you add one more of being appointed, one by the mayor, one additional by the mayor, and one additional by you. But when we had a project, there were 9 of us, and so this will limit the number that come from the community for the project, and you'll just have, we'll still be 9, but there'll only be 3 of those. And then we have always been thankful to have a city council member serve with us on projects. So we voted to approve, all 4 of us, this increasing the numbers. The argument that was made was that sometimes the community members come and they're not, up on the project as much as the standing members. But we did approve that 4-0. But it was the second part. It was all in one document. There was a first part and then an attachment by one of our members who was appointed by the mayor, Jason Madsen. And in that document, he revises everything, practically everything that you wrote and in your original, where you passed to have this event, this council. So one of them, the vote for that was 3-1, and the one was an abstention. We didn't give it enough discussion at all in the meeting, and it passed. And I was the negative vote. I'm up.
Thank you.
I said too much before. I didn't get to the main point. I'll have to come back.
No, we have one more speaker, but sorting out some technical issues.
There it is.
Here we go.
Okay, hopefully you have it. Sorry about that, Dr. Washington. Yes, sir. My name, Dr. Perry G. Washington. I'm a man. I've been here in Pinellas County.
Dr. Washington, could you please give your cross streets?
5th Street and 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
175 5th Street North. This very building. I was in this building when you were a baby in Fort Worth. My people built this city, built this county. Last year, during Black History Month, exactly 1 year from tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., I was arrested in my own yard trying to stop them jacklegs, and that's a legal term, for putting a fence in my yard. I complained with you, the city council, the mayor's office, the chief of the police, everybody and their mama. They arrested me and put me in jail 12 hours for my 67th birthday. You heard me? When I entered this building, a man asked me, was I still getting in trouble? I told him, yes, I'm getting in trouble so you can have a good life. I was in here, a man asked me, what you mad about? I told him, I'm not mad. I haven't gotten over the last time. I ask you to look at it and find out the truth. You didn't do a damn thing. Corey, you hadn't called me. I ain't I'm going to tell you that common sense is not common. Because you had common sense, you wouldn't looked on my name, Perry G. Washington, on the internet. And you find out I was a real estate broker for 32 and a half years. A surveyor. I'm a man.
Thank you. Is that the end of open forum, or is that all speakers? I'm sorry?
No more speakers.
No more speakers? Okay, we move on to awards and presentations. We'll start on with D1, Black History Month presentation, and we're joined by the man himself, Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
To our City of St. Pete, to our St. Pete team, the City Council, it's an honor to be here with you today as we celebrate the diversity and progress that we have made as a city and as a city organization as we celebrate Black History Month. Black History Month is an important time of reflection as we remember those of African American descent from our community who led the way for us in a multitude of areas, including in public service, in city, county, and state government. I know I'm dating myself because I remember all these folks. I mean, y'all do probably as well. City Manager Don McCray, City Council Member C. Bet Wimbish, who was the first African American elected. School Board Member Mary Brown, Florida Commissioner of Education Douglas L. Jamerson, my father, City Council Member and Vice Mayor in 1988, Dr. David T. Welch, and Ernest Filyow, who I still remember talking about the process, and he'd put that emphasis on the process. These were icons who left a legacy of strong leadership in our community. Fast forwarding, I'm pleased to have staff and community representatives from various agencies and organizations who also carry that mantle of leadership. And I'd ask them to join me at the podium as I read this proclamation. We're joined by, representing the Woodson Museum of Florida, Chiquita Clark, NCNW President Lynn Johnson and her members, our own Chief Keith Watts of St. Pete Fire Rescue, Chief Anthony Holloway, Latora Bowles from Deuces Live with some of her board members, George Smith, our Chief Impact Officer, Danny White, always the best dressed. Where are you, Danny? Race Without Ism. Our CDA, James Corbett, was here. He's running back and forth. And our Arts, Culture, and Tourism Director, Celeste Davis, and any other members of our team who I have not included, please join us for this proclamation. And it reads, whereas February is annually observed as Black History Month and has been designated to identify the historical contributions of African American citizens. And whereas African Americans have made countless contributions to the city of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, the state of Florida, the United States of America, and the world. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg has a robust center of cultural organizations, including the Woodson Museum of Florida, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, the African American Heritage Association, and community oral historians who continue to work to support the intellectual development of our community to collect and preserve Black stories, sponsor Black history and literature events. And whereas the late John Lewis's words, quote, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble," end quote. Those words continue to ring true today more than ever. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg takes pride in celebrating Black History Month and recognizing the contributions of notable African Americans. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in St. Petersburg, and I urge residents to join with me in celebrating African American history, legacy, and our profound contributions to our society. Thank you all for your leadership.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiquita Clark, and I am a proud board member of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum. Our executive director, Terry Lipsey Scott, expresses her regret for not being here in person, but shares the following sentiments. Mayor Welch, Chair Hanowitz, and our honorable members of City Council, on behalf of the Board of Directors, staff, and friends of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida, we gratefully accept this proclamation affirming our city's commitment to preserving, presenting, interpreting, and celebrating Black history. This declaration is more than ceremonial. It reflects who we are as a city. St. Petersburg chooses remembrance over erasure, truth over silence, and inclusion over indifference. The Woodson not only preserves the stories of our past, but celebrates trailblazers shaping our present. On March 8th, during Women's History Month, we will honor Assistant City Attorney Janine Williams, the first African American female president of the St. Petersburg Bar Association, as one of our first ladies in African American history, alongside our Winnie Foster Lifetime Achievement honoree. You guys can clap if you want. These moments remind us that Black history is being written every single day in courtrooms, classrooms, boardrooms, and in city halls. So thank you to Mayor Welch for making our mission a priority. Thank you, City Council members, for recognizing the Woodson as an essential cultural asset to our residents and our visitors. We are proud of our history. We are committed to our present, and together we are building a future worthy of this proclamation. We are now and forever the City of St. Petersburg. Happy Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Lynn Howard Johnson, the president of the National Council of Negro. What did I just say? National Council of Negro Women. And I am proud to be here, not expecting to speak, but I'm just honored to be here today and let you know that Black history is our history, is all of our history, because as we spend time together, we are growing, we are building that history together, and I can't even imagine just going through the things that we do in the community and we are excited about that we can exclude anybody. So we advocate and support for African American women and their families, but that includes anybody that seeks our assistance. We're proud Black women, proud Black women. Yes, right, sisters? And we love to have fun, love to help others, and it's always a good time when we come together and see how can we make a difference in our community. So thank you for having us, and we look forward to visiting more and more. Seems like that's what we're doing. Right. Thank you, Mayor.
We'll go to Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and happy Black History Month. So grateful that each of you thought it not robbery to take time out of your busy schedules to celebrate with us. We've been celebrating for a century. 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson created Black History Week. In 1976, that grew into a month. And so here we are, 50 years later, celebrating a people whose history is older than the calendar itself. And I think it is important that we continue to honor and to recognize the contributions of those folks who Mayor Welch has named off, as well as the unsung heroes and sheroes who blaze the trails that many of us follow today. So I just want to encourage each and every one of you in your respectful places, in each of your organizations, to keep telling the story of our struggle. Because if we don't tell the story, someone else will, and they might not tell it with the same level of truth or accuracy. So thank you for what you do, and God bless. Thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Of course, I am going to have something to say on this infamous and wonderful day. As a life member of NCNW, we are strong, proud Black women, and I am so honored to be a proud of that. But when I look at you, do you not see the history that's standing right there before us? I don't know if y'all can see this picture. A Black police chief, a Black firefighter chief, our first black mayor, and all of those that actually bring so much richness to the culture of the city of St. Petersburg. And as I sit here also as the first black to represent District 5 and the first black woman, let us not stop. Let us continue to make those differences and make those strides, because that paint that's trying to erase our history will not win. And I want to ensure that the stories we tell will be told loud, proud, and with accuracy. And I am so honored that the mayor thought it not robbery to honor us for this year. It's not Black History Month, but this is just the one day of the year that we actually get a proclamation. So thank you for Black History Year and all of your contributions, and even those that are not in organizations that are not standing here today. Thank you. And let us not forget from whence we came, the contributions we've made, and the strides that we continue to make moving forward. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all so much for being here and for the service that you do in our community. We're going to move on to D3, Call Program Appreciation Day. Also, Mayor Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give them a few seconds. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to read a proclamation honoring the 5-year anniversary of the Community Assistance and Life Liaison, or CALL program. This program is something that we can all be very proud of in the city of St. Petersburg. It's an example of the power of partnership, compassion, and commitment to our neighborhoods, health, and safety. Today is indeed a reason to celebrate and show appreciation for the innovation and the impact of the CALL program. I want to invite our Chief Holloway and Megan McGee from St. Pete Police Department and Dr. Sandra Bram of Gulf Coast Jewish Family and Community Services and any members of her team. Doc? Y'all show them some love. Call does a great job for it. And Dr. Bram, there are people running call right now, right?
Yes.
They're not all here. Okay, just making sure.
The ones who are really like, should be in bed sleep.
Okay, gotcha. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Community Assistance and Life Liaison program was launched in February 2021 as an innovative partnership between the St. Petersburg Police Department and Gulf Coast Jewish Family and Community Services to provide a non-law enforcement response to nonviolent and non-criminal calls involving mental health, youth behavior, substance abuse, and other quality of life concerns. And whereas for 5 years, CALL has responded to and diverted approximately 20,000 emergency calls, referrals, and follow-up contacts from police response to mental health professionals, reducing strain on emergency resources, enhancing officer efficiency, and ensuring more compassionate outcomes for our most vulnerable citizens. And whereas the CALL program embodies a spirit of collaboration and innovation by bringing together law enforcement, mental health professionals, and community partners to build trust and promote equitable, effective public safety solutions. And whereas the CALL team has become a national model for alternative response, connecting individuals in crisis to immediate care, ongoing support, and long-term services. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg takes great pride in celebrating the accomplishments of the CALL team and recognizes the dedication, compassion, and professionalism of the advocates, supervisors, and leaders who serve our community through this groundbreaking and innovative initiative. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim Friday, February 2nd, 2026, as CALL Program Appreciation Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the CALL team for 5 years of transformative service, partnership, and care for our community. Thank you all for your leadership.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Welch. Thank you, honorable council members, and thank you for your vision, Chief Holloway, for all you all have done to support this program. I stand here today proudly accepting this proclamation during Black History Month, but also standing hand in hand with my sister and incoming board chair, Abby Starenzis, who is a Jewish woman, and I want to acknowledge the unfinished business of racism as we celebrate Black History Month and the growing cancer of anti-Semitism that has invaded our country. And I want to challenge all of us to remember our shared legacy together as Blacks and Jews as we walked hand in hand. And behind me, the rainbow of wonderful people who are Black and brown and yellow and white and of all backgrounds and lifestyles. We want to thank you for the opportunity to serve this community, to be a leader, to be an example of innovation. And we want to, again, acknowledge the work that you do in supporting this great program. Thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. So, as someone that was there when Chief Holloway brought this forward, I am super excited because you all have done a fantastic job in diverting the police officers to where they really need to be and providing that extra care to those calls that does not need, they do not need the strength of our police officers to be there. So you have helped us, Chief Holloway. You rock. You are the GOAT. We appreciate what you've done for this community, and establishing the call program has been undeniably one of the best things I could have pushed my button to say yes to. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the call team. And you are so right, Dr. Brum. Look at your diversity and your rainbow and all the grace that you bring to the city of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank you all, and thank you for continuing to do that work, because I know it can't be easy when you arrive to some of those calls, but you continue to do it, and you do it with dignity, and I really do appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, if you would, I inadvertently skipped Chief Holloway and Megan. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Council, everyone. First of all, I'm not the GOAT.
Yeah, you are.
So let's say how it is. I came with an idea and a plan, but it took Megan McGee and the 3 assistant chiefs to make it work. 'Cause you can come up with anything you want to come up with, but it takes these people to execute it. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Megan.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Council. I am absolutely over the moon to be able to be here today to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Community Assistance and Life Liaison Program. And I would like a couple moments to thank some of those individuals and groups who worked really hard to make it happen. I do want to sincerely thank Mayor Welch and former Mayor Kreisman, along with past and present City Council members, for not being afraid, having that courage to try something new and different and support it the whole way. I remember standing here back in the day seeking a 9-month pilot. We had a lot to do in a really short amount of time to do it, but we did. Some thought that call wouldn't work. Some thought call wouldn't last. But 5 years later, we are a national model, and we have changed countless lives in our community. I want to thank our officers who have overwhelmingly embraced the program. They're working alongside call, but they're also knowing when to step back and let a mental health professional handle the call. I want to thank the PBA for their trust and their partnership, and special thanks to our PATH unit, who from the very beginning was very active with the call team and really set up the foundation for their success. They still continue to partner with them today. I want to thank our training division for developing a special situational awareness training specifically for the call team that we've been able to have for new staff and a refresher. And much thanks to the behind-the-scenes heroes in the Emergency Communications Division who adapted their systems to support the call option, so we were able to dispatch the right team at the right time. And thank you to Chief Holloway and Assistant Chief Gilliam for having the guts and the grit to say, let's do it. And on a personal note, I am incredibly grateful that you trusted me with the most meaningful project initiative I've ever been a part of, and I have never taken that responsibility lightly. And our deepest thanks to our partners at Gulf Coast JFCS. Our partnership is extraordinary. We talk all the time, whether it's big projects or just individual conversations about how we can get the best services to a particular person in our community. Their dedication is truly the heart of this program. And all of the call navigators, you can see with the polo shirt, the call navigators and the supervisors, truly the boots on the ground, in the field, in the arena, doing the difficult, impactful work every single day. I'm so glad they're here, and today is really about them. And this proclamation doesn't just mark 5 years, it honors St. Pete's decision to lead with compassion, to respond with care, and to give our community something we asked for. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Gerdes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just quickly, I've gotten to know Dr. Brahm over the last year, and it's been quite the pleasure, and you can tell by her words, and I think this room, my colleagues have heard me say this about both of our chiefs, that it takes a leader. And Dr. Brahm, you have been that leader, not only on the call program, but at Gulf Coast. And I'm just so thankful for you and your leadership. And I'm thankful to your entire team. Thank you for what you're doing every single day. And I know they show up like this with smiles on their face and proud to wear those shirts because they have a leader like you. And so I might be spilling the beans, but I wanted to praise on Dr. Brahm for a second. And oh my gosh, your words when you were talking about the unity of how we need to move forward. And there's something happening this year, a special happening this year on Jackie Robinson Day at the Tampa Bay Rays, which is the damn right day it should happen. Dr. Brahm is singing the national anthem at the Tampa Bay Rays game. And so I couldn't think of a better ambassador to have somebody start off an amazing celebration of somebody that broke the color barrier and showed the world that it can happen than you. And so thank you for doing that with this program, and thank you for doing it as every day going forward, and especially on April 24th. And so if all of you aren't there, it's your own damn fault. So, but congratulations to everybody, our team. Thank you so much for all of it. But Dr. Brahm, I love you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation, and to all of you from the call team for the work that you do. Thank you for being so compassionate and so smart about how you approach each situation. You don't just walk into this knowing what to do. I know that it takes a lot of training, and it also takes those things that you can't teach. And that is what makes you so incredibly special and so perfectly designed for this type of work. And so I have great admiration for you, and I'm grateful that you decided to take who you are and what you've learned and apply it in this way that serves our community so well. So thank you. Chief Holloway, I've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. Or it might be a Megan thing, I don't know. But I want to thank you, Chief. I know. Chief, I do want to thank you for getting the ball rolling on this and for all that you've done. This has become a national model, and I'd love to just hear, I want everyone to hear some examples of some of the cities and other governments, other entities who have reached out to you and said, how did you do that, and how can you help us get it done too?
I'll start. Megan got a better list than I have. So I've gone to Canada, gone to New York, Georgia, and we also did something through World Partnership where we talked to, I think it was like 30 different countries that came in, and then they asked us to go to Africa to actually bring it there to their culture.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I love that this is being spread throughout our country and beyond, especially right now at a time where so much of the conversation is around troubling instances of certain law enforcement going too far. This is what the right thing looks like. This is the opposite of that. This is leading with love. So I really want to point that out. After the call program started, and since it started, we have had some changes, really expanding it, because, as you said, it went from a 9-month pilot to national model, but that didn't happen by doing it the same way for the last 5 years. So can you give us a couple of highlights about how you've been able to look at this and adjust and expand so that we can improve the service even more?
Okay. Thank you for your question. We have been able to adapt because after that pilot, it gave us an opportunity to reassess what we were seeing and what we were able to do as far as capabilities as we continue to grow. We're very different than some of the other models simply because we are an alternative response. Call is an alternative response, it's not a co-response. About 5% of the calls that the team is dispatched to, they may request law enforcement assistance, but the large majority of calls that they are responding to, it is a civilian navigator team that responds and also provides the continued follow-up to ensure that individuals are stable. The other thing that's very different for what we do is, in addition to mental health and prevention of suicide, we're also doing neighborhood disputes and other types that aren't maybe the typical response. We do call for assistance, which is one of the things that we've added to our overall array of services, because we found that a lot of those calls are really just seeking, they're not necessarily mental health, but they're just seeking assistance. So we've been able to really expand and be able to meet the community's needs as we've continued to grow, and also really refine the best way to meet the community's needs.
Thank you. And finally, I want to thank your communications staff, the folks who answer the phone and go through the whole, yes. Where are you at? There you are. I know it's not easy to teach the team and get everyone on board with that very specific way that you have to evaluate a call and decide if it's call or something else. That was the part that I was the most concerned about when this first started. But now I just wonder, why was I even worried? Because you all are amazing. And I want your entire team to know how much I appreciate the training and the dedication that they have to making sure that they get it right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fixander.
Thank you. I forgot, since our mayor forgot to introduce the chief. So, Chief, if you're not the GOAT, then I'll make you the shepherd, and Megan, you will be the GOAT. So I want to thank everyone. I couldn't let this moment go by without personally thanking our St. Pete Police Department that actually brought this, facilitates it, and manages this for us. And then also, Dr. Brahm, I want to thank you for another initiative while you're here, for being the lead agency for CUFCOs for our hubs, where the contract ends in December. So we're going to miss the hubs, but I wanted to personally thank you for the lead agency in actually running those programs as well. So thank you so much. Okay, we're hopeful. We're hopeful. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First off, thank you so much to everyone who's been involved in this program from its inception till now. I'm really appreciative to all the good work that you do, because when the program was created, there was plenty of doubters and naysayers, and the work that you've done to make it successful is why we've been able to make it 5 years. So I'm really grateful for everyone, and I reiterate everything my colleagues have said here about the wonderful people who have made this happen. I want to thank, though, a separate group of people who are not in the room with us right now that I think were pivotal in making it happen, but it was like the activist community in 2020. It was before I was a council member, and we were angry and frustrated with the way the world was, and you know, there was marches constantly, and a lot of people got together and said, what kind of things do we want to see from our city moving forward? And it's really nice to have seen the administration, the police, and the city as a whole embrace that call. And some of the people that come here and rabble-rouse to us to this day, and I know some of the people in this room get annoyed at it, but they really were pivotal in putting the pressure on us all to make a big change. And I'm so grateful that that symbiotic relationship came to a conclusion in this moment in this room right now, or led to this moment in this room right now, because this is by no means the conclusion. So I'm really grateful for everyone who comes up here and advocates for things, and I think their voice is really important in this conversation as well. So thank you all so much for joining us today. It's been an honor to be able to recognize you, and I can't wait to see what the next 5 years look like as well.
Chairman, if I could just make one note for the public who's watching this. Councilmember Driscoll talked about the changes in the program over the years and that we made it better. And I just couldn't resist when folks ask what we're doing with our local discretionary funding, property taxes in particular. It's this kind of program, responding to a community need at about just under $2 million a year. So I know the CFO came down here, talked a lot about what we're doing with the money. This is a good example of that. So I want the public to see this very tangible example. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to move on to D2, Radio St. Pete Day Proclamation. We'll be joined by Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask the folks from Radio St. Pete to come up and join us. So it is my honor to present this proclamation. We'll wait till everybody.
Yeah, we'll wait a second. Yeah.
It's my honor to represent the city and presenting this proclamation to Radio St. Pete. The communication with the folks in a town, area, community has always been of vital importance in getting the word out about how your community runs. And it started with back in the day, back in Administrator Gertis's in my day, with town criers, and worked its way up to the days in the 1920s when they were selling newspapers on street corners, and then to radio, and then to TV, and then the internet. And along the way, there have always been groups that have filled in and made sure that we know what's going on in our community. Radio St. Pete decided to make it a little bit more complicated. And in doing so, they decided they were going to do it for no money, and they exist as a nonprofit that we'll talk about in a second, which I find not just admirable, but incredible that they've been able to do it this long and continue to do it. And the other is that they've advocated for the culture and lifeblood of the community. It is easy to sell newspapers about things that happen in this chamber or in that room over there. It is hard to sell newspapers that talk about things that are just about your community, that are about the vibrancy and the culture and the important parts of our community. But these folks have found a way to do it and do it continually. And so it gives me pride to give you this. Proclamation, City of St. Petersburg. Whereas Radio St. Pete and Sunshine 96.7 FM were established as a nonprofit community-powered radio station to serve the City of St. Petersburg by amplifying local voices, music, arts, and civic life. And whereas March 4th, 2026 marks the second anniversary of Radio St. Pete Downtown Studio and commemorates 13 years of broadcasting that celebrate the people, creativity, culture, and stories that define St. Petersburg. And whereas throughout its history, Radio St. Pete has provided an inclusive platform for local musicians, artists, nonprofits, organizations, educators, small businesses, and community leaders, strengthening community connection and civic pride. And whereas Radio St. Pete contributes to St. Petersburg's culture and creative economy while offering volunteer, internship, and educational opportunities that support media, literacy, and workforce development. And whereas Radio St. Pete continues to serve as an independent, trusted source for local storytelling and public engagement, reflecting the diversity and collaborative spirit of the city, now therefore I, Mike Harding, City Councilman for the City of St. Pete, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Pete, to hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 4th, 2026, as Radio St. Pete Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all our residents to celebrate the work of Radio St. Pete and to support its ongoing efforts to provide quality, community-centered programming that strengthens the bonds of St. Petersburg. Congratulations.
It's times like this when I, after listening to the last two presentations, say, what are we doing here? When I pushed the button to start Radio St. Pete in 2013, never in my foggiest vision did I ever imagine standing here. Or last year watching this from 3,000 miles away. Radio St. Pete did begin in 2013 with about a day's planning. About 2 weeks later, I ran into Paul Tash at a Tiger Bay luncheon that we were trying to broadcast, and he came over and said, Joe, what are you trying to do? And I said, I'm not entirely sure. Well, things have moved along quite significantly since then. While this did start in my house, and we experimented with a number of things for several years, we got very serious during COVID. And a number of us came together. First, Jay Kolb, who's standing behind me, met for lunch. We decided to move ahead and acquire the FM station that was available for 96.7. We decided we were going to be an all-volunteer 501c3 nonprofit. We went to the IRS, got that. Went to the FCC, got the license application in, did what we needed to do all of that. As we were working at home during COVID, Jay Kolb was putting together our music catalog that consisted of now consists of hundreds of local musicians and groups, thousands of songs. And we got approved by the FCC and the IRS, and we went on the air on 96.7 FM and on our internet platform. A couple of years after that, 2 years ago, we decided to figure out we'd come up with the money somehow and rent a studio in downtown St. Petersburg, which we did, in Thrive DTSP. So to go along with all of our music, which runs the gamut from classical and sacred music to overnight jazz featuring many members of the Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association, to folk, pop, and rock, this vast majority of our programming is done locally, although we'd have some very high-quality syndicated music programs as well. Then Karen Carmichael appeared. By the grace of God, she walked up one day and thought she might like to help, and we actually discovered her at a Downtown Neighborhood Association meeting. She became a key volunteer for us and is now second vice president. She's our volunteer development director. She's making a huge difference. First, she connected us with the neighborhood association folks. Dom is here and represents the next generation of Radio St. Pete as well, and she's making a huge difference. The other member of our executive committee is not here. He's retired Cox Media executive Todd Leeser, and he brings his broadcasting experience to our executive committee. Well, our downtown studio opened. Nanette Weiser walked up and joined us as a key volunteer, and within weeks, that little studio in Thrive DTSP became a busy meeting place for local leaders in government, business, and the arts. In the past year alone, Radio St. Pete's Lunchtime Conversations program has broadcast over 400 hours of important and entertaining, we hope, local discussions on all kinds of different topics. All of that is archived and distributed on our podcast platform as well. I'm proud to say that our Radio St. Pete volunteers on that program now include the likes of Paul Wilborn, Eugenie Bondurant, Margot Hammond, Craig Pittman, Alvinette Downing, Rick and Carrie Kreisman, Rui Farias, and even people like Dr. Victor Mickey Holes, who's Associate Principal Cellist of the Florida Orchestra and has a regular program on Radio St. Pete. It's Lunchtime Conversations. We've been honored to have several of you with us as well. Finally, in addition to Nanette, dozens of new Radio St. Pete volunteers have come forward, and that includes interns from USF St. Petersburg and Eckerd College. And we believe these people will form the foundation for the next generation of leadership at Radio St. Pete. Looking at us, you probably may think that is necessary. From the very beginning, seriously, I've always told people whenever I was here at City Hall that this is called Radio St. Pete for a reason, and I really think the city of St. Petersburg should think of it as a city asset, because we're here to broadcast city events like this one live. Folks will hear on Lunchtime Conversations tomorrow, not only from me standing here now, but the other presentations that you're hearing, that we will broadcast in their entirety. Often that means routine weekly city information that we have on our air that will not be heard elsewhere on any other broadcasting station or internet platform. And most importantly, during storms, it's emergency information and briefings during the hurricanes and other times when it's so important. I want to thank, on behalf of all of our volunteers, the city for this recognition and for your financial support. We've gotten a few of these, I believe they're called Level Up grants. And this is a case where a small amount of money, I think, makes an incredible impact, and it's changed our little organization. It helped us to launch our affiliation and be one of the few, and maybe the only, non-commercial affiliate of the ABC radio network, providing breaking news coverage throughout the day. It's allowed us to replace our homemade mobile apps, which we're in the process of developing right now, which will further enhance engagement with our audience. Now, all of these items, and a new website as well. I forgot that as well, with the Level Up grant. This allowed us to do what we needed to do, but do it a couple of years sooner than we could have afforded to do it, and it's accelerated our growth. Most importantly, your support has encouraged others to support us as well. We now have 16 local businesses that are underwriters of our operation, and 2 foundations have also stepped forward and made grants to us. So, on behalf of our executive committee, our board of directors, our volunteers, our members, and our listeners, thank you for this truly wonderful recognition. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Councilmember Durden.
Sorry about that, Vice Chair. I just want to thank Radio St. Pete. I've been able to be on the show a couple of times over the last couple of years. Everything you said was great, and I thought at the end you were going to do the one thing I thought, which was make the ask. Oh. And so if you're not, you can sponsor a show. You can sponsor Radio St. Pete. I do that. I sponsor Big Broadway Energy with Steve Reardon, because I'm a nerd, and everybody knows that already. And so, but it's just, it's amazing what you guys are doing there. Thank you. The lunch conversations are fantastic. My drives to Tallahassee are filled with RadioStPete.com on my app. And so I just wanted to say I'm very thankful for everything you're doing. And if you're not participating in RadioStPete.com, you need to be, because it's an integral part of our community and one that should not go anywhere anytime soon. So thank you so much for everything you're doing. Thanks, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to move on to item number D4, Al Downing and Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association Day proclamation, given by Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. When I think about jazz, I think about trumpeter Louis Armstrong, composer Duke Ellington, pioneer Charlie Parker, and the innovator himself, Miles Davis, one of my favorites. Al Downing and his wife, Bonnie, created many years ago a venue where young jazz musicians could hone their skills and provide, oh, y'all come up here with me, please. Give them some time. All Al Downing Jazz Association members, please. And as they come, Mr. and Mrs. Downing created a venue where jazz enthusiasts, young jazz enthusiasts, could hone in on their skills and also provide the local community with some jazz entertainment. Now, although Mr. and Mrs. Downing are no longer with us in the flesh, their legacy lives on through the Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association. And that is who we recognize today. The proclamation. Whereas the city of St. Petersburg is proud to recognize and celebrate the remarkable life and contributions of legendary jazz musician and educator Al Downing, whose dedication to music, education, and the community has left an indelible mark on our city, state, and nation. And whereas Al Downing, who served as a Tuskegee Airman during World War II, made history as part of the first African-American military aviators, exemplifying courage, service, and commitment to the ideals of justice and equality. Whereas through his musical genius, Al Downing inspired generations of students, musicians, and artists, and founded the Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association, a vital institution that continues to promote jazz education and support young talent in the Tampa Bay area. Whereas Al Downing's passion for jazz music, especially the old Hammond B3 organ, which all of us Baptists love, and his contributions to the cultural landscape of our city have made St. Petersburg a vibrant hub for jazz education and performance. And whereas Al Downing is a well-deserved inductee into the 2025 Florida Artists Hall of Fame, and an honor has been given to those whose work has made significant contributions to the arts in Florida. And whereas as a Florida Artists Hall of Fame inductee, Mr. Al Downing will be celebrated alongside other legendary figures such as Ray Charles, Jim Morrison, and Zora Neale Hurston, whose creative contributions have helped shape the cultural fabric and landscape of Florida and beyond. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Corey Givens, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 12, 2026, as Al Downing and the Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association Day. Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you so much. To our honorable mayor, thank you to our councilman Givens, to all of the city council members, honored guests, family that has come all the way from Shreveport and on. I just want to thank you for this honor. I'm the youngest daughter of Al and Bunny Downing, and my father and mother were both amazing African American people that worked fearlessly and unceasingly to ensure that our family was actively involved in the civil rights movement. They did not walk in the front of a protest march, but were very much part of the civil rights and social justice movement behind the scenes and in our home. This is so fitting that this is during Black History Month, because our home was part of that, was part of the history that not only made America, but it also made St. Petersburg. And it is American history and not just Black history. It is all of our history. The organization they started over 53 years ago opened doors of opportunity for young African American young people like my sister Evelyn, who was an amazing jazz singer, to hone their skills, to learn the wonderful music of jazz. They started meeting in restaurants because during that time, African Americans weren't allowed in so many different restaurants, so many different places. My parents searched out restaurants that said, yes, come on in, have a jazz jam here, and allowed my sister Evelyn, as well as other young jazz musicians, to play. And that was just an amazing opportunity for all of them. The Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association continues in that legacy. I am so proud that we are able to continue that, to finish and know, to continue, there's no finishing in this, to continue doing what my parents started. They started something to make sure that African Americans youth would continue in the understanding and continued use of the wonderful genre, jazz, that was gifted by African Americans to our country here in America. So I'm so excited that we do this, and we still do this, so here's my plug and an ask.
Now you got it.
There you go, there you go. At the Hangar, every Monday night from 7 to 9, we have a jazz jam. That jazz jam is complemented by so many amazing jazz artists. And this Monday, you might just want to stop in. We might have something very special happening. Just a little drop there. And you heard part of what our organization does. We've given over $80-some thousand worth of scholarships. And 2 of our scholarship recipients, Cooper Madden playing the upright bass, and Tristan Nelson playing the saxophone, were in your lobby this morning. And you can tell, and Caleb is a sophomore at school, and he plays the drum. So, Cable Abels. So you want to know that we are helping youth do professional level jazz playing, and that's exactly what's happening. So we continue. So come to the Jazz Jam, become sponsors and donators to our organization, because an organization that has lasted for as long as my parents have put it in place. It started out as Allegro Music Society, and that was 53 years ago. And now we've joined an organization by Ernie Calhoun, who was in Tampa saxophonist, who used to play with my father. And that organization, Tampa Bay Jazz, joined our organization and became Al Downing Tampa Bay Jazz Association. So we are thrilled. My family, the charter members and board and chair members, as well as past presidents that stand behind me, we are honored to stand on the shoulders of my father and my mother, Bunny Downing, to have created this organization and do what this organization continues to do. So come and join us and have a good time at the Hangar. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. I just want to take this moment to say thank you. And I'm not sure where your parents attended church, but I think I heard their name at First Baptist Institutional. Yes. Okay, that's my church. Okay, so we're First Baptist. Okay, so I knew that they were great people. But I also want to let you know that I've heard some of your students at the Hangar, and they are exceptionally well. So I just want to let you know you guys are doing a great job with them, but they were very good. Thank you for that, and thank you for your recognition and all that you do for the city of St. Petersburg and our history during Black History Year.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I have to say that my father not only played at First Baptist, he also played at Bethel Community. He also played at the Unity Church. He also played at the synagogue. He also played at the Episcopalian and the Catholic Church. So wherever there needed to be a minister of music or someone to play, many bar mitzvahs, he did it, and many weddings. So yes.
Thank you all so much
Thank you.
for joining us today. It's wonderful to hear about your father's legacy.
Thank you so much.
We're going to move on to item D5, Distinguished Citizen Awards, given by Councilmember Givens as well.
Thank you very much, and I hate to say this, but I saved 2 of the best for last, so I'm going to ask Ms. Dixon and Ms. Wade to join me over here, please, on this side of the chambers. And as they make their way over here, I'd like to share a few words. These 2 ladies were 2 good, close classmates and friends of my grandmother's, and I thought about who I could present my first Distinguished Citizens Awards to, and it was these 2 young ladies. Give them a moment to quiet down. And don't these ladies look beautiful, y'all? Don't they just look lovely today? Okay, thank you so much. On December 1st, 1922, a bond was issued and approved to build Mercy Hospital at 12th Avenue and 22nd Street South in 1923. Mercy opened its doors for the first use to St. Petersburg African-American citizens, playing an integral role to African American community until it closed its doors 60 years ago on April 1st, 1966. The drive for integration was largely propelled by the Civil Rights Movement, which aimed to dismantle systemic racism and promote equality. While the intentions were noble, the outcomes were complex and multifaceted. After building a career, and working their way up in leadership at Mercy Hospital, the closure of the segregated hospital meant that these two women standing beside me were forced to start their careers all over at the newly integrated Mound Park Hospital. Not only did they lose their retirement benefits, co-workers who had become family, but these ladies were also forced to take pay cuts and demotions as a direct result of integration. They were forced to start all over. Today, I rise before you to recognize the rich legacy and history of historic Mercy Hospital by paying homage to the two last living former Mercy Hospital employees, Ms. Gwen Dixon and Ms. Gwen Wade. From breaking barriers to serving their community, both of these ladies' leadership has been steady, principled, unparalleled, and deeply committed to their community. Because of them, we can continue to dream big. Their example reminds us to honor our history and to preserve it for future generations. This Black History Month, we honor the labor and legacies of two distinguished lifelong St. Petersburg residents, Mrs. Gwendolyn Dixon and Mrs. Gwendolyn Wade. Congratulations, lady. You are living Black history.
On behalf of the duo here, representing Mercy Hospital, it has been a very high honor for me to stand before you and represent all the wonderful people who worked at Mercy and who had various positions and who enjoyed being just a part of the gang. Okay? I speak to you because I also lived at 512 Jordan Park, so that makes me an affiliate with Mercy and then Jordan Park. How about that? But just thank you for recognizing us again and remembering that we were an integral part of Mercy Hospital.
Thank you so very much for recognizing us as a part of the city of St. Petersburg. Thank you so much.
Just 1 second, ladies. My grandmother, she taught me, and you all knew her, she said that you should always give a person their flowers, Councilmember Fig Sanders, while they can smell them, and so today I want to present you with your own roses. Congratulations, ladies, and thank you so much.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
So ladies, thank you so much. I want to take the opportunity to, I'll wait until they finish. Ladies, before you sit down, hold on. Before you sit down, I want to just say thank you. And you will really be surprised of the rich history that we still have here in the city of St. Petersburg. And I congratulate Councilmember Corey Givens for recognizing you and giving you your flowers. So thank you so much. You are so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, thank you, Councilmember Givens, for really enriching today's Black History celebration. That is the end of awards and presentations. We are now going to move on to reports. We're going to start with item F1, Ford Pinellas update with the Executive Director, Whit Blanton. Oh, yep. Okay, I didn't see you there. It's good to see you. Yeah.
May I introduce?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Last week we had our a great update from FDOT, and it was perfect timing because we hadn't had an update from Ford Pinellas here in council in quite some time. There are 4 city council members who serve on the Ford Pinellas board, and I'm honored to serve as the chair of the board at this time. There is a lot that's going on right now in Pinellas County and in Forward Pinellas. And I'm excited that Whit is here to join us and make sure that our partnership with Forward Pinellas is strengthened through the information that he shares and the conversation that we have today. So thank you, Whit, for joining us.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. It's my pleasure to be here. It's been a few years. I don't think I've been here since maybe 2019 or so, which is embarrassing. So thanks for having me back. And today what I wanted to do is talk to you about our efforts to regionalize our transportation decision-making process. As you noted, Councilmember Driscoll, there is a lot going on in Forward Pinellas, and we are a countywide planning agency. But this is really kind of front and center of what we've been dealing with for a few years now, and it's coming to a decision point. And so I wanted to inform the council and anybody who is watching that there is a process, and the city of St. Petersburg is certainly integral in that process. So let me advance through here. So I'm going to just start with the very basics. What is a metropolitan planning organization? We are a federally created organization that is in every urbanized area in the United States. There's about 411 of these organizations that makes decisions on transportation investment using federal and state dollars. And we are responsible for a continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive transportation planning process that at its fundamental heart is really about engaging the communities and building a level of trust and collaboration with our local government partners and the state Florida Department of Transportation. We have a short range and a long range set of transportation planning priorities for all modes, including freight, waterborne transportation, the Cross Bay Ferry, things like that, the Pinellas Trail, and the safety of our roads. MPOs fund projects in a pretty typical way across the country, but if you've met one MPO, you've met one MPO. We all do it a little bit differently. But essentially, local governments submit priority projects and grant applications for the MPO to establish on a list of locally defined priorities. And that list is adopted every year. We'll adopt another list of priorities this year in June, and we transmit that to the Florida Department of Transportation. And they are required by federal law to follow our priorities because we are a large urban area of over 200,000 population. FDOT reviews those priorities for feasibility. There are sometimes some adjustments and some assessments about the readiness of those projects. And importantly, there is typically a local match required for advancing those transportation projects. Those funded projects are then programmed in the Department of Transportation's 5-year work program and also adopted into the Forward Pinellas Transportation Improvement Program. It's important that we do both because if there is ever disagreement between the Department of Transportation and a local government partner or the MPO, we can stop that project by moving forward by simply not incorporating it into the TIP. It works both ways, but we have that leverage of stopping a flawed project if that comes to us. Local governments then work with FDOT directly on a full funding agreement, and at that point, it's in the design and operations phase, and the planning folks like me take a step back. I wanted to talk about why we're even thinking about creating a single MPO for the Tampa Bay region. And I thought about this a lot this morning as I was walking the dog. We do well, I think, in Pinellas County, meeting the unique needs of a highly developed county with 25 local governments. And we've long maintained in our history that we are distinct and different substantially from Hillsborough County and Pasco County, and that's why we needed separate planning organizations. But the last decade or more has experienced explosive growth in this region. And the reality is that transportation funding is discretionary in large measure, and it's highly competitive. And so to work as a region and define those projects regionally is increasingly important because every other region around the country is doing the same thing. There are very few exceptions where we have single county-based MPOs in the country. It's also tied to our housing strategy, and I know City of St. Petersburg has leaned in very well to housing affordability, and transportation and housing affordability can't be unlinked because those are the two biggest components of the average household budget. And if you're thinking about one, you have to think about the other. And The region's strength, frankly, is through that collaboration, because what MPOs create is essentially a forum for convening, for decision-making, and for building that sense of trust and collaboration around clearly articulated and well-defined transportation priorities. So for those reasons, I've come around to believe that a merger is in the Tampa Bay region's best interest. We are doing it really to meet the moment of Tampa Bay and scale up so that we can realize the full possibility of a region that's adding close to 2 million people over the next 20 to 25 years. And that strength, I like to joke that we're not adding any more beach. We're not adding any more great downtowns for people to come visit. Maybe we'll add a couple more of those. But the growth may be in Manatee, it may be in Hillsborough, it may be in Pasco. They're capturing the majority of that growth, but people still want to come to Pinellas County. They still want to come here for jobs. They want to come for entertainment. They want to come for a wide variety of reasons. And more importantly, we need to get through Tampa to get to other places in the state of Florida. So we have a shared future. Currently, the Ford Pinellas Board, our MPO, consists of 19 voting members, and the Florida Department of Transportation is a non-voting advisor. And you can see the breakdown of seats by those cities. For a long time, we had 13 seats. We expanded to 19 in the last few years as reapportionment happened after the 2020 census, and that was to reflect the broader voices in the community. Now, as we go forward, there's been a long history of merger discussion, and I think we've made more progress now than we've made since this topic was first broached early in my career around 1992 or 1993 after that census. In 2010, we created the Tampa Bay Transportation Management Area Leadership Group. The Transportation Management Area is a federal designation for Pasco, Hillsborough, and Pinellas County. And we have been meeting regularly, 3 members of our MPO board with their counterparts in Hillsborough and Pasco to establish regional priorities, to work together. But the TMA leadership group has to make recommendations and bring those back to the individual MPOs. And we've seen examples where those recommendations fall on deaf ears when they come back to the individual MPOs. So by forming a single MPO, you would have all the decision makers at the table. In 2023, the Florida legislature got involved and as part of Senate Bill 425, included language there that required the 3 MPOs to formally explore the merger and assess the feasibility and submit a report to the legislature and the governor. We did that by the end of 2023, and along with a memorandum of understanding that all 3 MPOs adopted and approved, has been the guiding force in the last couple of years of really drilling into what a merger could potentially look like. So we have developed a scope of work and hired a specialty consultant who is helping us work through some of these issues of what the future MPO could look like. And we're following federal and state laws. And Florida is fairly unique across the country in that we have a lot of state laws governing the functionality of MPOs. There are some states that have no state law and they only follow federal law. And I think that's a pretty good balance for us because it gives us guardrails in which to operate. So I just want to highlight a couple of things in the federal law. First is that the designation of an MPO must be an agreement between the governor and the units of general purpose local government that represent 75% of the existing metropolitan area population. That's been determined to be the 3 counties, Pasco, Hillsborough, and Pinellas, and the largest city in the urbanized area, which is the Tampa City Council. But I want to assure you that while we call those 4 groups principals, I consider St. Petersburg to be a principal to this decision because of your population and your leadership that you've shown in transportation. And I think you need to be at the table in every one of those conversations. In addition to that, the MPOs have state statutes that guide the size of that governing board, and a minimum of 5 members and not more than 25 members can be established. And then there's a provision that there be a certain set aside for county commission members. So we're navigating those waters as we look at forming the MPO. There's been a lot of conversations around this topic with joint boards of county commissioners, with individual city commissions, county commissions, and the TMA leadership group. Back in November, we had what's called a principals workshop that I know several of you attended, We had a robust conversation, I think is probably a fair way to say that, maybe airing of some grievances as well. And what we've noted in those conversations is that there's general agreement about working together and general agreement about the merger in Pasco and Pinellas County, and there's still some debate and discussion over in Hillsborough County. What's come out of those conversations, candidly, has been that there are far more conflicts between Tampa City Council and the Hillsborough County Commission than there are between Hillsborough County and the City of Tampa and the respective groups in Pinellas and Pasco County. And I think they've got to work some of those things out. Part of the rationale maybe for the merger is that if you're just beating your head against the wall and doing the same thing over and over again, maybe you need to expand the people in the room. And I think the Tampa City Council, for instance, would find a lot of allies in some of the cities in Pinellas County. We are meeting again tomorrow at the Tampa Hillsborough County Expressway Authority. It's the TMA leadership group, but it's essentially the same principals that have been invited to this workshop. I invited all of my board and all of you, and I hope some of you can attend. And we'll have another robust discussion around some of the remaining pieces that need to be resolved that I'll get to in a moment. But I want to stick on this timeline just for a minute because we really need to request action from the 4 principal organizations, the 3 counties and the City of Tampa, to determine if there's legs to move this forward. And if there are, then we'll drill down in more detail. If there aren't, then we need to look at what Plan B looks like or brace for legislative intervention, which potentially could come. This conversation has been ongoing, and I noted that our chambers of commerce and many other organizations were up in Tallahassee this week, and they were advocating for the merger. So as long as you have the business community and other interest groups advocating for the merger with the Florida legislature, eventually something is going to stick, and the legislature may choose to react. And I'd rather us take care of that on our own, because I believe it gives us a lot more leverage when we come together and make a decision rather than when we're told to do something and this is how you're going to do it. If the merger is supported, we will then identify the board composition, roles, and responsibilities of this organization, whether it's an independent organization or hosted by a local government, as they all are today. If the merger is not supported, then we'll look at other mechanisms potentially to achieve those regional goals and strengthen regional collaboration. We will prepare then a draft transition plan by the end of the year. In a little more detail, I mentioned the meeting tomorrow. It's the TMA leadership group at Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority in downtown Tampa. From that meeting, from the recommendations and priorities that are identified, we will develop a staff recommendation that'll come from me and my counterparts in Hillsborough and Pasco. We have tentatively an opportunity to present that recommendation to the joint Board of County Commissioners meeting in March. And then we will be asking the 4 principal organizations to place this on their agenda for a resolution of support. We expect that could happen as early as April. It may happen as late as May or June. That'll come to the MPOs first. I need to point that out. And then once the MPOs pass that, it'll go to the 4 principals. With that resolution of support, it'll cover the governing board, the apportionment plan, the role of the transportation operators, and then we'll initiate phase 2, which really looks at the legal documents, the operating plan, cost and revenues, and how that would be shared. So there's still quite a bit of granular detail to work out, but if we can't agree on the governing board, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend more money and work on things that require that agreement in the first place. So what have we heard so far? Generally, there has been consensus that a larger board makes sense for this region to reflect its diversity. So there's been consensus at the TMA leadership group to have a board of 25 members. Of those, 23 would be elected officials, and 2 of them would be representing regional agencies, operating agencies, and they would be represented by staff, not by elected officials. The Port of Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, because they serve the entire region, freight and goods coming in and out of the area, and passenger transportation and cargo. In addition to that, there's been general consensus that the transportation operators, like our transit agencies, PSTA in our county and HART in Hillsborough would be non-voting advisors, just like the Florida Department of Transportation. Tampa-Hillsborough Expressway Authority, also a non-voting advisor. And to note, the Expressway Authority does have a voting seat on the Hillsborough MPO, so that would be a change for them. In addition to that, there would be an allocation of seats by population. So 23 elected officials, essentially based on population, Hillsborough would have 10 or 11 of those seats. Pinellas would have approximately 8 or 7 of those seats, and Pasco would have about 4 of those seats. Now, there is a statutory requirement that the Florida Department of Transportation has that in its 5-year work program, funding allocations to counties must be representative of population. So there is a threshold that in that 5-year work program, there will be an equal allocation of dollars for transportation projects. So there is an equity consideration that the Department of Transportation must adhere to. It doesn't mean that in the year 2028 or 2029, 80% of those funds might go to one big project in the city of Tampa or Hillsborough County, but over that 5-year period, they must be balanced out. So I hope that gives folks a little more comfort that even though a lot of the growth is in Hillsborough and Pasco, we'll still get our fair share of funds. I also mentioned the discretionary nature of transportation, and that's where collaboration comes together. And I've worked in multi-county MPOs, notably Sarasota, Manatee to the south, and they had an agreement where they would alternate their number one priority between the two counties. So things like that can happen. I've also worked in Alachua County where the city of Gainesville and Alachua County both had 5 county commissioners and city commissioners on the MPO board. No motion could pass without a majority of both boards. So mechanisms like that could also be incorporated if necessary. We could also introduce weighted voting, but I'm really fearful of weighted voting because then you got to do a bunch of math. I'd rather not have to do that. Journalism graduate, not a math person. So those are all items. I do want to point out that the Port of Tampa Bay and the Aviation Authority do not have representation on their governing board from Pasco or Pinellas County. And that has been noted by some. It's not necessarily something we have to solve today or can solve today. But if they end up becoming part of a regional MPO, that may be something you want to look at in the future. So there are some options for representation. This is a little hard to see, but maybe I'll go to the next slide and then I'll back up to this. So the remaining issue is how we deal structurally with the smaller cities in our community. If you look at this chart, I've put together a few different scenarios of how those 8 seats in Pinellas County could be allocated. And you could have an allocation where you have 1 seat for our larger cities over 50,000 population, which does include the city of Pinellas Park. They are right at 53,000. You could have 3 seats for the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners, 2 for St. Pete. There's a number of different options. But I think it's important that you see yourselves in this future structure. For the smaller cities, an option could be you pick one north of Ulmerton, south of Ulmerton, or we have the Ford Pinellas Board, the Pinellas Planning Council, appoint one of those representatives as a representative of Pinellas County. In the middle box there, you see an option that's been part of the scenarios that would form a small cities advisory committee, and that small city advisory committee would consist of cities smaller than 50,000 population, and they would elect someone to serve and vote on the regional MPO. That is the Orlando model that they have for their 3-county MPO that includes Osceola, Seminole, and Orange County. We did a field trip there in October last year and heard very clearly that the small cities felt absolutely well represented and heard as part of that process, and they feel that that works really well for them. In our situation, 18 of those small city seats would be in Pinellas County, 2 in Hillsborough, and I think 6 all under 17,000 in Pasco County. So just by math, again, I'm not very good at math, but just by math, you would elect a Pinellas city every time unless you've had some rotation in effect. And then I worry if you're rotating those seats, is that seat going to lose influence relative to county commissioners? So that's a conversation we'll have to have. And I'll just go back. You can see in this chart that the shading represents the percentage of allocation for each county, and Pinellas would be between 28 and 32% of that board. So that's going to be on the table for tomorrow. A couple of other important considerations. When the Pinellas Planning Council and the Pinellas MPO merged in 2014, just prior to my being hired as the executive director, the special act creating the Pinellas Planning Council, which is the countywide land use planning agency, was amended to recognize the governing board of the MPO being the governing board of the Pinellas Planning Council. If that stands and we merge, the Pinellas Planning Council would not have a governing board, or its governing board would consist of representatives in Hillsborough and Pasco County deciding land use cases in this county. So we really don't want to have the merger proceed without amending that special act. And as you probably well know, anytime you amend a special act requiring support from your legislative delegation, all kinds of things can happen to that special act, including striking it completely from Florida statutes. So I'm looking at some options about how we can go forward, but I do want to just keep you in mind that absent the Pinellas Planning Council, there's been some discussion about the county commission taking over that role. And I think cities have been very clear in supporting the Pinellas Planning Council as being an independent planning agency, not beholden to the county commissioners or the county administrator, deciding land use cases on a technical basis based on good planning input and knowledge and the working relationships we have with the planning staff. So the joint participation agreement for the merger discussion expires at the end of this year. We do have an election year this year, so we really want to get these recommendations in while we have people who've been involved in this process for the last several years, because it's potentially a whole new set of characters after November. And then there very likely could be legislative interest in 2027 or beyond if we don't get this done. So I am hopeful that we will make strides in the next few months to make this happen. Here you can find information on the website that's hosted by the Hillsborough MPO. If you scan that, it'll take you right to the landing page for the regional MPO. And there's fact sheets, frequently asked questions, presentations, and other documentation, including the feasibility report that we submitted a couple of years ago. And I look forward to your feedback and questions, and just want to make sure that you are fully aware of this situation, and if I can be of any help in answering questions, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you so much for time today.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Whip, for the presentation today. Always good to see you. Saw you yesterday. I won't be able to be with you tomorrow, but I will be on there virtually, so I will see you tomorrow as well. You know, I've had the honor of serving, really, by the time I'm done on City Council, 7 of the 9 years that I have been a City Council member on Forward Pinellas. And, you know, representing the residents of the city of St. Petersburg in these conversations has certainly been an honor. It's been an educational journey. And you guys, we were talking about the merger when I left a couple of years ago, and now here we are, still talking about the merger, right? And I think that it's with your guidance that we have come as far as we have. Now, you're right. It's going to take a lot of political will across the region to bring this together. We've discussed it. You talked a little bit about it. You know, we had the workshop some months back, and very clear to me that, you know, we in Pasco and Pinellas align on a much different way than our friends across the bay. And it's my hope that they will be able to come to some understanding or find some opportunities for additional alliances in working with us over here, because I think, you know, if everyone can kind of get out of their own way, they will realize that we agree on more than we disagree on, and that transit for the residents that we serve is the top priority to ensuring quality of life across the region. And so it's my hope that, you know, people will kind of see through some of this infighting that is happening, and that we can all move forward in a way that makes sense. We went over to Metroplan in Orlando, a couple of us, and we learned from their regional MPO. I actually have a friend that sits on that regional MPO as a county commissioner for one of the smaller counties. And what we saw is that they have differences, but they find a way through their process to work those things out and find a balance and be able to really bring those dollars to that region. And what they're accomplishing is phenomenal. And we need to replicate that, because right now, those dollars are not coming to us the way that they should be. And this is really the only way to make that happen. I'm very concerned about the land use issue. One of the things that I've always taken great pride in with Forward Pinellas is that it does marry land use, housing, with transit, which is very important for our residents. When we end up separating those two things, I have a concern about how we make sure that we are creating viable communities across the region. So I trust that we will find a way to work that out. I do not agree that the Board of County Commissioners should be responsible for that. I do think it's important that it be a standalone board, but I have great confidence in your ability to lead us through that. And so I just want to thank you for your stewardship and your guidance along the way. I see more pros than cons, but once again, the devil's going to be in the details on that. And I feel like we have the right people at the table. The four of us are representing the city now. And, we'll continue to move forward and see what a really bright future for transit looks like in the Tampa Bay region. But we wouldn't be as far as we are if it wasn't for you and your continued push. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and point out that if this merger does go through, that would make our MPO the largest one in the state.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So we would be like a mega MPO, and with that would come so much more opportunity for funding. And I think that just like with Tampa Bay Water, having this type of a merger and having the three counties working together as we are growing can go beyond the transportation projects and open the door for us to learn from each other and look for other ways that we can collaborate and create a better region for everyone as we go forward. So I have big hopes on this, and I also think the majority of people would much rather us figure it out ourselves than have Tallahassee figure it out for us. So lastly, I want to recognize that if anyone's wondering, the four council members who serve on Forward Pinellas are myself, Councilmember Gabbard, Vice Chair Floyd, and Councilmember Fig Sanders. And I am been involved in the TMA group for a couple of years now. I will be there tomorrow, and we'll continue working through this, hopefully for a successful end. So thanks for all you do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for everything that you do, have done, and will continue to do. I started out when T-Barter was ending, and I've learned more about transportation than I thought I would have ever known, and it is something to have experience with. So Whit, thank you for that, and I agree so much with our chair for Pinellas and with Councilmember Gabbard as well. I think regional is where we really need to be, and we've always thought that, and I do appreciate the fact that you have not shied away from the advantages, and I agree with Councilmember Gabbard. We agree more than we disagree. And so I'm looking forward and hoping for the merger. But again, with this being my first year on Forward Pinellas, I am learning, as well as being the chair of PSTA. So transportation is now my thing, but I do appreciate the fact that, we're having this open conversation, and I'm looking forward to the regional assets that we can get from this merger. So thank you so much, and thank you, Councilmember, for bringing this presentation. Thank you much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to double click on something real quick for people who are listening. And I don't know if all of you have had this question, but I have had the question of why doesn't the city of St. Petersburg get a vote on this? It's the three board county commissioners and the city of Tampa because they're the largest. I have had this question from residents. Well, why doesn't the city of St. Pete? We're a large city. We should get to vote on this. I want people to rest assured that that is not because we're being left out. That is essentially what the statute requires for the merger. So, and Whit, correct me if I get any of this wrong, but that's just the way that it's laid out. And so I just want people to rest assured that the individual MPOs are going to vote on this. That was in the presentation, and there will be 4 of 8 city council members that will vote on it at that time. So if people are concerned where the city of St. Petersburg vote is in this, there is a vote from your representatives, and then ultimately it will be those Board of County Commissioners and the one largest city that will be the ones that will decide at the end. So just wanted to make sure that was really clear because I've had that question a lot.
Thank you so much. And if I could just add a little bit, because I think I skipped over it a little bit, the MPOs are going to vote on this first, and you have 4 seats on the MPO. And I think if the Pinellas MPO, for whatever reason, didn't vote for this, then we're not taking it forward. So you have a voice to that process. I would also hope that if St. Petersburg was adamantly against this or had serious conditions to establish that the county commission would consider those as well. So those are, there are some, you are framed in that decision-making context.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation, Whit. It's a complicated topic that I think my colleagues will greatly benefit from hearing straight from you about. We work on a lot of other things at Forward Pinellas as well, so I just wanted to mention that. A lot of great work. I've learned a lot about the county in general from being on Forward Pinellas, and to your point, Councilmember Fig Sanders, I've been on Forward Pinellas the entire time I've been on City Council, and I'm still learning at every single meeting as well. It's a big topic, and that you get to spend one meeting a month on, and so it's always a learning process. Let's not make it 7 years until you come back here again, especially through this process. I think we could have you back relatively soon to give us an update.
I do also want to mention briefly, while I have an opportunity, is that we are updating our Safe Streets Pinellas action plan, and safety is a big part of what we do for transportation. This merger is just an overall part of how can we do more for our residents for transportation, getting more investment, getting the projects they need, and safety is a big part of that. We have an ongoing update of our Safe Streets action plan, and there is a survey that any resident can take. And if you go to forwardpinellas.org, get involved, you will find the survey there under Safe Streets Pinellas. And there are a number of questions. You can identify hotspots, areas of concern, areas of conflict, difficult roads to get across, those kinds of things, and we'll map that and look at that and develop some recommendations. So I just want to put that shout out there.
Thank you for sharing that and acknowledging that there's different priorities put forward through this process and that we work on all the time. I think the opportunities going forward with more regional collaboration are going to be better for everyone involved. So I'm greatly appreciative of that. Councilmember Driscoll?
Thank you. Just real quick, so that survey is on the Forward Pinellas website, and there's a tab. What's it called?
Safe Streets Pinellas.
Safe Streets Pinellas tab, and you find the survey there.
Get involved. Yep.
Great. How long is it open?
It will be open through the spring, so a couple more months.
All right, sounds good. Also, this morning in one of our committee meetings, Housing, Land Use, and Transportation, of course, we brought up the ArcGIS tool to Mr. Kilborn, and we would love to engage with you on that and see how we can use it as we're working on some different things here. So I wanted you to know that we were paying attention yesterday at the Forward Pinellas meeting, and we're already looking for ways to use that tool. So thank you, and to your staff for bringing that forward.
Great.
I'm obsessed. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go on to new business now, and we'll start with item G1. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. So this item is actually a follow-up to our last HERS meeting, where when we were discussing the referral list specifically, there was a conversation about making sure that as administration is going through any sort of negotiations with Duke to do any possible extension or anything like that, that this actually make its way back to committee so that we can have robust conversation as we are continuing to go through our feasibility study as well. So with that, I am respectfully requesting a referral to Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee for an update on the Duke Energy franchise agreement, negotiations, and potential extension, and I so move.
Second.
Great. Seeing no requests to speak, clerk, will you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your vote. Seeing all council members of present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce votes?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Great, thank you. On to item G2, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. I am respectfully requesting referral to the Public Services and Infrastructure or other relevant committee for a discussion on the Jordan Park Apartments, specifically to address the reports of increased violence and other resident concerns. Additionally, requesting that the City of St. Petersburg Housing Authority leadership be included in this pending discussion. And for full transparency, there was an initial meeting, and although this states Jordan Park, we're also going to look at different ways that we can, to assist our housing residents when it comes to violence. We're looking at Harbordale and Childs Park, and we're going to open it up this way for all council members in the Sunshine to be able to have this conversation. But for me to get those calls, and not to mention I have family members that live in Jordan Park, and for them to have to hit the ground because bullets are flying, brought it close to home for me. So this is the reason for this MBI. And I did ask for PSNI, but if I can get it to another committee earlier, like Youth and Family Services, that would be appreciated as well. And with that, I move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So would you rather have it in YFS?
Whichever one I can get to first.
Can we defer this item? Can you give me 5 minutes to look
Yes.
at the YFS calendar?
Yes, I most certainly will.
I would rather vote on the one we can get it faster to.
Okay.
If that's what so if you give me 5 minutes, can we defer it? They'd have to withdraw their motions, right?
If you withdraw the motion in the second for now, and then you could come back to it.
Okay. If you give me 5 minutes, hopefully Ryan is listening to this and he'll text me. But I'm happy to add it on to the next YFS agenda as long as we're capable of doing so.
I will, because it's moving fast. So
Yeah. So just, Chair, if it's okay with you, if the motions are withdrawn, we can defer until maybe after the discussion on, because I'm sure we'll have a discussion on one of the next few items.
Okay.
We have G3 and G4 that we can move on to, if that's okay, and then, okay.
Thanks,
All right.
Chair. And I'll just quickly go back and see if I can get an answer.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Gabbard, did you second?
Yes.
Yeah, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we will move on to item G3. This is my item. I have a resolution to formally adopt a definition of Islamophobia and requesting administration to integrate this definition into existing anti-discrimination policies. I'll just introduce the item real quick and then we can go to public comment. I brought this forward after being approached by community members who were concerned about some of the things that they had personally experienced and seen in the media. There's precedent for this. We did something like this before. And they caught me at a really, how do I say this? A really key time. That's what I'll say. It wasn't in a positive light. At the end of the year last year, maybe the beginning of this year, I can't remember, there was some very high up elected officials, a congressman from Florida who, I'm not going to say his name out loud, but he's not a very nice person. He had posted some things that were quite Islamophobic, as well as a senator from Alabama. And I, in one night, was upset when I saw this, and so I posted sort of a condemnation of it, and I got so much hate back for it that I had to make my Twitter account private and turn comments off. And so I saved some of the comments that I got, and I'm just going to scan over them. I'm not going to read them. Even the nicest ones that I got, I'm not going to read because they're heinous. And most of them, I got about 58 of them before I locked down my account. They could not be read in this room. I'll just give an overall. It was not pretty. There was racial hatred thrown towards me for it. There was anti-immigrant rhetoric and what a lot of people would consider anti-Semitic rhetoric tied up into it as well. And I think at the end of last year, beginning of this year, we saw some incidents that were really frustrating. So I've been working on this since then. I worked with legal and community members to draft it and make sure that it didn't fall afoul of anything that was in our recent grant agreements with the federal government or any state legislation as well. So that's why I felt compelled to do this. It just happened to be a perfect storm of horrible things happening at once. And so with that, I will move on to public comment.
Okay, I'm going to call two at a time. When I call your name, please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. The first two speakers are Haley Marigold and Alina Hussein.
Hello, my name's Haley Manigold, and I'm a community member, a broader community member of the St. Pete community. My cross street is, actually I live in Dover, so, but I'm a member of the broader St. Pete community. My purpose is coming here today.
Could you please share your address still for the record?
Yeah, it's Shakespeare Drive, 5143 Shakespeare Drive in Dover.
Thank you.
Yeah. My purpose in coming here today is to voice my support for the Islamophobia definition resolution. When I think of the Muslim community, what comes to mind are strong and compassionate leaders who truly care about the St. Pete as a whole. The Muslim community strives to unify individuals from every walk of life. They host events that welcome every sect of the community, and bringing all people together, Muslims foster the belonging and St. Pete's diverse community. By providing a specific definition of Islamophobia, we cultivate a sense of safety for our Muslim neighbors. When every citizen feels safe, our community prospers. As a resident of no faith, I gain little benefit from this bill passing. However, I continue to see the ever-growing importance of establishing this definition. When hate goes undefined, it continues to fester, seeping into our community and breeding division. As a community, we must define this type of hate so we can actively combat it. When the City Council defined anti-Semitism, I stood in solidarity with the Jewish community of St. Pete as well. I am confident that each of you will consider that defining anti-Semitism meant to the Jewish community, and apply the same sentiment to what defining Islamophobia means to the Muslim community. I stand before the Council as not as only a concerned citizen, but an ally for my Muslim neighbors. The passage of this resolution fills me with immense pride for the St. Pete community. Thank you for your most valuable time.
I'm sorry, we don't have time for this right now. We have to get to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Alina Hussein. I'm a civil rights attorney and mother of 2 young children who I am raising here in St. Petersburg. My cross street is Ulmerton and Carillon Parkway. I moved to St. Pete about 8 years ago because of the diversity, vibrance, and culture of this beautiful city. I am heartened to see the city of St. Petersburg live up to its reputation and champion a resolution of this nature, given its immense importance. As a civil rights attorney focusing primarily on matters involving religious and racial discrimination, I know firsthand that there has been a dramatic uptick in instances of Islamophobia. We are seeing it in our schools, in our workplaces, and in the public more broadly. Our current definitions of discrimination are not enough to address the unique challenges of the Muslim community. Rights are only meaningful when institutions have the tools to recognize when they're being infringed upon. When bias is clearly defined, it becomes easier to confront and to prevent. A clear, carefully drafted definition of Islamophobia, such as this one, gives our institutions a shared understanding of what anti-Muslim discrimination looks like, so it can be identified and responded to appropriately. We have a robust Muslim population in St. Petersburg, people who are proud to live here and positively contribute to our community. This resolution shows them that they have the same rights as every other resident of our city. It shows my children that they are safe and valued and live in a city that promotes fairness, dignity, and equal protection. Candidly, many in our community are exhausted. They're exhausted seeing, hearing, and living through systemic discrimination. And honestly, council members, I am exhausted of having to coach my children, who are 5 and 7, of how to protect themselves from the inevitable hate they're going to experience because of the color of their skin, their last name, and the house of worship that they choose to frequent. So I am grateful to the council for recognizing us and acting to offer a very necessary glimmer of hope and promise for positive change for all residents of St. Pete. Thank you for voting to pass the resolution.
Before we move on to the next two speakers, I just want to remind the audience that applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations.
The next two speakers are Marley Marks and Chelsea Monriguez. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good evening. My name is Marilee Marks. I live in Wesley Chapel, 32013 Brookstone Drive, but I'm a human rights policy consultant and the director of No Hate in Politics. Thank you for choosing to lead at a time when so many voices are encouraging us to look at our neighbors and see other instead of us. Today you have the opportunity to embrace our Muslim community and help shift the rhetoric that shapes the next generation. You have the chance to say, we see you, we support you. My freedom to practice my faith means nothing if yours can be taken away. My constitutional rights do not depend on the erosion of yours. I'm here for the Muslim woman who's followed through a grocery store for no reason other than her hijab. I'm here for the mother driving to pick up her children, harassed by another driver, screaming obscenities with a toddler watching in the back seat. I'm here for my Muslim friends who have traveled with me and endured suspicious glances from hundreds of people in an airport while I walked through security without pause. They were stopped, questioned, and searched, and I received smiles. But I'm especially here for a 12-year-old boy in my classroom when I was a teacher. During Ramadan, his friends encircled him, all the way around him, calling him a terrorist because he was fasting at lunch that day. He begged me not to interfere. Imagine that, a child who simply wanted to practice his faith in school. As a human rights professional and as a Christian, I'm encouraged by this body of leaders. In a world that often feels hopeless, your willingness to act gives me hope. Scriptures in Ephesians and Galatians remind us that not to slander our neighbors, but instead to follow the greatest commandment of all, to love our neighbor as ourselves. Passing this resolution is not symbolic. It's a commitment to building systems, policies, and norms that protect every resident. It's a promise that we will not allow propaganda to define who belongs here. Please vote yes on this resolution. Our Muslim community is one of the most welcoming, generous, and compassionate groups of people. Their contributions enrich this city, its culture, its businesses, its classrooms, and its hospitals. History remembers the moments when leaders chose courage over comfort. Let this be one of those moments. Today, you have the chance to be a shield against hate and to affirm that this city is built on belonging. Thank you so much.
Next two speakers are Ahmad Al-Khani and Jared Dahan. Please go. Oh, I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself.
No worries at all. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Chelsea Mandrigas, and I actually stand before you as a recent revert to Islam. It means that I have converted to Islam. I also stand before you having grown up in this community as well. I grew up off of Neptune and Dolphin, also off of 4th, if you know the Pineapple House. Before it was the Pineapple House, we used to live there. But I just want to say that I am really proud to give back to this community, whether it's through social work, sustainability, or even through measures that serve our interfaith community. I had actually also worked with Gulf Coast Jewish Family and Community Services and did national speaking tours with them as well. I stand here saying that Islamophobia deeply wounds the spirit of our community. I think about our youth first and foremost. I think about the Muslim girl who is the target of slurs simply because she chooses to wear her relationship to God, her veil, her hijab. I think about the young boy who starts to shrink parts of his identity to feel safe, his attire, his culture, his name. Islamophobia impacts the heart, the mind, and the soul of our children. It teaches us, or teaches them, and all of us really, that they are the other, and that is not safe in this community. That is not a reflection of this city. And yet Muslims continue to serve this city with love. We are your doctors, we are your teachers, we are your lawyers. We show up. We stand firm, we invest, we build our communities, we build the greater community, and we stand alongside our interfaith community strong. Recognizing Islamophobia as an act of violence sends a powerful message that every child is seen, they are mattered, they care, and they are deeply a part of this community. I urge you to affirm that today. Thank you.
Okay. The next two speakers are Ahmad Al-Khani and Gerard Dahan. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Ahmad Al-Khani. I'm a St. Pete resident on Lake Avenue and 4th. And I'm here on behalf of not only the Islamic Society of Pinellas County, but on behalf of the Muslim community in St. Pete as a whole. I want to just sincerely thank you all for even putting this resolution up. Honestly, we need it. That's kind of why we're here. Muslims in St. Petersburg, we're active in our community, from food pantries at our mosques to hurricane relief efforts to not just Muslims, but all of our community members, to our zakat, which is our charity that we give back to the city of St. Pete. That's obligatory on every Muslim citizen. Muslims and non-Muslims alike benefit from these programs that we offer as Muslims. During Ramadan, we offer multi-faith iftar dinners with our neighbors, with our Jewish neighbors, with our atheist neighbors, with our humanist neighbors, with our Christian neighbors, to strengthen our community. The Muslim community here is vast, it's diverse, and earlier you passed the beautiful Black History Month bill for the city of St. Pete. Know that 20% of Muslims in America are African American. So this affects a lot of us, affects many cultures, many backgrounds, many stories. And the vibrancy, the diversity of this city comes with that safety, that lack of fear that we're looking for as a Muslim community, just like we want to see for everybody in this community. Racism and politically charged hate, they're extremely on the rise right now. They're directed at Muslims at alarming levels. Our community has received things like torn and desecrated Qur'ans wrapped in pork. Our USF Muslim Student Association was attacked a few months ago by agitators, threatening their lives, threatening to rip off their scarves. And these are our students, these are our youth here in Tampa Bay. So it is very serious. And this doesn't only affect the Muslim community, but there's a lot of Hindus, Sikhs, Druze, different religions that are attacked by these anti-Muslim bigots because they think that they're Muslims. This is how far it's gotten to. And hate doesn't stop, it doesn't check identities when it attacks, you know. We're deeply grateful for when this body passed a resolution condemning anti-Semitism. We commend you for that, to protect our Jewish brothers and sisters. That leadership mattered. And today, on behalf of the St. Pete Muslim community, I thank you again for standing again with us. This resolution affirms that hate has no home here, and that St. Petersburg, we protect one another. Lastly, I do have an ask of all of you. Ramadan is coming up. It's our holy month. Thank you.
Gerard Dahan's card indicated he was for the item. The final two speakers are Monir Borkiza and Reverend Andy Oliver. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Reverend Andy Oliver, pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church. As a Christian pastor in the city, I rise to support this resolution as a neighbor and a shepherd who cares deeply about the well-being of our whole community. At the heart of the Christian faith is a simple but demanding command: love your neighbor as yourself. That love is not abstract. It shows up in how we speak about one another, how we protect one another, and how we ensure that every person can live without fear of harassment and discrimination. Adopting a clear definition of Islamophobia is not about restricting speech or elevating one group above the other. It is about naming a real experience that many of our Muslim neighbors face and affirming that hatred, stereotyping, and unequal treatment have no home here in St. Petersburg. Our city has already taken steps to stand against anti-Semitism and other forms of religious bigotry. This resolution continues that consistent moral commitment that people of every faith and or no faith deserve dignity, safety, and equal protection under the law. I also want to say how encouraged I was last year when leaders of both parties in the Florida House and Senate came together to pass a similar resolution. In a time when so much of our public life feels divided, that moment showed that protecting people from religious hatred is not a partisan issue, it's a moral one. It reminded us that Republicans and Democrats alike can agree that no one should be targeted because of their faith, their name, or how they worship. As a Christian, I do not lose anything when my Muslim neighbor is protected. In fact, we all gain. We strengthen trust. We deepen unity. We embody the kind of pluralistic, compassionate community we claim to be. And so I urge you to support this resolution as an act of clarity, fairness, and shared humanity. Thank you.
Munir Burkiza, 4109 43rd Avenue North, St. Petersburg. I'm the Imam of the Islamic Society of St. Petersburg, right here on 4th Street, and I'm also the principal of the school affiliated with the mosque. As I stand before you today, I really don't want to read from a paper, but I want to talk to you from my heart. I want to first of all thank Mr. Chairman for bringing this resolution to vote, and for all the council members for considering this vote. This is really important because we are in a time when the dominant discourse in the public space is one of division and exclusion. I am proud to be part of a city that thinks forward and council members that think forward and adopt such resolutions. I really thank you because of that. I can relate to what you were saying, Mr. Floyd, earlier about the hate speech that we receive in social media. As a school, we try to be present in social media as well, YouTube, other platforms as well, and the amount of comments of hate that we get is unbelievable. That I have my media guy just searching there and trying to delete those comments constantly. That is very sad. But what is even sadder is that our Muslim population has come to accept that reality. And it's not a reality that we should accept. So by bringing this resolution up to vote, this is something that would awaken that sense that says that it's not normal to be living among people who are saying things that are Islamophobic, and adopting such a resolution will go far for recognizing our rights as Muslims living amongst you. As the speaker said before, we're part of many efforts that strengthen the city and the fabric of the city. So again, I thank you for considering this resolution, and I thank you for voting yes for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No more speakers?
No more speakers.
All right, we'll go to council member comments. We'll start with council member Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I have struggled with this tremendously. Bear with me as I get to it. This was sent to us on Friday. I printed out this one particular page and I carried it around with me and I read it several times. I have never spoken with as many people, the conversation initiated by myself, on an issue that's come before this council as I have this. I am in agreement with everything that was said today. I understand what Councilmember Floyd, or Chair Floyd, is going for, the direction he's headed in. Here is my struggle. The young lady, and I apologize, you said your name, who talked about her children. She said that she talks to her children because they are treated poorly for 3 different things. One of them is the color of their skin. One of them is their last name, which apparently is ethnic, and one of them is their religion. And so my struggle is just that. I am a very big believer in the idea that Dr. King got it right, that we should judge people individually by the content of their character. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten there as a society. We still are at a point where there is a percentage of us that live in our society that are, pick the word you want, bigoted, racist, just something horrible. And so that brings me to my struggle. My struggle is that the resolution put before us today is well written and narrow in its address. It doesn't address all of us. That is my issue. The young lady who spoke talked about her kids being persecuted for 3 entirely separate things. There are folks among us who are a different color. I would venture to guess there are more than 10, possibly more than 20, maybe even more than that, different religions in just our community. And I would venture to say that all of them have been persecuted over the years in some way, shape, or form. There are folks in our community who are visibly disabled, and I know that there's persecution there. There are folks that are mentally disabled, and I can only picture some of the travesties that happen on playgrounds in our public schools. And so this was important to me for that reason. Again, I fully recognize and support what was said today, and I appreciate the courage that it takes for everyone in the audience to come up and talk. The issue that I had, and the reason that I have spent so much time on this issue, is that we are defining one part of the horrible part of human nature in ourselves. And so my struggle, and I realize as you read through the resolution that the chair has recognized another part of our society that apparently city councils before me chose to recognize. But I struggle with the fact that somewhere in here, it should just say we should be nice to each other. That's it. And so in the end, the overwhelming advice that I was given was that I should support this. And I'm willing to do that, but I want it known that I'm not happy with the narrowness of recognizing one part of our population that suffers from the bad parts of our society. I would much prefer that we recognize that there are people in our society that are horrible to people for no reason, for a reason that they have chosen, that again is physical, or it is mental, or it is the color of his skin, or it is how you choose to worship, or how you choose to lead your life, or who you choose to marry, or whatever. And so I wanted to take some time to recognize that this is an important topic. It is no more important or no less important than others who are discriminated against or made to feel a certain way or whatever else in our society. So I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. And I want to start first by saying thank you for bringing this forward. I'm sorry that this was your experience, but I believe sometimes those of us who are in a position of power are given an opportunity to see the ugliest parts of our humanity because it reminds us of the side of history that we have to stand on. And it reminds us that it is our job to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. So while I'm sorry that was your experience, it is the experience of many people every single day. And I'm very grateful that you brought this forward to us today for us to have a discussion on and for our community to see us stand in solidarity. It is my hope that this passes today. We did this, something very similar for anti-Semitism, and I think that it's important that we show that same strength and unity for our Muslim community as well. I'd be speaking outside both sides of my mouth if I didn't vote yes today. And so I very much stand with you. There's so much hate in this world, and we have a beautiful community that loves each other, and we really want to stand for that love across all pieces of our community. I've been very enriched in my life to have many friends and mentors that are in the Muslim community, and to see their culture and the love and the peace that they share has enriched my life. And so I stand with you on this. I think the only regret is that you had to be our chair today, so you wouldn't actually be able to move your own resolution. So with that then, Sir Vice Chair, I will move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. Did you write it yourself?
No, I had help from members who are here today, and then a significant help from legal as well, yes.
It was very well done, very well done. And yes, I was thinking today about when we passed our resolution. That was something I worked on and brought forward to recognize the official IRA definition of anti-Semitism. And yeah, sure, of course, everybody should be nice to everybody, but that's not how the world is working. And it doesn't change if people don't stand up. And that's what we need to do today. I really do. This really touched me. So thank you for bringing it up. And for those who spoke, thank you for your courage to share stories and explain why this is important, because it just really strengthened my resolve to not only support this, but to live it as well, and to make sure that we do adopt those, the right language into our policies. I do hope the administration will not just accept this, but incorporate it as requested in the resolution, so that it officially reflects what St. Pete stands for. So thanks to all who worked on this, and I'll be happy to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this forward. When I saw it, there was no doubt that I was going to support it. But here comes the black woman that's sitting up here when we talk about the color of our skin and dealing with discrimination and dealing with things that are just undescribable to a group of people. It would be remiss on my part to say we need that same protection, we need those same anti-discrimination laws, and not understand the importance of your words, the value of your request, and what it is that we are asking for in this resolution. When we talk about our children, that's why we're here. Those of us that actually have the authority to make decisions such as this, to protect our own. I personally, as a black woman, understand that we are definitely characterized, we are profiled, we don't have to say what our religion is, we don't have to say where we live, just the fact that we walk out the front door. We are definitely subject to discrimination for the color of our skin, if nothing else. And I agree with Councilmember Harding, and we should be judged by the content of our character. But just in case you look around, that ain't happening. That is not something that we are looking to experience anytime soon. So we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to ask for things, and although it may seem segmented, when one community is blessed, it blesses the other one. When one is blessed and protected, it blesses the other one. So I'm asking with this resolution that, you know, like I said, I had no doubt that I was going to support it. But as we're asking for policies for a certain segment of our community, and I look out and I see no Muslims of color sitting in this audience with you. And I wonder what was the issue with that? None of color. As we move forward with this, the same grace that I'm praying this resolution gives you, that you show that same grace to those that also are experiencing the same type of hatred, the same type of discrimination, because that's the only way we're going to make it a better world. We can't do it bit by bit. You know, we have to pay it forward. So, you know, with that, I know it's already been motioned and I know it's already been seconded, but thank you for standing up. Thank you, because now you realize unless you say something to someone that can actually do something, it doesn't go anywhere. And so I do applaud you, but I am going to say, yes, I knew I was going to support it from day one, but I'm asking you to support everybody else that are sharing the same type of discriminatory actions that you are having. With that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up today. At a time when national politics and political rhetoric seeks to silence you, I thank you for speaking up today. I also thank you, Pastor Andy, and the other interfaith members who stand in allegiance with you. As a Christian, I see you, I hear you, and I stand with you. I think about the spirit of this resolution, and even though I wasn't here to vote for the anti-Semitism resolution, I'm proud and I'm honored to be here today to support this, because it's not about a political statement, but it's about a declaration of acceptance and also identity. And I want you all to know that St. Petersburg sees you and we care about you. And we will do all that we can to make sure that we highlight and identify those biases that exist in our community. Because although many of us would love to live in a perfect world, that's not the reality. And the reality is that we have to confront and dismantle hatred when we see it. So I'm grateful. Councilmember Gabbard, I think you said that we have to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. And so I'm just happy to do what the Bible commands us to do, which is to love thy neighbor. So thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. First of all, thank you for bringing the item, and then thank you for everybody that spoke. I'm always a little hesitant to push my button on items like this, because I'm not going to sit up here and act like I have experienced this. But what I have experienced, which I also hesitate to always bring up because I don't like talking about me, but I was a religion major in college. And I went to school knowing that that was going to have a pretty big role in my life, and I was a Catholic studies emphasis. But one of the things that that religion major taught me, which I'm not going to focus on, but I want to bring it up, is some of the really, really ugly parts of the history of our world and when it comes to religion. But the other side of that, the other lens that I try to look through on a daily basis, is the most beautiful parts of our world created by multiple houses of worship, religions across the world, having read multiple different versions of the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. Some of the most beautiful reading I have ever done in my entire life. And it gave me a viewpoint that makes me cherish my religion very much, but also have an immense amount of respect for the religions across the world. And if nothing else, I hope that my kids really understand that they will have the opportunity. We're raising them Catholic, but they're going to be adults one day, and they're going to have the opportunity to pick. And however that goes, they need to know that that is their decision, and whatever guides them is okay. And if I did that, I did it okay. And so that's why something like this is such an easy decision, because I had the opportunity to spend 4 years really consuming this, and I also won't pretend that I remember a bunch of it either, but I remember some really, really good parts of it, and I'm just it hurts my heart that we have to do things like this, but I also consider myself very, very blessed to have experienced not only the people of the Muslim culture and Islam and have spent time studying its background and its history and frankly some of its current, I won't say current state because I was in college 20 years ago. And so, but I consider myself very blessed to have done that. And so very, very happy to support this item, very sad that we have to do it, but very, very happy to stand up here with my colleagues and do so. So again, always a little hesitant to speak, but I'm very thankful for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful contribution to the conversation today, and thank everyone that came out today for putting yourself out there. It's not a fun thing to do. I'll just say I'm also grateful to my colleagues for letting me take time out of our schedule to do something that's not required of us, legally speaking, but I feel is morally speaking. And I hope that, it sounds like we've all agreed to an extent at the sentiment behind it. And I know that's not always the case when we bring things forward that are of this nature. So I appreciate you all, and I am grateful for your contributions. With that, seeing no more requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G3A passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on. Do we have time to move back to G2 now? Okay, I'll pass it back to you. Actually, Councilmember Gerdes, if you want to.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just quickly, so the backup for the next YFS meeting is technically due tomorrow. But I didn't know if you were actually going to have backup or if this was a true discussion of just having stakeholders there. If so, I'm happy to put it on the agenda for the 19th. Otherwise, I would respectfully request that we keep it at PSNI. But I will do whatever you'd like to.
Can I respond?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so thank you so much for that. Based on who we had in the room today, I'm going to accept that invitation because I'm hoping that there shouldn't be a lot of backup for that. And the people that were there today already should have that information. So I will accept the change to respectfully request a referral to the Youth and Family Services Committee for the discussion of the Jordan Park Apartments, specifically to address the reports of the increased violence and other resident concerns.
Second.
All right. Seeing no further requests to speak, actually, before we vote, I'll say one thing real quick. I like your optimism in the way that you move, trying to get things done. Yes. That's what I want to say, because that's some bold leadership right there. All right. And thank you for bringing up the item, too. I don't get the calls, but I care deeply about Jordan Park as well, and so I'm really eager to have this conversation. Thank you. Yes, seeing no further requests to speak, Clerk, will you please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Thank you all. We're going to move on to G4, which I will present on behalf of Chair Hanowitz. So it's an item respectfully requesting a referral to the Committee of the Whole to discuss Community Benefits Advisory Council standing member applications and determine City Council's appointments at the March 12th, 2026 CAL meeting.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, seeing no requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the votes?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Thank you. We will move on to council committee reports, and we'll start with item H1. Councilmember Gerdes.
I defer to Councilmember Gabbard quickly.
Oh, yes, I see that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So So this particular item that's before us today, even though this is a budgetary fiscal policy item, it is intricately tied to a particular development. The development has business relationships with the company that I work for. Therefore, I will be recusing myself from this item. However, I do want to come back and vote on H2. So I'll leave, but please let me come back for H2.
All right. We'll
Thank you.
Pause and then yell real loud whenever
Well, I'll
it's
just
time.
stand here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I am respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution supporting an increase in amount of funding available for interfund loans from Economic Stability Fund to the Affordable Housing Fund for investment in affordable housing projects in City of St. Petersburg from a combined total amount not to exceed $5 million to a combined total amount not to exceed $10 million, and I'd move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I intend to be in agreement with you. I do at some point want to see us talk about the fund itself. I still have an issue with we didn't use it what it's for what it's for, but we are loaning money out of it for what it's not for. I don't have an issue at all with what we're using the money for. I have an issue with the fund itself. And I look forward to talking about that in the future. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilmember Harding, I agree it's a worthwhile conversation. You were in the BF&T meeting this morning where we looked at fund balance, and we continue to hold fund balance, I think, as a safety net above and beyond the required amount for GASB law and GASB accounting. And so I welcome that conversation. Certainly appreciate your support on the item, not because it affects a project in my district, but I think in a time where we are talking about creating housing, again, and I shared this in committee, creating housing, ownership of housing, and the number one wealth building tool that we have at our disposal. This is an important item, and I think if it were any one of our districts, we'd be running at it. So I think it's a worthwhile conversation for sure, especially when we continue to look at fund balance as a whole. So thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1A passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard recusing herself and Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
All right, we're going to move on to H2 now. H2, we'll go back to Councilmember Gertie.
Yes, thank you. I am respectfully requesting City Council approval on the scope of services for a management evaluation of the Billing and Collections Department and authorizing the administration to issue the RFP. And just quickly, I want to thank the BF&T committee along with all those that joined us for this, because this scope ended up being a little different than some of the ones we had done over the last 4 years, and just really appreciate the input from all of my colleagues. And I really do think this is one that we heard the feedback from our residents and we moved quickly on it, so I'm very appreciative, and I'd move approval.
Second.
All right, I just want to say thank you very much to BF&T and all the work that led up to this. I enjoyed giving feedback during my one-on-one about it, and it's very important to me as well, so I'm grateful to see this as well, so I echo everything that you just said. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair. I really hate doing that, so
It's fine.
I also, just quickly, I forgot to mention, along with the work on the scope, I just want to thank my colleagues, because going into this conversation, I was opposed to doing a management study this year. I really thought there were some internal things that we needed to kind of work out before doing this, and having seen the scope and working together, I'm so happy that BF&T committee members pushed to do this. So I just wanted to say thank you to the committee for getting this done. This is you for sure. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Seeing no other requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H2A passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Great. We'll move on to open forum. There are no speakers for open forum, so we'll move into announcements. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, if you haven't heard already, it's Councilmember Fig Sanders' birthday. I'm surprised she didn't wear a T-shirt saying. But nonetheless, we will sing Councilmember Fig Sanders' happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Councilmember Fig Sanders. Happy birthday to
who? Oh, you. Happy birthday, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I love it.
All right, Councilmember Givens.
I just want to put a plug in, Councilmember Gertis. I've received a message on Facebook from a constituent who told me that the highlight of her week is when she listens into our meetings and hears us saying happy birthday. So let's keep doing what we're doing because we're doing something right. Just wanted to put a plug in my district this weekend. We will have the Collard Green Festival, our annual Collard Green Festival. For those of you who have a hunger and an appetite for collard greens, I promise you will leave with your bellies full and your souls happy and satisfied. So please come on out to the Deuces, 22nd Street and 9th Avenue, and let's celebrate Collard Green Fest. Also, we'll have Local Topia downtown this weekend, as well as the Raise Fan Fest. So there's a lot happening this weekend. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, in that as well, Winter Pride Street Festival.
thank you.
My goodness, I don't know when I'm going to go home. Anyway, there's a lot going on this weekend. Yeah, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. And I want to congratulate the men and women of our St. Petersburg Fire and Rescue, as well as Parks and Rec. I took my car to get washed. They raised almost $2,000 for free swim lessons for our babies to teach water safety. And on a peninsula, I think that is something that they've started, and I am really, really, really encouraged with the success that they had in providing those free swim lessons. So I just want to thank them for that. Thank you, Chair.
Great.
It is District 1.
Councilmember Givens.
Thanks, Chair. Quick shout out to our Deputy City Attorney, Janine Williams, who will be recognized as a First Lady in African American History at the Carter G. Woodson Museum. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilmember Gabbard.
I just would be remiss if I did not remind everyone that last weekend the City Hall Stars
How did I forget?
played the Kids and Cubs, and yes, we won. But nonetheless, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Kids and Cubs organization. What a phenomenal, fun time that is every time. I haven't gotten to play every year, but I've played a few times. I played this year. I was able to walk by, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday. So, it just phenomenal day, beautiful St. Pete weather, and just an amazing organization with a legacy in our community. And so I just wanted to thank them for inviting us to the field and not being too mad at us when we won. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you did that. I also want to wish Councilmember Lissette a speedy recovery.
Yes.
And because she's not here today, and so we're thinking about you, Chair. And then also I want to thank and congratulate Vice Chair. You actually did a great job today, sir.
I did not know until this morning.
You did, and you did a fantastic job. So thank you so much for that. So we're a team. We support each other.
Thank you all, and I just wanted to say I'm assuming we'll have Kids and Cubs in soon to celebrate the fun thing that we did together and the work that they do all the time. All right, seeing no more requests to speak, we'll call February 12th, 2026 City Council meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and 1 young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Hi, my name is Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county
without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library. a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month, and that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welsh's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there, so they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the Pink Streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. Information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults, and they come into the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's when it's really cool. It feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working for the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry chem extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPetFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Welcome to Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. This is a place where you can get your feet wet, your mind's engaged, and your heart happy.
This is a marine education center, and we use it for field trips like the one that you're going to have today.
We're here observing an education program, a partnership with USF St. Pete that gives students in our community the opportunity to learn about our environment, to learn about oceanography, and have really a hands-on experience that many of them have never had before.
Ready? Yeah, let's go!
We're going to be measuring surface temperature, we're going to be measuring fish, looking at plankton, really just seeing all the things that, you know, the nature has for us.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell. Okay. A crab. A crab.
We teach science the way we do our science. They're very authentic ways of doing things and measuring the cloud cover or the surface temperature. Students are learning to do that from their classroom setting, and then to be the experts by the time they visit Clam Bayou, where they take the same data in a natural, less developed setting and share that data with NASA. And that NASA data is then used by scientists all over the world. So the idea is to begin with teachers. Teachers first become comfortable and become the students, if you will, for a week, a couple weeks before school starts.
We want the teachers to feel comfortable with the things that they are learning so that they can go back to their classroom and equip their students in a way that is hands-on and engaging and that brings a love and curiosity for the environmental stewardship that we have right here at the Clam Bayou.
Partnerships are extremely important when it comes to reaching our youth. We're like the torso, right? Like we have the resources, but we aren't necessarily the arms and the legs. We can distribute the resources and through partnership to the arms and the legs. So that might be our local colleges or our local nonprofits, our businesses. Through the use of their arms, we move things around, and through the use of their legs, we move forward.
I see it moving. Oh yeah, look, there's a cup of pie.
We were over at the mangroves, and one of my students who never talks in class, I mean, he's just the most quiet kid. He's like shouting out the answer to what detritus is. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's speaking. So I'm like really glad that he got that moment to, you know, be heard and have a voice.
We asked a young man, what do you want to do? He says, I want to be a marine biologist. And that is exactly what we want to see. Kids thinking about their future, finding paths that they can make to be successful, and making sure that we facilitate that progress for them.
I hope that they all leave with some sort of curiosity. They leave with a question. Maybe we didn't answer everything for them, and they have to go on their own and inquire about it. Because no matter what you do in life, having that quizzical nature is necessary and will help you throughout both the lulls and the highs.
Clan Bio was really fun. First, we went to go learn about plankton, then we went into the water. It was really cool. We caught all sorts of fish, 22 fish to be exact.
Can I hold that? Aw,
we just learned about mangroves, how they like absorb, and they have like some have salt on the back and that you can eat, but you can't eat the front because there's no salt on it. And they also can protect buildings, how like if a tornado or hurricanes come, it can protect the buildings.
We looked at microscopes to find plankton, and we got to draw the plankton that we saw. There was like these different organisms. It was clear. It was see-through.
I would tell them it's a whole bunch of fishing, a whole bunch of water. I would tell you there's people that will help you. You get to learn a lot of stuff. That's what I would really tell them.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. Mm-hmm. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening. But we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
We are here at a groundbreaking that's going to provide over 40 units for our residents to be able to provide shelter and a safe place for their families. We're adding to the housing stock. We're actually trying to uphold the commitment that the mayor has set for the city of St. Petersburg to provide more affordable housing units, and this is one of the great steps toward that accomplishment.
It's the second project with Habitat for home ownership and multifamily. here in the city of St. Petersburg, and it's at the southern end of the Deuces. So I think it's important as we see that transformation happening in the Deuces and in South St. Pete that we have a project that folks that live here can afford, that 80% AMI and less, some as low as 30%, will be able to get into home ownership through the Great Habitat program right here on the Deuces.
Projects like this are important to the city because when you are creating housing and the opportunity to own the housing at 0% down with 0% interest, that is a tool in the financial universe that we call the unicorn. It doesn't exist. And so when we're able to create this with partners like Habitat for Humanity, you got to celebrate it and you got to let people know.
This moment represents more than just the start of construction. It's the beginning of new opportunities, stronger communities, and brighter futures. St. Petersburg is a city that thrives on diversity, resilience, and community spirit. Pelican Place will reflect those values. It will be a neighborhood where children can play safely, where families can grow, and where neighbors support one another.
Everything that we see being built will not be unaffordable. We will have an affordable base, and that's what the Housing Opportunities for All is focused on. This will remain a priority for our administration, and we know how important it is, and we're dedicated to it.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data, and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
Weight on my shoulders, pull it in. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. When the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. the sun begins to shine. We're gonna start moving towards that separating line. I'm wading through muddy water. You know I got a made up mind. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to face, 'cause I'm alone. And I just might fail, but Lord knows I'll try. Should stars fill up the sky, stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, do you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. I go to prepare a place for you. 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 Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Good morning, St. Pete. How are y'all doing? It is a little cool, but I just imagine it was cold when Harriet was leading folks to freedom, right? There have been tougher days in our nation, but I'm so excited that we're here today. I'm honored to stand before you as we gather to raise the flag once again for the Dr. Carter G. Woodson Memorial in the celebration of Black History Month in St. Pete. Y'all give that a hand. Now, we do have someone who's going to stand in for Terry Scott, and thank you for joining us at the last minute. Terry, y'all know, would want to be here, so definitely she's in our prayers for her quick recovery, but Terry, we're sending you a shout out. I want to thank let's give Terry some love, please. Your presence here today is a testament to the shared commitment that we all have to acknowledging, celebrating, and advancing the legacy of African American history in St. Petersburg. I want to thank our esteemed city council members and Chair Hanowitz for again joining us for this significant moment. We will soon hear, we changed the order a little bit, but I want to send a shout out to our first
Poet Laureate Gloria Munoz, who moved away from the city, but thank her for doing a great job for us as the first in my administration. And we are going to be welcoming just in a few minutes our next Poet Laureate, Denzel Johnson Green. Denzel. As we prepare to host the Carter G. Woodson flag, it's important that we pause to reflect on the strides we've made as a community and as a city. Black history is critical to St. Pete's history. And in this city, we still value the truth, facts, and the accurate information that help us to lead equitable change in our city. The facts still matter. One way we're prioritizing this is by remaining steadfast in our mission to honor the promises made to the residents of the historic gas plant community. And so while plans may have shifted, our objectives are still the same: to restore what was lost, to uplift what was overlooked, and to ensure that progress includes everyone. Greater progress lies in our unity. We must be united in our commitment to justice, united in our pursuit of opportunity, and united in our belief that every voice, every neighborhood, and every family deserves to thrive. When we move forward together, rooted in truth, guided by history, and driven by purpose, we build a St. Pete that honors its past while boldly shaping our future. And I'm confident that together, as the resilient and united community of St. Pete, we will overcome obstacles and mistruths, and we will triumph based on the facts, the data, and our true history. That is what I'm going to stand on, and that is what our city stands on. After all, we are St. Pete. God bless y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Welch. And hot off the press, I would like to introduce our city's newly appointed first Black Poet Laureate, Mr. Denzel Johnson Green. This event is his first official city appearance, so let's welcome him.
Hello. Oh my God. Thank you for coming out here. It's really cold out, and I see people just shivering out there, just staying warm, like penguins out there. So I really appreciate you coming out. I'm still a geeky kid from high school. I'm still, that nerdy guy that laughs a little too loud. And so I'm happy to do this. This is so cool. And I'm happy to be here. And look at all your faces. Y'all so happy. And y'all believe in something. Y'all believe in unity and blackness and poetry and art. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. But you're here for something, and you believe in that. And I thank you for believing in something at all. This would be a little zany. It's bright on the plain. Clouds white as the KFC dudes shoot, luminous like we're flying straight to heaven to see the pearly gates, not a premonition, I pray. There was that Alaska Airlines flight where the exit row doors got torn off during the flight, which was actually really scary because I used to use that airline as a kid and I always needed exit row seating. They say anyone sitting there would have been sucked out the plane. And what a terrifying thought after watching Soul Plane and seeing what happened to Kevin Hart's Doberman. There's snow in Chicago. My family picks me up from the airport. It's dark, icy wind chats up my beard. Something Chicago isn't used to from me. Things have changed. I've come back to Nursery Waters for my grandmother's funeral, and my sister drives up and I open the car door. The water is warm inside and shallow. Light dances on the surface, but not how it used to if light ever danced or played for me here. My mom's in the passenger seat talking on the phone, hands it to me with a business card, asking me to take a picture of the paper. Nothing stopping her from doing it. I almost asked why she can't do it. She's still young, military captain in there somewhere. Handing me her phone, her pictures are open, and it's grandma's face is the last thing that's open. Great. Fast forward. Hands wrestle hands, trying to remember every relative's name. Late night studying didn't work. The test commands the sweat. All the things old folks told me growing up rushes to mind like a snowball to the face. I dumbly find myself parroting, is that, oh, that's so-and-so. Who's your mom? Who's your grandma? Children, grandchildren, great-grands take up the migratory paths. The ancestors clear their throats, sit up straight to watch us pour in by the hundreds. Springfield Baptist Church is swelled this January morning. Clans sit with clans. Prove who you are with a handshake. I fumble on one or two. Asphalt palms, gems on rings, on pinkies, earthquake voices, young men now old, smile like gunmetal, hard metal flowers. Plants grow bark now. Old folks get older now. Ivory grins and crow's feet. Now vanilla grins and stork's feet. They sway gently now, ushering in the new blood. Elephants rumble in the savannah. We are the mega herd gathered to mourn, chew the grass. Hey, somebody mind the dang babies. Old heads rumble, wave their ears. They fan themselves and hug other clans, steel poles for tush, meeting gently and embrace with a surprising grace. Black is the skin, black is the cloth, black is everything, and the mood is loud, trumpeting, sloshing of tails, pachyderm familiarity. The time for crying is not yet. The cold night is not yet. Now is the greeting time. The sun is here, and the savannah is so freaking warm. And today we remember why elephants never forget. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Denzel, for sharing your powerful words with us today. Your poem honored the depth, resilience, and brilliance of Black history. We're grateful for your voice, your artistry, and the truth you carry through your work. We look forward to hearing from you again on February 18th at Mayor's State of the City. To continue the first for the city, I am pleased to introduce Chair Hanowitz, who represents District 4. She's the first ever Hispanic to be elected to City Council. Let's welcome her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Let me tell you, we were in City Hall doing City Council business, and it is wonderful to come out here to hear beautiful music, beautiful poetry, and beautiful culture, because that's what we're here to do today. So thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I hope you're staying warm. I know we're trying to. So on behalf of City Council, thank you for joining us as we raise the Dr. Carter G. Woodson flag in recognition of Black History Month. And as we reaffirm our responsibility that extends far beyond February, the Woodson flag is more than a symbol. It is a reminder to reflect, to learn, and to ensure that the decisions we make for our city to honor the history and contributions of those that came before us. Black history is not just a part of St. Petersburg's history, it's woven in its very fabric. The struggles, the sacrifices, and achievements of Black leaders and communities have shaped this city and this country. Recognizing that history means more than celebration, it means understanding how our past informs the present and how it must guide the future we are building together. Thank you to everyone at the Woodson African American Museum for your steadfast leadership and for championing the importance of preserving, teaching, and elevating our histories in meaningful and profound ways. As a daughter of Cuban exiles, I know how deeply our histories shape who we are. Honoring where we came from matters because the world we live in today was built by those who came before us, by communities that persisted even when the path forward seemed impossible. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, often called the father of Black history and the founder of what we now recognize as Black History Month, challenge our nation to fully acknowledge the historic contributions of Black people. That challenge remains with us today. The lessons of Black history, of courage, resilience, and community strengthen us when we take them seriously and allow them to inform our work. So today, as we raise our flag, we recognize ourselves to listening, learning, and building a city that honors every contribution and every story. And I am proud to serve a city that continues to do this work together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz. We will now hear from a representative of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida, Ms. Vanessa Sweat.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Vanessa Sweat, the office manager of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Mayor Welch, Chair Hanowitz, members of council, distinguished elected officials, community leaders, honored guests, thank you for joining us this morning as we gather to honor the life, legacy, and enduring vision of Dr. Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history. Dr. Woodson devoted his life to ensuring that the stories, scholarship, and contributions of African Americans would be preserved, presented, interpreted, celebrated, and taught, not as footnotes, but as the foundational truths of this nation's history. As our country looks ahead to commemorating 250 years of independence, many still struggle to tell the full truth. The reality is that this nation's success was built not only on ideals of freedom, but on the hard work, brilliance, resilience, and extraordinary ingenuity of African people who were enslaved and brought to this land to fortify its wealth and prosperity. Those who are learned know this truth. Others may resist it, but history does not bend to comfort. It calls us to courage. In 2016, when the then chair of the Woodson Board, now executive director Terry Lipsey Scott, appealed to the mayor of the city of St. Petersburg to raise the flag honoring Dr. Carter G. Woodson, she did so with clarity and conviction. She knew it was time for our city to take a lead, to become a truth teller and a beacon for integrity and inclusion. This flag was not simply a symbol, it was a statement that Black history matters and that the untold stories deserve to be seen, heard, and honored. Though Ms. Scott is not with us this morning, she asked me to remind us of this. African American history will not be ignored at this nation as they mark its quincennial. We will honor the lives and the legacies of those who made this nation great. We will not allow their stories to go untold. In that spirit, the Woodson, in collaboration with the Smithsonian and Florida Humanities Council, will open a major exhibit in July, one that centers African American experiences and highlights the countless roles Black Americans have played across centuries of American history. As the Woodson African American Museum of Florida continues to serve as a catalyst in the community and beyond for preserving Black history, we thank you for standing with us today. We thank you for honoring the resolute history of courage, resistance, resilience, and excellence. In closing, we would love for you all to take an active role in this day of celebration. So when I say Black history, you say American history. Black history. American history. When I say tell the truth, you say honor the legacy. Tell the truth. Honor the legacy. And let me leave you with this final affirmation. When I say lift every voice, you say and tell the story. Lift every voice. And tell the story. Thank you so much. On behalf of the board, the staff, and the Friends of the Woodson, thank you for your continued support and for your allegiance to America's full, honest, and inclusive story. Thank you, and happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Ms. Vanessa, for your hard work and passion, not only at the Woodson African American Museum of Florida and Ms. Terry, but for the city of St. Petersburg. Also want to recognize and thank Ms. Caprice Edmond, the Pinellas County Schools Board Chair, for being here with us as well today. Okay, we are excited to have with us today Mrs. Nancy Ream, a talented local artist with a background in illustration and graphic design. She is the creative force behind this year's commemorative Black History Month poster, which you can have signed at the table provided. Okay, we will now have Mayor and City Council members gather for a group photo, followed by the raising of the Black History Month flag.
Photo first?
Yes.
Okay, photo first.
Photo first. Thank you. This concludes our Black History Month flag raising ceremony. Thank you for joining us. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 Sparks, together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camp Ignite is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters. I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun. I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them. It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too.
They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they are all amazing women, and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring, and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. It was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Set. Hey. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school.